screen up. Okay, so everybody should be able to see my screens. I just want to make sure that I can see all your questions also. So I'll answer questions after the presentation. Give me a heads up, folks, if you can see my screens, and I'll get started. I want to thank everybody for coming, and it's always fun to be the first person. So I just literally about 5 minutes ago finished up in our trade room, and we've been going since last evening. We started at 10-minute trades. We're trading events, we're trading the news, we're trading on a schedule, and that's all you're supposed to be seeing, John. That's what you want to be seeing. You're seeing the fake me, not the real me. The real me, if my webcam works, that's the real me. I am a real person sitting in my office. That's the real me. Okay, so I want to say hello to everybody. Thank you for giving me your time. So, the first question is, why am I here? Why should you listen to me? So let me just give you a little bit of backstory about who I am and how I got involved in all this. I got involved in trading when my family asked me to take care of their stock investments and things like that, especially my mom. She didn't know anything about what she was doing. And somehow I got hooked on futures. I got involved in futures, and I remember the first time I ever made a trade, and I knew exactly at that moment it was a watershed moment in my life. Just like the first time I ever used the computer, that was a watershed moment. I knew that I'd be hooked on computers for the rest of my life, and I knew I'd be hooked on trading for the rest of my life. And so helping my family, that's how I got involved. And then over the years, I started trading natural gas. For some reason, I got hooked on news. I noticed that there were very special times in the market, that the markets were moving especially strongly. And of course, then I realized that they were moving due to news events that were coming out. And I started looking for software to help me trade news events. And over the years, I found this little weird company called JoeBracketBreakout.net. And it was a guy named Jay Offner who had written this software that put brackets on the chart, and he would bracket the price. And when the news came out, you get pulled into the market one way or the other. And that's how we started trading. And I contacted Jay, and he had a company. Like I said, it was called JoeBracketBreakout.net. And I bugged them for months and months and months until they finally answered my emails. We had a phone call, and they hired me because I wanted to trade the way that they were trading, and they didn't have a trade room. I became a member of their company. They didn't have a trade room. You would take a trade, and then there would be nowhere to go, no one to talk to, nothing to do after the trade. So I convinced them to hire me. I immediately opened a trade room, and 7 years later, that's where we are now. And literally, the irony of ironies is that 7 years ago, I got so interested in news trading because I started looking at natural gas. And just 5 minutes ago, I finished in our trade room. Today is Thursday. It's natural gas storage day. And this is why I think that everybody here should take advantage of our Black Friday special. And that's what I'm going to talk about today. We're doing something for the holidays we've never done before. And this is what happened. Let me start with last night. So last night, just to really give you a little bit of quick background, then I'll go through my presentation. The quick background is we create a weekly schedule, and that weekly schedule tells me the way I'm going to trade for the week. So I know in advance what I'm going to do this coming week. I knew that I was going to be looking at new home sales on Monday. I knew I would be trading CB consumer confidence. I knew I'd be trading the 7-year note auction. And I knew today that I would make an attempt to trade the PCE price index. We wound up canceling that trade. We traded Chicago PMI, and we had a small profit. And I knew I would finish off the morning with a live real money trade on natural gas. But let me start you from last night. Last night, it was Wednesday. We had a Chinese manufacturing news report that we trade. But here's the beauty of this. This schedule comes out on Sunday. All our members get it on Sunday, and they can plan their week in advance. They know exactly what they're going to do, exactly where they're going to be all week. Okay. Now, let me show you my natural gas trade because it was awesome. I also want to thank one of our members has sent me a note that you can't see because in GoToWebinar you can't see the questions, but he's a member named Dutchy. He's been a member of ours. He uses our software. Hey Leigh, thanks for your teaching. Got 38 ticks in natural gas breakout this morning and 58 ticks in a gold trap trade for the PCE report. So he traded the inflation report this morning differently than we do. And Dutchy is a member who's a really smart guy. And he's been using our software for years. And he has taken our system, made it his own. He has done what a person should do if they want to be a successful trader. Learn a system, learn how to use that system. Don't just be a person who listens to someone and follows them blindly, but learn enough to create your own trades, design your own trades. Dutchy does exactly that every month, and he makes quite a good amount of money trading news events. And many times he designs his own trades. We do release trade reports that help people learn how to trade certain events. But ultimately, when you really want to get good at something, you need to understand it enough so that you can change things around in a way that makes you more successful. Just following people blindly, in my opinion, is not the ultimate way to be successful. But being able to think outside the box, being able to design your own trades, our software allows you to do that. Dutchy, thanks for the thank you, Dutchy. I always appreciate it, and especially appreciate the support in this webinar. So, but even better, Dutchy made a whole bunch of money this morning using our teachings, and that's why I'm here. I think that I have something super useful, super successful, that if you trade events the right way, there's a great opportunity to make money. You could use our system as a side hustle. And in fact, I think our system is the best as a side hustle. Add it to other trading systems that you have. And that way you can even use our software as a discretionary trader or as a news trader, but you can also use our system in between any other system you're trading, because remember, with us, you're on a schedule. You'll know exactly when we're trading. You can come into our trade room for 15 minutes, take the trade with us, and then go on and do whatever else you want to do during the rest of the day. For me, the beauty of the way we do things is I don't watch the markets for 8 hours. And it's interesting. One of our members is in this room right now, and he asked me a question this morning. He said, what do you think the markets are going to do in the holiday? Do you think there'll be good news trades during the holidays, or will they get very quiet? And it was a very good question also. There will be good news trades. There probably will be a few less trades because it is the holidays. The markets do get quieter at times. But what was interesting is I don't really look at the markets. I don't spend my day worrying about where oil is or where it's going to go. I know, and the proof is in what happened with today's natural gas. I didn't even know, honestly, if natural gas had been volatile overnight, if it had been up, down, or sideways. I had a vague idea, not a great idea. I didn't look at the natural gas market. I have enough trust in our system that I believe, and here's the proof of what I believe that natural gas is going to move in a tradable way when the natural gas storage report comes out. And because we study the movement of natural gas, On those reports, we have a trade setup. We have what's called a breakout trade, okay? Here's my charts. This is my live video of our trade room this morning. This is not faked. It's not, simulated. You're going to see my real NinjaTrader account. The natural gas trade takes place at 10:30. Right about 5 seconds before the news, our brackets are going to show up on the chart. There's my brackets. You can see I'm on my live NinjaTrader account, all right? I'm up $160 from last night and a couple of small trades overnight and this morning. And frankly, I have what I call the $50 rule. If I can make 50 bucks on an event, a trade, that's barely worth it to me. That's okay. I'm happy. If I make $20 or $30, it probably wasn't worth getting up at 2 in the morning if there's an event at 2 in the morning. I like to make at least $50 on any event. Then I feel like, all right, I covered my expenses at least and made a couple of coffees. If it's a $50 trade, I'm okay. I don't mind getting up. Obviously you're getting up because you expect more. Natural gas. So my point is I had a couple of trades. I was up $160 before natural gas. I knew I had to come here to Trader's Corner. So I knew I had to have a pretty quick trade. I didn't have a lot of time. And I hadn't even looked at my slides, my presentation. I haven't even looked at my slides yet. So this is a presentation. I don't even know what I'm saying. Natural gas, my brackets went on the chart. What's going to happen is a couple of seconds from now, the news is going to come out. There's an expectation of what that news should be. And that expectation is on the news calendars, Forex Factory, investing.com. On the lower right of my chart, you can see investing.com, the calendar. I have it inserted into my charts, and they're expecting negative 12 billion cubic feet of a drawdown in natural gas. What happened was there was a build. There was more supplies than expected, and the price of natural gas is going to burst to the downside. It's going to hit my first target. Watch. There's the news. Hits my first target. I'm up 200 immediately. And I just moved my stop into the price to grab another $210. That was a $410 profit in 9 seconds. Had I not rushed, I would have hit my second target of 40 ticks, and instead of making 410, it would have been a pretty easy 60 total ticks, 30 ticks between two contracts, or it was 40 on one contract, 20 on the other. First target was 20, second target was 40. Very, now that's a real live news trade, natural gas, cash, not a simulated account, not a prop account, real money. I can take that money out of my account tomorrow and buy, an iPad if I wanted to. So that was our natural gas trade this morning. Literally 4 minutes before I came into the room to do Trader's Corner. Last night, we had a small Chinese trade, Chinese news manufacturing, and we also had Chicago PMI this morning. Now, I liked showing Chicago PMI, even though I didn't make a lot of money on it. Here's why you want to be involved with us. Chicago PMI, we know, most people don't even know what it is, but it's a news report. Purchasers, PMI is purchasing, it's a purchasing report, and it's a Fed report, okay? So their market is looking at it. Most people don't realize. The calendar says this report is released at 9:45. Now remember, we've been trading the news and trading events. Our company, 10-Minute Trades, has a 10-year anniversary this year. They've been in business for 10 years. I've been working for them for 7. I've been doing this for 7 years. I've been looking at Chicago PMI probably for 5 years. We've been trading it since July because it started moving in an impactful way very recently. We've traded it years ago before live, and then it kind of calmed down, wasn't very busy. But we know something unique about Chicago PMI, and it's a reason that people become members of our service. We know that at 9:42, the actual Chicago PMI news comes out. Even though the calendar says 9:45, we know that it's a private report. The news is actually released 3 minutes early to subscribers of the data, and that's usually what moves the markets. Today was the perfect proof of our knowledge helping our members trade and make money on this report. Now, one of our members made over $200 on it. I had a small profit. One of the issues this morning, there was a little bit of slippage and the report didn't move enough. We traded gold on it and it made a profit. It hit my first target, but it didn't follow through to keep going. So I had moved my stop. I protected my profit by moving my stop automatically because our software does that. Boom, it was a very fast move. It hit my first target. That was before natural gas, and I made about $60 on Chicago PMI. And it hit my $50, rule. I was not upset at all that I only made $50. Sometimes the market doesn't give you $300. Sometimes it only gives you 50. You take what the market gives you. That's what you learn. So I'm really glad to be here to let everybody know about our Cyber Monday. It's ending tonight. It's the last chance. We've had a ton of people signing up to join with us. We've never done what we're offering today ever before. So let me go through our presentation, explain about really in a little more detail what we're all about so people can understand what's going on. I just want to make sure, if you'd be kind enough, just tell me where you are located. Type in to the chat and tell me where you're located. I'm curious who I'm speaking to and where you are. I'm in Pennsylvania in the United States, and I'd like to know where you all are. I'm guessing that there's some of you I know. Louis, I'm glad to see you. Tom is from Houston. I can see quite a few people that I know, but many of you I don't know where you're from. So type in where you're from. I'd like to see where everybody's from. Chantal is from Canada, and Chantal works for us, so I know where Chantal is from. And I always love seeing Chantal. And how about a few more? Ray from Santa Barbara, Vince, who won our most recent challenge. Vince is from Rockport, Texas. So good. Okay. And then type in what you're trading. Are you trading futures? Do you trade stocks? Do you trade options? What do you like to trade? What's the main thing that you like to trade? Futures, stocks? Tell me what you're trading. We trade futures. We use the NinjaTrader platform, and we do have special software that helps us to trade, okay? So what I'm going to show you is how to make, in 1 hour, more money than most people make in a day, or sometimes it could even be a week. Now look, I showed you today, and it's not fake. One trade, one event, natural gas, $410 profit. It took me 5 seconds of trading. I was in the market for 3 seconds. I was in the trade room preparing and teaching people about the natural gas event for about 30 minutes, okay? I was in the market for 4 seconds and the profit was $410. Now look, of course, every trade is not a big, nice winner. You saw a couple of small ones, $50 here, $50 there, but even still, I got to the trade room this morning with a profit of $160 to start. Some people, if they make $160 a day, that's way more than they could ever imagine making. They would be totally happy making that a day. Most traders, if they can make $100 a day, they'd be doing great. That would be close to $2,000 a month. Who wouldn't like having $2,000 a month to trade? That's why I don't laugh off a $60 profit. Add up five $60 trades and you're 300. You're going to have expenses, so maybe call it $200 or 220. Still, if I could make $200 a week, if a person could make $200 a week, $800 a month, for some people that pays their mortgage. It's not always about becoming a millionaire. For the average person, trading takes time. It's hard. The market doesn't give you the money easily. You have to work to get it. So making $100 a day is not an unreasonable thing to do. Can you imagine making $3,900 in less than 2 minutes? Or just $440 in seconds? You saw me make 410. What would your life look like a year from now if you didn't have to spend 4 to 6 hours a day staring at the charts? What we're offering is a way to trade and get your day back. Wouldn't you like to make more in an hour trading than what most people make in 40 hours of work? It's possible. You got to work at it, but it's possible. If you hate wasting hours in front of the computer, if you want to schedule your trades, if you want to be in and out of the market in 1 to 5 seconds sometimes it's 1 to 5 minutes. I don't like technical analysis. You saw my chart, right? I'm not doing deep technical analysis. I'm analyzing how the natural gas storage report trades. I'm not analyzing Fibonacci. I'm not spending hours on EMAs, crossing other EMAs. We have very simple charts to trade the news. We've got the VWAP on our charts, some highs and lows, and that's about it, okay? So you don't have to spend your whole life on technical analysis to trade the way that we trade. And that's one of the attractions. Don't forget, got to do the disclaimer. It is possible to lose money trading futures. Trade carefully, trade only with money you can afford to lose, okay? It takes time to learn to be a good trader. What I'm talking about today, it's not a get-rich-quick scheme. This is a trading system and a methodology that we've been working on for many years. Most traders lose money. It's not an old wives' tale, it's true. And I really believe that most traders lose money because they don't put the time in. They're not willing to work, they're not willing to listen. I can't tell you how important it is to listen. How many traders I've seen lose money because they can't take advice. They revenge trade, they jump right back in. If you can take advice, if you could listen in the beginning, learn the basics of a system, then I can show you what's working for me and our members, and you can take that to heart and learn how to trade. Trading's risky. Don't waste money doing foolish things, okay? So I've given you my story. I traded learning. I helped my family with their trading. That's my daughter. That's my son. What's funny about my daughter and I are always talking about trading. I'm always texting her. She's always asking me, well, how'd your trading go? And I'm always trying to talk her into giving me some money so I could trade for her, but she's got her own thing going. But it made me come up with something that we call our family money trades. And I thought to myself, I would like to trade my daughter's money, but I wouldn't trade my daughter's money on every trade. There's only certain trades that I would trade her money on. So we came up and designed certain events as family money trades. Those are the best of our best events. So that's called family money trades, and we have a collection of trades that fit that bill. When you get the weekly schedule, we notate on our weekly schedule which might be a family money trade. So this past week, we had a consumer confidence report, and tomorrow we have the ISM manufacturing. That's a family money trade. Those are trades that we recommend everybody that's a member. We recommend that you trade those events because they are our highest probability for profit events. So why do I teach? People always say the same things. Well, if your system was so good, why do you teach? Why don't you just trade it? And that's true. I don't have to teach. I could just trade. I like working. I like teaching. I like people. I like sharing knowledge. And I really, really enjoy showing people how to trade the news. I know that people are interested, and it's something I've been doing for so many years. I enjoy doing it. That's why I teach. It's just that simple. I love when in the trade room, someone like Dutchy or someone like Larry, who happens to be listening in this webinar, tells me he made 220 on Chicago PMI this morning, and I only made 60. Do you think I'm sitting in the room feeling lousy that I didn't make as much money as Larry? It's the opposite. Larry is a member. I'm overjoyed that he made more money than me because it means that Larry is taking our information and using it really, really well and really smart. And that's why I like to teach, because I like to see people succeed and do well. So that's why I'm here today. My goal is to show you that you should invest in yourself by spending money, and not a lot of money. And that's the beauty of what I have to offer today. You hardly have to spend anything at all to get started and get involved with us. If you learn to trade the news, you'll learn to trade on a schedule. You don't have to spend hours and hours sitting in front of your charts, and you can trade the way that you want to trade. A lot of people say, hey, news trading isn't safe. Everybody tells me don't trade the news, but it's not true. The truth is, if you trade the news smart and you have a plan and you have software to help you, then news trading is no riskier than any other type of trading. People say, oh, don't trade the news. There's too much slippage. You can't trade the news. It can't be done. The truth is, that Chicago PMI trade, I showed you that trade. There was slippage, but it still moved more than the slippage to give me a profit. Now, some trades will be hurt by the slippage. Some trades will have positive slippage, and you'll make more than you thought you made because you'll exit the market with extra slippage ticks. Sometimes slippage will hurt a trade, but understanding the truth, and the truth is slippage is there. You can't get rid of it completely ever. It's just something we deal with. It's not something to be afraid of. It's not something to worry about. It's something to understand that it's there. The good events are going to overcome the slippage and allow you to have a profit. So that's the truth about slippage. There's no reason to be afraid of it. Understanding is the key. I've explained good versus bad slippage. Bad slippage is when the slippage doesn't allow you to make a profit. Normal slippage is when there's slippage and you overcome the slippage and make your normal profit, you hit your targets. And then positive slippage is when there's slippage as you're exiting and it gives you extra ticks of profit. So understanding all of that about slippage, and then there's no reason to worry about it because it's something that's just going to happen. We like to compare the Autobahn in Germany with news trading. On the Autobahn, there's no speed limit, okay? But do you think they just let you jump in your car and jump on the Autobahn driving like a lunatic as fast as you can? Doesn't work that way. You have to go through get your license. They have to give you tests, and they have comprehensive inspections so that you're safe to drive. And the same thing is true of any trading. If you trade any system, the most foolish thing you could do is trade live the first day when you have no understanding of what's going on. So with news trading, with our system, we recommend, sure, join with us, get our software, open your brokerage account, and come into the trade room and take your time learning how to use everything. It's exactly like driving on the Autobahn. Are you going to jump into a live trade with software you never used before? What would be the point? Why would you not want to take your time learning what you should do, relaxing, spending the time so that you understand the system? That's the only way to trade. It's the only way you're going to have a chance at defeating the market. It's just like if you're trading prop accounts. Do you think that trading a prop account, that they're going to make it easy for you to take money out of that market? No way. You're going to have to follow their rules. You're going to have to go through a lot of trades, and it's going to take you time. And that's what you have to accept. Even if you're thinking, well, I'll just follow someone, I'll just do what they tell me. Well, I don't know that that's the best way to make money. In the short run, maybe if you follow someone, you might make money. What if your favorite person that you follow goes somewhere else and they're not trading the system that you're trading? The key is learn about the system, learn how it works, learn how to trade it so that you can do it on your own. Join a trade room, join a place where there's community support, where you have ideas and help and guidance. Nothing wrong with that. That's absolutely the best way to trade any system. Our system is no different. So here's a simple concept of what we do. We get ready for the possibilities of the trade, and we have a variety of different setups. Our most popular setup is the breakout trade. On the breakout trade, we're putting brackets on the chart, right? Like this. So we put our brackets on the chart, and the concept is, here's an order above the price. The price is in the middle here. And then there's an order on the bottom, a low order that'll bring you in the market short. There's an order above the current price, and that will bring you in the market short. What happens is the news comes out. When news is released, it moves certain markets. We've studied the news. We've studied the markets it moves. When that news comes out, it moves the market up or down. The idea is to get pulled into the market and then continue going in that direction. That's how you make your profit. We also have other setups that work on reversals, that work on continuation trades. There's a lot of different ways to trade, okay? So our trading system is based on the news gets released, and I'm just going through some of my charts because I want to show you. I just want to explain the way the system works. Our system is based on news being released. Brackets are on the chart. The bracket gets pierced. You get pulled into the market. And as the market keeps going one way or the other, you make a profit. We also have trades where we expect the news to reverse. So we have other setups that work in a reversal. That's called a trap trade. We have a breakout trade. We have trap trades. We have earning trades. One of our most popular types of trades are the earning trades. We trade Amazon. We came up with a methodology to trade large tech stock earnings using futures. We're not using the stocks. We're using futures. We're using our methodology. We know, and we've studied Amazon's earnings so that we know what time we can expect their earnings to come out. We put our orders on the chart. There's my orders. This was a live Amazon trade this year, all right? Amazon news came out. Watch what happens. It's going to explode, and it's going to pull me into the market. I know that Amazon's going to release their earnings very close to 4:01 p.m. Eastern time. We've studied multiple quarter after quarter. There's the Amazon earnings. They came out. Now, look, Full transparency, that was an Amazon trade that didn't work. Here was an Amazon trade that works, okay? Full transparency. When we're in our trade room, we're teaching not every trade is a winner. Some trades, they don't win, they lose. Here was August 2023, 1 quarter ago, Amazon, live real trade. I think I made $1,105. That was a 3-second trade, $1,105. And for what it's worth, the losing trade that I showed before that was 700. So I had 2 Amazons in a row, and I was up over $400 on the last 2. And most of our recent Amazons have been winners. Okay, Amazon has been more than 70% winning trade. We trade Apple, we trade Amazon, we trade Netflix, we trade Microsoft, we trade Google, and we have a lot of new earnings trades also. Some of the small, we call them smaller earnings trades, Walmart, Home Depot, early morning trades, where some of the retailers and different, not tech stocks, but different trades. We designed a different type of trade to trade some of those. We used to have about 5 or 6 earnings trades. Now we have anywhere between 15 and 20 earnings trades using
Leigh.
futures. Hey, Rob.
I'm really sorry to do this to you, but you're running over. Could I get you to work to your offer, please?
I apologize, Rob. I thought I had till 11:30. My mistake. I apologize.
No problem.
Shoot.
No, I was 15.
Oh, shoot. My mistake. Okay,
That's
folks,
all right.
let me get to my offer real quick. It's real simple. If you want to join us, it's $1. Okay, $1 for everything. Trade room software, everything we offer. Come join us. 14-day free trial, money back guarantee. www.protradenoww.com. www.protradenoww.com. Just $1, and then it will auto bill $97 a month for everything we have, but you can try the system for 14 days. It expires tonight. You got to do it today. www.protradenoww.com. And folks, I'm sorry that I went over. I thought I had a little more time. I apologize. Protradenoww.com. Join us for $1, 2-week trial, everything, software, trade room, daily trade reports. I'd love to see you in the trade room. If you have any questions, help@10minutetrades.com. And Rob, thank you very much for the opportunity to present this morning. Thanks a lot.
Leigh, thank you for being here. I feel terrible doing that to you, but you know, the trials of hosting a live event. I do hear your presentation multiple times. Every time I hear it, I love it even more. And I have never seen you make an offer like this. Ladies and gentlemen, I've seen half off, but I've never seen $1. But it's a great opportunity to learn more about trading the news at an unbelievable price. Ladies and gentlemen, no more sitting in front of the charts all day waiting for a setup. With Leigh Goldstein of 10-Minute Trades, who's a seasoned expert at trading the news, you know exactly what time your opportunity will present itself, and within 10 minutes your trading session is over. You can learn more about his special offer by clicking the link that I'll put in the chat box in a minute. Leigh, thank you again. Happy holiday season. I hope to see you on the next show.
You too. Thanks, Rob.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep the ball rolling. Our next presenter has mentored traders from beginner to Wall Street pro since arriving from the Ukraine to the US with just $60 in her pocket in 1989. She has built several multi-million-dollar companies. She's very passionate about her students using proprietary alpha Fibonacci systems. She holds multiple degrees, is a classical pianist, marathon runner, wife, and mother. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to introduce the developer of proprietary alpha Fibonacci systems and founder of Fibonacci Trading Institute, Mrs. Alla Peters-Plocher. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Alla. Would you check your mute button, Alla?
Can you hear me?
Can hear you now. Go right ahead.
Yes.
I'm sorry for the overlap.
Let's start. Perfect. Hello traders, in this webinar I will be teaching you how you can beat all markets with ultimate precision. First, extremely important disclaimer. Please remember that everything I teach you in this webinar is not a financial advice Everything I teach you in this webinar is to empower you and educate you about trading financial markets with ultimate precision. All systems, all software shown as is without any guarantees, and no student had ever been paid for testimonial or performance. And please trade only with risk you can personally afford, and recognizing trading future stocks, forex, options, crypto involves substantial risk and not for everyone. So it's essential to recognize and identify what instrument appropriate for you. And this is what I teach in the live classes. This is what I was teaching this morning in live class that I just finished a couple of minutes ago. So when you come to fibinstitute.com and you will see the pop-up, please fill in your first name and last name, and you will receive a guest pass to our trading room. And when you come to the website, at the end of the webinar, I will walk you through where to find essential information. So let's start all the important discussions that you're here for this morning. Most importantly, as I was teaching this morning, as I have done for the last 13 years, as I teach JP Morgan traders, as I teach beginner traders, as I teach traders of all levels, how to trade with precise keyword, precise entries, stop targets on all instruments without any speculation. We will review futures, stocks, crypto, forex in the current markets. You will witness how traders trade in US and globally since 2011. And most importantly, how you can beat all markets with alpha Fibonacci precision with a special offer for attendees and registrants of this webinar. So again, briefly about myself, I really embrace what I do. I keep developing brand new systems. I've done a lot of things in my life, as I started with a habit in very early childhood, how to play piano, how to be concert pianist, how to drill every single note since very little age is what prepared me for incredible life in the United States of America. The crash of 2008 is a stunning reminder that when you use alpha Fibonacci system I developed, you will be prepared for all the crashes, all the rallies far in advance. I refuse to work for financial institutions. I refuse to work for top Wall Street firms. As I share in the course, letters from Goldman, I say no to, because I value freedom and I will not sell out my software to any financial institution in this world. So when I teach you quality system, I teach you identical rules I teach to JP Morgan traders who trade all instruments they choose. You can witness videos on our YouTube channel, as I will show you throughout the webinar. You can listen to students' podcasts. And yes, after this webinar, I continue developing my next system, because alpha Fibonacci is what I'm very proud of and what I live and breathe for the last 13 years. So let's dive right into it. Here's the software for NinjaTrader 8 with alpha Fibonacci precision and simplicity. Why is it so simple? A software projected on 5-minute chart. This is S&P mini future. It's a bold red zone, which means you cannot buy the market. But what does this trade show you? When price comes to reversal zone RZ, expect reversal. And when price retraces back to the bold red zone, market selling off again until this level. This is simplicity. This is all you ever need, as you will see next on multiple instruments. I promise you, as I recognized in 2008, pure price is exactly the same on all instruments, all time frames, all platforms. Have you learned the lesson of the current crisis? My goodness, world is losing its mind. So how is it possible that you're looking on the biggest rally in many, many years. This is a post from our trading room. As I said, response from institutional buyers at the end of October will define markets for weeks and months to come. World on the verge of global catastrophe. Last week in October, my traders having a blast buying the market with institutions at 4,100 level. So if you're trading your own little account, so many trades are playing out. From smallest range charts, minute chart to hourly to larger charts. Bullish rally picking up this steam, and today, by the end of the day, market is up 500 points. Has anyone seen world becoming better? Have you? Or have you learned your lesson? Have you been shorting into institutional buy point? Or have you been prepared months in advance? Do you understand that worse the news on the front page, better institutional buy? This is how billions of dollars is made. In the class I just finished teaching live to students from all over the world, we discussed where market heading to next. And if I scroll to micro chart, this is the event on little retail chart this week. Hours and days in advance, you know that November 28th, at this key level, institutions would step in to buy. And if I bring to your attention S&P mini future on any chart you choose, November 28th, market skyrocketing. Wow, it's flawless. It's spectacular. Let's convert this chart to 5, to 10, to 15, to any chart you choose to trade. Would you like to buy the bottom with institutions? Would you like to be prepared hours, days, weeks in advance? With Alpha Fibonacci system, you do that. This is a checklist you complete every day before you ever place a trade. This morning market in an entirely different place. This morning market selling off all the way down again and again and again, reminding you, do not short near this level. If you short the top, and you know this hours and days ahead, no matter what chart you trade. That's the reason Goldman keeps sending me letters. That's the reason JP Morgan traders trading the system on all instruments. So when you know far in advance, you stop stressing out. You start trading markets as intelligent, strategic chess. Multi-market scanner running above on my top monitor. That's it. It's that simple. 60% of your work is done before you ever place a trade. This is the key level this morning. Rules are met, take a trade. But buyers are weak. Buyers keep failing to break through this level. That's it. And that's how you prepare. And that's how you trade markets as intelligent, strategic Alpha Fibonacci chess. So when Emmanuel came to the course, he was struggling for 20 years. His wife and him right now are full-time traders. Richard retired trading the system. Ken is my dearest friend for life. This is London meeting. This is California. Sam put his daughter through Harvard in Lebanon. She finished Harvard when Sam trading options. Victor Forex fund manager in Zurich. Every trader different account. And when you invite me to your wedding, do not be surprised if I come to your wedding. So have you learned your lesson of catastrophic global events and the biggest rally in many, many years? Are you done chasing indicators? Are you ready to become a successful top 5%? It's not your fault that you keep chasing indicators. It's not your fault that your chart's loaded with so much noise and so much junk. Market flooded with wishful thinking. but every single indicator on the planet is delayed. No indicator on the planet will show you institutional entries, institutional exits. No indicator on the planet give you precise entries, stop and target. With Alpha Fibonacci system, you can do this. As you will see, students shared in the class this morning. So in order to become successful top percent, you need to start trading as top 5% does, as strategic, intelligent, proactive is a keyword, chess across all instruments, as I prove in every single class, and the reason system traded globally in more than 50 countries and Wall Street. So successful trading possible only with a proven system. If system had been proven to you by traders all over the world, enjoy the ride. If you're witnessing that rules are present and you have precise entry, precise stop, precise targets, place a trade. Theo, stop by this morning in class. Legend. Trading it all. Trading oil, trading gold, trading S&P, trading NASDAQ. This morning in class, as you can listen on the website to him, you can see his performance. My goodness, 92%. That is not the most important part. The most important part, his profit factor. On every single dollar, he makes $17. He came to share 2 o'clock in the morning in Australia. But what does he say? I spend more hours doing replays and texting than actual live trading. And when live trading, I start the trade for the perfect sniper hit. This is this morning, 30 minutes ago, right before the webinar. Would you like to trade with 92%? If Theo can trade NASDAQ and S&P and oil and gold, so can you. Simply come to the website and listen to his podcast, please. So after you enter request to the trading room, you can also view movie Ken made about Fibonacci Trading Institute. And when you click below, you can see photo of Theo and his podcast. You can listen to Emmanuel. He brought his wife to the course. They're both full-time traders. She's trading NASDAQ, the most volatile future on the planet outside of oil and gold. Carlton brought 5 friends. Ken is paying cash for the house. My goodness. So please understand, you can find all of this on our homepage. And when you want to listen to podcasts from traders all over the world, you will see trading markets is precise. Alpha Fibonacci chess is possible on stocks, as Richard does, on for futures, forex, Bitcoin, as Theo does. Much more next. That's it. This is this morning, few minutes before this event. All instruments, all time frames, on S&P, on NASDAQ, on oil, on gold. So when you make an effort, as Tom Brady does, as Federer does, as Becker has done with soccer, it's identical formula for success. Number 1, you must be passionate about markets. Money comes second. You are obsessed with this game. This is strategic, intelligent chess, and you operate as a sniper. That's it. Trading most volatile futures as NASDAQ as gold with very consistent success rate. Years after finishing the course. What does Harvard study results reveal? As I continue updating my license in brain health, I am Johns Hopkins RN, and I worked in psychiatry and research at Johns Hopkins for years. I witnessed that if you are surrounded by successful human beings, you become successful. But if you are surrounded by gamblers who are losing money, you become exactly like them. So look around and ask yourself, who is next to you? With the power of alpha Fibonacci system, if day trading is not for you, use system long term. Look at the charts once an hour, once 4 hours, once a day, once a week, once a month. Be self-aware is a secondary requirement to you, because day trading requires sniper's mentality and ultimate precision. But as I review in every class, long-term charts, you could have worked 10 minutes this year, making hundreds and thousands of points with alpha Fibonacci system, looking at the charts once a week, once a month. This is proprietary institutional strategic lifetime system for all platforms. Traders trading on platforms I never even heard of. If Fibonacci retracement tool exists, you can trade this system. If you are on NinjaTrader 8, it comes with trade recognition software and multi-market scanner. With a single click, I can add any instrument I choose. And you can also change day trading range. So if you want to trade gold, of course you can change. If you want to trade NASDAQ, absolutely. You decide what instrument you trade, and scanner give you alert, and you choose your best institutional trade. That's it. Traders obsessed with software. It's a phenomenal tool. As you will see so much more next. That's it. I can project software on any chart I choose. Precise entry, stop, and target only. So when you are trading the system, you're trading system as strategic, intelligent chess. You are not gambling, you are not speculating, you're not throwing random stops, random targets. You're obeying the rules, you are staying in your lane, and you're placing your trade with institutional bias as a conservative and strategic alpha Fibonacci chess. That's it. Nothing less, nothing more. It's that simple. So when you understand that markets formed by pure price, you understand that you will never, ever, ever need anything else. Pure price on S&P is exactly the same as it's on NASDAQ, as it's on Amazon, as it's on NVIDIA. So let's review NVIDIA the same way we reviewed Amazon, shall we? Here we go. One of the top gamblers on Wall Street, Cathie Wood's managing billions and billions of dollars. In 2022, she lost $2 billion. In the class, we constantly review, and we feel so sorry for her clients. She's exiting NVIDIA at 137. Oh no. Alpha Fibonacci system said this is buy point. This is not sell point. And you know this far in advance. This is NVIDIA summer 2022. This is NVIDIA in December. You are laughing at Cathie Woods and you're feeling sorry for her clients as she's losing 200 million plus on a single trade. I know a lot about Wall Street, as I constantly remind my students. You are a limitless human being. You can use your brain and trade a whole lot better than Cathie Woods ever will. No software on this chart, only proprietary predictive alpha Fibonacci rules and strategies. NVIDIA is up 500%. You don't have to day trade the system. You can look at the charts once a week, once a month. You are a self-aware human being. You're not beating your up if you are not obsessed with the market. Use system long-term as traded by institutions, by financial advisors, by hedge fund managers all over the world. Poor NVIDIA came to alpha Fibonacci brick wall, and you knew it year in advance. NVIDIA come out with spectacular earnings. Why is it selling off right now? How is it possible? My goodness, this is lifeline for NVIDIA. This level is out, NVIDIA in free fall. This is a chart on NVIDIA that you could have spent it 5 minutes this year riding 400+% return. That's it. Day trading not for everyone, but anyone can trade system long term. And that's your limitless effort, your limitless brain. So if you don't have 200 million to lose of someone else's money, never, ever, ever think that somebody else smarter than you. You are a limitless human being. You can trade all instruments you choose a whole lot better than top Wall Street traders with alpha Fibonacci system. So if I bring to your attention S&P mini future in the live markets now, what is this chart telling me? It's telling me S&P at reversal zone. Its identical level is on NVIDIA. This is where S&P skyrocketed from. This is where S&P collapsed from. This is the levels present in the trading room for the last 3 days. Wow. Look at that. Identical levels, identical buy point. But the fact that buyers failed at this level confirms very weak buy. So caution, please. You know far in advance this will be war zone. There is no buyer. Price is stuck in pain. This chart telling you it clearly. It's that pure and that simple. It is absolutely all the same. Pure price for entry, alpha Fibonacci for exits. You decide if you want to trade NVIDIA or if you want to position trade the system. Choice is yours. Can you trade them all? Absolutely, of course you can. This morning, the signal with the software short. Look at that. My goodness. On every single chart, as we discussed in the live class, very mild profit taken by institutions, and price is stuck and crawl is on. This is retail profit taking. It's extremely weak market. This is software I can project on any chart. There is no software here. Only weakness is present on every chart. And you know this hours and days in advance. All depends on chart and instrument you love to trade. Amazon had become the first public company to lose $1 trillion. Have you thought that Amazon is safe haven and you can hold Amazon for the next 30 years? Oops! Amazon collapse of 2022 was catastrophic. Amazon was at reversal zone. It doesn't matter how spectacular the earnings are. Short, short, short. Do not buy Amazon. Amazon in free fall. This is November 2021. You are not losing 70% of your portfolio. You understand where to exit your long, and you understand where to buy the bottom. At the end of December 2022, you're buying the bottom. Look at that. Wow. Can you buy the bottom? Can you stay in your lane? Can you look at the chart once a week, once a month? If the answer is yes, you can trade the system on all instruments. Day trading is not for everyone. Everyone wants to day trade, but very, very few understand what it takes. Only those who are obsessed with the markets, not the money, become successful day traders with a proven system. Can you add long-term charts? Of course you can, as you will see next, on euro, on pound, on crypto, as traders do this all over the world. So as I'm monitoring S&P in the live markets now, with the software for NinjaTrader 8, my goodness, it's a reversal zone. It's a bold green zone. Do not short into, correct? This is where you exiting your short. And if institutions adding to longs, and you decide to place the trade on any chart you choose, my goodness, you knew this hours and days ahead, correct? It's a retail reversal zone, but buying is junky, buying is weak. That's it. That's the reason Goldman sending me letters. That's the reason JP Morgan traders trading the system. All in advance, never, ever, ever after the fact. That's the reason fathers bringing their children to the course, husbands bringing their wives, friends bringing friends. Software in front of you for NinjaTrader 8. No software on this chart, identical event as on NVIDIA. Correct? Identical event as on Amazon. Only difference, risk management and trade hold time. That's it. Exact same thing as S&P playing out on every single chart is what Amazon have done in 2022. So when I refused to work for financial firms after the crash of 2008, I saw this clearly. I was blown away how the rest of humanity doesn't see it. Every single instrument has identical price. Today, Amazon at drastically different level at the end of November 2023. Can you look at the chart once a week? Or do you want to day trade now, instantly? It never gets old, I promise. I'm obsessed with what I do, and I will prove to you on all instruments, all time frames, why students become my dearest friends for life. Key moment in front of you. This level after. Price always moves one step at a time. That's it. It's that pure and that simple. All you have to do, make an effort. All you have to do is use your limitless brain. So if you want to use software for NinjaTrader 8, all you need is a single glimpse. You monitor for long. That's it. Absolutely your choice if you want to use software or not. And that's how simple long looks, and that's how instantly it reminds you where to enter, where to exit the trade with ultimate precision only. Do not ever speculate. When you trade with trend, decision point to proprietary alpha Fibonacci level is a critical key target. Correct? My goodness, it's playing out right now. Look at that. Time and time again. You decide if you want to day or position trade. This level remains a problem on every single chart. That's it. Software giving you this as a key level with trade recognition software. So when you trade with institutions, you obey this as your critical key target. And when NinjaTrader releases brand new system, of course, we update this software. Identical thing for short. Do not speculate, do not gamble. If institution short, you short. Can you short bold red zone if institution short? If you can hit the brakes at the bold red light, you can trade alpha Fibonacci system. Can you stay in your lane when you drive? If you can drive, a student say you can trade alpha Fibonacci system. Software is a phenomenal tool, but it's not a requirement. No software on this chart. All playing out live. That's it. You decide. If you want to trade Amazon, Nvidia, or S&P 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 15, 20, any chart you choose. Speculation is never an option. There is nothing else in this market, only this. And you knew it before it happened. That's it. And when you trade against the trend, bold pink line is a critical key level. You protecting your profits and moving stop outside of break even. Counter trend trade, bold pink line is essential to obey. So Brad, legend, here's another email. What does he say? Work with me in August and September has really paid off. Wow, this is a guy who was making $10 an hour before he came to Fibonacci Trading Institute, and he tried for 20 years before. He's my dearest friend for life. This is his performance on 4 lots. And what does he say? Why people struggle to sign up? Because as he say, they do not understand price action and fib levels, even long term, that they have to do it for themselves. He recognized it after losing a fortune, after trying for 20 years. The answer lies in pure price for entry in alpha Fibonacci for exit. And you can trade all instruments, all time frames, all platforms. Another legend that keeps replaying markets every single day. Brad interested only in day trading. He's applying sniper's mentality. And when you come to the website, one moment. And you view movies student made about Fibonacci Trading Institute. Click on podcast section, please, and you will listen to traders from all over the world. And when you view students' performance, remember, when you see these emails, this is probably less than 10% of the emails I receive. All of this means the world. But when Emmanuel bringing his wife to the course and they become 2 full-time traders, and Jennifer with 2 little babies on her arms trading NASDAQ, it's an honor. As S&P reminding you, ultimate precision is key to your trading, especially during brutal market conditions. Correct? There is nothing else. No random points, no random entries, no random targets. Only this is possible this morning. on S&P mini future on every single chart. And that's what these traders recognize. After speculating and losing a fortune, 90% of these traders lost so much money before they came to Fibonacci Trading Institute. And that's stories non-stop keep pouring. What is essential to recognize as you learned the lesson during the most catastrophic times in the history of humanity in the last month? As Warren Buffett says, be greedy when others are fearful. If in the last month on S&P mini future you touched any short trades, you've been shorting multi-billion-dollar machine. And if you have been shorting the markets, it's because you're obsessed with noise, you're obsessed with hype. Institutional traders are up 300, 400, 500 points. There is no good headline. World is nuts. World losing its mind. Billions of dollars alone. So when you think and trade as Warren Buffett's of the world, you turn off the hype and noise and you use your limitless brain, riding institutional power. And if institutions short, you short. And that's what I was teaching in today's class. And that's what's available in over 300 videos of prior live recorded classes in member area. So if you want to become profitable, stop doing what the bottom of humanity does. Start trading pure price, remove all the indicators from your chart, and you can trade any instrument you choose. You stop speculating, you stop losing money, you stop trading random targets without stops. If you're trading without stops, it's gambling, it's not trading. And you stop trading against institutions. Ken and I met in London, as you saw at the front of the page. Why is this so incredible? Why is this such a legend? Ken had done through personal catastrophic event during COVID. All the work stopped. There is nothing, there is no way to support family of 5. Ken came to the course making serious effort. This is the most important word. You created the holy grail method of trading the markets. Ken paying cash for the house a few years later. What else is the most meaningful part? As you listen to his podcast, the card his daughter gave me. What has Ken done? Ken understood that you cannot use the hype. Do you remember 2021 on Bitcoin? Ken trading Bitcoin on his iPhone with Alpha Fibonacci system. He's using long-term charts. What is happening during that time? Do you remember? April 2021? Let me remind you. Yeah. If you're not holding Bitcoin position during that time, you feel like a fool because all the hype, all the noise about billions promised to you by Michael Saylor. Oh my God. But Michael Saylor, who is doing 20 podcasts a week at least, hyping Bitcoin, he can afford to lose $6 billion. Are you still listening to hype and noise? Are you remembering Super Bowl commercial? Ouch. All the hype, all the noise is done. Even American Hero hyping fraud. FTX is complete fraud. But Tom Brady can afford to lose 30 million. Ken is a whole lot smarter than Tom Brady. Ken knows hype is a money-making machine. This is a place to short Bitcoin when all the hype is on, when Mayor of Miami says you can pay your real estate taxes with Bitcoin. Bitcoin in free fall. Catastrophic crash, my phone ringing off the hook. I wish I listened to you. The crashes and rallies will never stop. They become more cruel, more vicious. This was the start of the crash. This was the lifeline on Bitcoin. And when Bitcoin in free fall, its catastrophic collapse of almost 70% until Bitcoin reaches key buy point. Look at that. This year, Bitcoin skyrocketed from both pink line of the alpha Fibonacci system. It's a critical key level and more than doubled in value. So if you traded alpha Fibonacci system this year and you looked at the charts once a week, this was opportunity to buy Bitcoin. More, almost doubled in value. That's it. After Tom Brady loses 30 million, after Michael Saylor loses 30 million, after Cathie Wood's catastrophic losses on Bitcoin. If you're trading alpha Fibonacci system, you're not losing money and you know where to buy. Rules are met, take a trade. Euro. Do you remember catastrophic collapse on Euro? I'm meeting with students in Europe. I timed my trip perfectly. As I've been showing in classes for many years, alpha Fibonacci system identified this catastrophic crash on Euro many years in advance. This is a chart from 2016 when I said 105 is lifeline on Euro. Euro collapsed to drastically lower level. And I'm telling you today, listen carefully, 87 is next, 60 cents to follow. Are you ready for the next global event? When Euro skyrocketed from this level, you enjoy the rally, buying the bottom. That's it. There is no speculation, there is no gambling. Can you trade the system on MT4, MT5? Of course you can. All you need, alpha Fibonacci retracements, alpha Fibonacci rules, and proprietary strategies. That's it. Pound, exact same thing. Ken and I meeting in London when pound at the bottom. Pound no longer at the bottom, pound skyrocketed, but again, system identified this months and years in advance. So when you start using your limitless brain, you're a lot smarter than Tom Brady. You're a lot smarter than Michael Saylor. You're a lot smarter than Cathie Woods. What do you see happening in front of you on pound? Wow, it's selling off from exact same level you saw on S&P this morning. Correct? It's playing out in front of you live on every single chart. When S&P reversed again and again and again, you're not shorting into this level, and you always know after this is to follow. Again, on any chart. All live on S&P mini future. No software on this chart, but charts are twins. Pound weekly versus S&P right now. That's it. So when you can trade one, you can trade them all with alpha Fibonacci system. You decide and identify what's appropriate for you. What Theo trades, what Brad trades, what Ken trades is entirely different instruments, entirely different time frames, but all meet identical rules of the alpha Fibonacci system with precise entry, precise stop, precise targets on all instruments at key institutional entry points. What would your trading be like if you traded with rules on all instruments? This is ultimate honor. When a hedge fund manager who is trading my system, bringing his son to the course, during COVID, Dominic is so bored after a couple of classes. He's trading live. He's obsessed. And he says trading is so easy with Alpha Fibonacci software. That's it. Father and son trading different instruments, different time frames, different platforms. So when you come to the website, if you want to trade like Dominic, like Theo, like Ken, like Andy, view the movie Ken made about Fibonacci Trading Institute. Sign up for the invitation and review all the details on our homepage. You trade predictive proprietary institutional lifetime system with precise entry, stop, and targets on all instruments, all platforms, or with a lifetime Alpha Fibonacci software for Ninja A. With multi-market scanner, group, mentoring classes, live trading room, video library modules. Currently, we're offering savings up to $1,000. So when you view students' reviews and listen to students' podcasts, private mentoring is the most desirable option. Includes all group classes, all video libraries, all modules, all live trading room. Group course savings $5,000. If you are not on NinjaTrader A, option 1 and 3 appropriate for you. And as always, I live and breathe what I do. Please do not hesitate to contact me. Simply pick up the phone and call 925-257-4298 or info@fibinstitute.com. Thank you, traders, so much for spectacular morning. I wish you incredible holidays. And I look forward to seeing you in our classes very, very soon.
Thank you so much, Alla. I want to say how nice it is to have you here on Traders Corner again.
Hope you're joining us soon.
I know I've seen your presentation a few times, and it is absolutely captivating. And I want to thank you for making such a generous offer to our audience today. You know, $1,000 is absolutely a lot of money. And your Alpha Fibonacci system looks incredible. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're looking for a proven system to trade the markets with incredible accuracy, look no further. You can find Alla's special offer in the chat box, and you can always find her at fibinstitute.com. Alla, thank you again for joining us, and God bless you. I hope you have a great holiday season, and we all continue to pray for peace in Ukraine. Have a great weekend and happy holiday season.
Thank you so much. Thank you, traders. Please do not hesitate to reach out. Thank you. God bless.
You're very welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to take a second to throw in that we are working out a sponsorship deal with a U.S. broker called Mumu. They'll give you 5 free stocks if you deposit $100, 15 if you deposit $1,000, and you get an extra one if you use our link that I just put in the top chat box. But I said at the top of the show we had a great lineup, and our next presenter is no exception. He was in the fire service for 40 plus years. He started trading futures on his days off 40 years ago. He has a great presentation full of brand new cutting edge material. Ladies and gentlemen, here to present Discipline Manager is Mr. Stephen Tremper of Tremper.com. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Steve.
Hey, Rob, thanks for having me back. Assuming you can hear me and you can see my mouse moving around.
I can hear you, but I think you might have the wrong screen up. I think we're looking at your inbox.
Okay, we're going to inbox. All right, let's try this one. There we go.
Much better.
Too many screens, you don't know where they go because they're all labeled differently. Microsoft labels them one thing, and
hey, at home I have the trading wall. It's got 3 75-inch flat screens on it.
Yeah, I got 5. Anyway, thanks again for having me. Just wanted to just give another shout out for this Discipline Manager, and we'll just kind of go through this real quick. As far as some people don't know what it is or never heard of it, and as other presenters have talked about and alluded to, is discipline, 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 and discipline. So that's, I guess there's nothing more than discipline. So anyway, what is and do you even need a discipline manager? And we're going to show you how to establish your rules within the discipline manager, show and give you some examples of what happens if they're breached. The cost, the special offer that we have today, and then how to download it and play around for a while, and then any questions and answers you might have, I'll cover that. So me, Actually, I've been in the fire service, as Rob just mentioned. I retired in 2019. Probably 10 years prior to my retirement, I started playing around with, you know, stocks. I got into the whatever stocks, options, failed after all that. In any event, I found futures, and it kind of became a niche, and you know, it's easy. I don't know, just worked better for me. But I still had struggled with the discipline manager, the whole psychological part of it, like a lot of people have. And I created the discipline manager for me. It wasn't, the intent was not to you know, do anything with it. It was just for me. And then anyway, it just kind of spread from there, and there it is. So anyway, a little disclaimer. Actually, the discipline manager doesn't do any trades, and we don't teach you how to do trades, and we don't show you trades. So I guess I don't even need this, but here it is. If you want to pause the video or stop and read it, if you're a speed reader, I'm not going to go too much in it, but just hypothetical, you know, situations kind of thing with any kind of trading. And just goes to show you the statistics of it. 90% traders fail. That's why I should maybe back up and read that verbatim. But needless to say, 80% lose, 10% break even, 10%, you know, make money consistently. So psychological emotions, you know, the hope, the greed, the fear, the regret, all that. I've been there, done that. I could almost tell you that a lot of other people have too. And you know, the lack of a trading plan and following the rules. You got to follow the rules. So you know, no plan is a plan to fail. And so if you want statistics, you know, I don't know why we spend so much money on statistics and surveys and all that. All you gotta do is go to Google, and they have it all there for you. So if you want to research any of those numbers, you can right there of who's making money. But needless to say, moving forward, you know, why do traders fail? And failure for loss limits, you're limiting your losses. As for over trading is a big one. Contracts trying to make up fear of, or FEMO, fear of missing out, and you know, just waiting. That was probably my biggest one, waiting. That's why I like NASDAQ, because I just can't trade ES. It's like watching paint dry. So needless to say, that's just some of the reasons why, and some combination of all of the above. But basically, my worst four-letter word is the word wait. As I just mentioned, I hate to wait. You've got to be able to master the ability to wait, self-control, and you know, you got to trade your trades. And if they're not there, then you just gotta wait. And we're not, you know, we get paid to wait. We're waiters, not traders. And there I am waiting. So psychology and discipline, and the rules to deal with losses. You have to get out quickly. Hold positions too long, skipping trades, you know, due to fear of loss. So you just got to get in because you're going to list. This is the big one, and so I'm going to miss it. So, and then over trading, I've hit that one earlier on. Oh my gosh, I mean, 100 trades a day was ridiculous. It was nuts. But anyway, the discipline managers cannot help you with your psychology, but it will help you with your discipline, and that then will lead to a healthier psychology. So take that for a little piece of advice there. But you need to control your losses. Whatever your average winning day is, don't lose more than that on a bad day. You know, you've heard the old adage, you know, surrender the fight, but not the battle. Everybody has, you know, different account size. So your 1% loss limit, you know, might be different than somebody who's trading micros and things like that. So everybody has their own wallet, and you just have to, you know, be aware of it and set your rules. Start small, build up. You know, Warren Buffett once said, was it rule number 1, never lose money. Rule number 2, never forget about rule number 1. And that is so true. You gotta protect what you've got, and or cut it loose. If it's not working for you today, just cut it and just go take a break. You know, there's the 4 choices: the big win, the small win, the small losses, and then the big loss. Now we could handle the bigger wins and the small wins. We could deal with those, but the big loss is the tough one, and we got to be able to manage that. So you could do that by, you know, stop losses, ATMs. You know, nobody really knows what the risk reward ratio is going to be. I mean, people know what the risk is, you know, based on sizes, but what's the reward? You know, can anybody tell you where it's going to stop? I mean, I know there's zones and Fibonacci's that we just heard. I mean, there's all kinds of places where we're going to get zones, and we see it happen, and it gets choppy or whatever, but nobody really knows where it's going to stop. Who would ever know that it would keep going up as much as it has over the last umpteen years already? So the risk side of the trade is the only thing you can really kind of manage, and that's stop losses. You don't want to move your stop. I've done this. I've been guilty of it. You move it back down a little bit. Well, you just keep moving it down, and it keeps chasing you. And before you know it, you just want to get out because you just want to stop the hurt. And then you don't want to get caught up in the revenge trading. You just double your contract size, and I'll get it this one, and you're not going to win. So you just can't give up, though. You really can't. You dig and you get so close, and you're just like, oh, forget it. And you're just finally there. There was a time where I just wiped every indicator off my screen, and I said, I'm done. I'm starting over from the beginning. I'm going to know nothing. And I started on page 1 and started all over again. So you just get so close, and then finally it starts to, kind of make sense, and you start to get into it. And, this is what your curve's going to look like. It's fun at the beginning, and then you realize it's kind of hard, and you're like, oh, I kind of get it. And down you go because, it slaps you back. And then eventually, you kind of get it. Now, how long time is, I mean, nobody knows how long time is. So it depends on the individual and how much you're putting into it. But regardless, you have to protect yourself from you with your personal trading manager. Now, big firms have their managers that police, the traders and whatnot. So you've got to be able to do that yourself. And you are the CEO of the business. So you have to put yourself in that mindset that you're the CEO, and you delegate your rules, whether your risk management and whatever entry rules you might have, and indicators that you might watch, but you delegate those to your trading employee. Well, your employee is you. You're just a small business, and so if your trading employee you get out of line, then your discipline manager controls the company's losses, so the CEO doesn't have a conniption fit. So at the next following CEO meeting that you have with yourself, or maybe your spouse, or whoever's in charge of the funds, you reevaluate your rules. I mean, did they work out this well? What changed? Maybe I should have done this or should have done that. You could tweak them when you're sitting down and evaluating, typically over the weekend, but whenever that might be, after hours trade. Some people do spend an hour after the market just to kind of evaluate their day, and when it's fresh, whatever that is, that's the time you want to evaluate your rules, but not in the heat of the moment. That's where you're starting to get into trouble in revenge trading and whatnot. So the discipline manager is designed to allow you to set your own hard daily and weekly drawdown limits and your goals. What happens when you reach so much of profit? What are you going to do? And if those hard drawdown limits are hit, then you're done for the day or the week, depending on what your settings are. But you're done for the day. With new trades not allowed. And once your daily or weekly goal is hit, then you can continue to trade, but never giving back more than a set amount, or none, depending on your rules. If you hit your goal and you're done, then it won't prevent any more once you hit your goal. I kind of like to continue trading, but I certainly gonna limit on how much percentage I'm gonna get back on it. So it kind of limits it a little bit. But this is called your dynamic drawdown limit based on the account high. It goes from the account high where you were, and then let's say you want to get 50%, you're willing to trade 50%. Well, okay, if your goal is $1,000 and you hit your goal for the day, now your drawdown rules apply, and you're only able to do 50% of that. So if at the end of the day you're walking away with half that. Warning boxes are displayed if you want, set percentages at that. Let's say if you're doing 50% and you want your warning to pop up at 30, you could do that. They're kind of like circuit breakers. It gives you a 15-minute warning. And so there is a reset. So when the time comes that you need to do your evaluation of your rules, then you can hit the reset button and go change your rules, and then apply them again, and they're ready to go. Or if you do it in market replay, you could do it there too and play around with it. But that said, if you opt to reset, you have to open up the discipline manager window, navigate to it, and then the reset button is at the bottom corner. But we had people ask us, if we could lock it down, or some people wanted passwords they can give to their spouse, so they don't. They have to kind of get it from them, you know, it kind of went back and forth with that. And we really couldn't do that because you are the CEO of the company. And if you want to fire the discipline manager, that's your prerogative. But it's there for a reason. So that's the whole purpose of wanting to understand how it works. So, but you can contact your broker. A lot of brokers now do have, you know, Ninja does have a limit on there. So you can put a hard stop on your account on a given day, things like that. But this is, you know, kind of goes a little bit deeper into your rules and allows you to do certain things. So here's some of the rules that you go into. So up here, you select your account. This just happens to be the sim account, but you could put rules on multiple accounts. You might have a micro account. You know, you might have a crude oil versus an ES. They might have different values. So micros and minis, you know, things like that. So you want to put your daily drawdown warning in there if you want it at all. And let's say it's $350, you're going to get a 15-minute timeout if you breach negative 350. And then you're going to stop at 500 with these settings here. So at $500, you're done for the day. And then on the other side of that is your goal. You've got a $500 goal. And once you've hit your goal, from there, you get 30%, you'll get a warning. Now, if you don't want any of those, you just put 999 in there and it'll just kind of, you'll never get it. But if you want the warning, you get a 15-minute timeout at 30% of loss of that goal. And obviously then 50%, as I mentioned, you get a totally halt of that. So you'd walk away with 250 in this scenario. And then the same thing with weekly, you know, it's just a little bigger because you're multiplying the days there. But, you know, in this case, it's 700 and you get a halt of 1,000 and then your goal's 15 and then you get again 30 and 50% of that. So, you know, this carries over for the whole week. The unrealized orders is more that came to be with all the hedge funds or prop firms that are coming into the trading world, and some of them use the calculations based on unrealized. So this will calculate it while you're intra trade versus, you know, at the end of the trade when you get out. Then it evaluates your P&L and decides, you know, what it's going to do. And then here, if you have multiple contracts on, if you breach a goal, let's say your first contract comes off, got stopped out or something, and you breached, with this being enabled as it is, then it would close all the other positions if you had that on. If you didn't have that on, then it would keep those open, but you could even lose more yet, you know, if you keep moving that stop down. So it kind of defeats the purpose, but it is available there too. And it shows stats down here. Obviously, it'll be nothing at the beginning of, you know, so NA or something if there's no stats, but it shows you kind of, you know, where you are. And then further on down is the reset button I was talking about. That's what that is. As far as so these are just 999s if you don't want to have any things like that in there. If you just watch it like a bot, if you have naked positions, I've got a hedge fund that has a couple licenses for these for just kind of policing naked orders and things like that. So that's available there. It runs in the background. It's not an indicator. You don't have to have it on every chart. It doesn't even go in the chart, actually. It's part of the control panel, and you open it up and you set your rules, and you would, like in this account, playback, you'd go there, you hit apply, and then it turns to this here. And then you go to the next account and you can put your rules and then apply those, you know, depending on what they may be. So it runs in the background on the control panel. And what it's doing is it's looking at your P&L for the day, for the week. And that's what it's looking at. So every time there's a hit on that P&L, whether it be just commission, like instantly when you put on an order, you instantly got a hit on your account. So that's going to count as a trade, you know, because that's a hit on the account. So you have to take that into consideration. If you only want to do 2 trades a day, well, that's going to be your commission. So you have to kind of plan accordingly on that one. So let's assume that your warning is, you know, 350 and then your halt's 500, as we just talked about. If you close your order and it's breached the 350, it'll kick in the circuit breaker, as I mentioned, for 15 minutes, and it just won't let you trade for 15 minutes. You come and then there's the warning box there that says trading's halted, and it gives you a time if you want to mark your time. Go get some coffee, go chill out, you know, come back with a different mindset, basically. And then at the end of that is that after 15 minutes, you're ready to go. So you come back again, and this time you breach your halt of the 500. Well, at this point, you're not going to be allowed to trade anymore. So you can put on an order, but within a millisecond, it's going to take it right off. And then you'll obviously you'll put it on, it'll take it off, and you've just cranked up a commission. And you'll think, well, I'll do it faster this time. You'll put it on, it'll take it off, and you got another commission, and maybe 3 or 4 times you realize, well, that's not working, and you're done for the day. So just save your money and come back. And there's your little warning there. It says the halt's been hit, and you're done. So on the other hand, we'll talk about good times. Let's say you hit your goal. So you get the warning box that says, congratulations, you hit your goal. So now we have new rules in effect. So this is where you kind of decide what you want to do. If you want to be done for the day, you would just say, I don't want to give any back. So it's 0%. I give 0% back, and you're done. If you try putting on another order just to kind of finish the move, it's just going to take it right off. Or as I like to do is I like to be able to trade a little bit, but just not. I don't want to give back full winnings. So I would kind of police that a little bit and just get back a percentage. And I've seen it all over the board: 25%, 50%, 90%, to cover commissions. I kind of like that one, because you're giving up 90%. So if you're playing with free money. You make $1,000 and you give 90% back, so you get a little buffer there for all your commissions and any kind of slippage and all that stuff. But for the most part, it's just a free day. But that to each his own. So once the goal is hit and your dynamic drawdown becomes effective, it will halt the trading if it's breached. Kind of just went through all that. And then I've seen 50, 33%, whatever you feel you need for your comfort level, that's what it is. But you make those decisions, prior to your trading. So as discussed earlier, the dynamic drawdown rule is incorporated as a circuit breaker. 15 minutes, you're timed out. And then there's a second goal. So let's say you hit your first goal. Let's say it's $1,000, and you've got your 50%, whatever it is, and you've got 50%. But now your next goal, if you want to change your percentage, that's when you need to get the next goal. So for instance, at some point in time, you're not going to want to give 50% back. So if you start, that's at $1,000, it's $500, is that's a decent amount to play with. But when you get to $2,000, $3,000, you really want to give back 50% of that. So at that point, you have to say, okay, when I reach this goal, then I'm only going to give back a smaller percentage, and you can go from there. And it'll just keep going up based on your high. So it's kind of pretty much what we just talked about. Shows you your numbers and how you can kind of work it out as far as your numbers. And obviously, if you're doing micros, you would not be using these numbers. So there was a new version back in November. We added a few features. We added the max trades, but keep in mind I like to actually change that word trade, because a trade, it actually should be a hit to your account, and whatever the good word is for that. When your account is hit with a price change, then that's when it considers that a trade. So when you first put on your first trade and you instantly get a commission, that's number one. And then when the trade comes off, or if you're putting on 2 contracts and let's say they get averaged in, well, your first one's going to get a commission, your second one's going to commission, and now you're in on 2 contracts, but that's 2 trades already. And then of course when they come out. So we've added that, and then the daily and weekly drawdown levels, and we've added some, the higher multiple levels that you could play with. Then the closed naked position was added later on in the following year. We added that one because I was kind of getting into bots around that time, and you would want to turn that off if you're doing bots or algorithms, whatever you want to call them, strategies. If you are trading those and they do not have stops, which some don't, then you make sure you have that off, because it won't find the stop and they'll take you right out again, and then your bot will put you right back in because things are still lined up. So, and then we added a default, so you could just save these settings. And it's not going to do you any good. It's not like a template, but it won't do you any good if you're doing one account with micro and another account with mini. You would have to reset them. But if all your accounts are, pretty similar with maybe just a few minor adjustments, you can set it as a default, and then I'll just pop in automatically, and then you can just change and tweak the few little things you have. And then the export button we added down here, I would recommend, and I've always encouraged people to, once you get your rules down, go ahead and click that button. It'll put a little TXT file, a little text file on your desktop. If you want to email that over, we take a look at it, and we'll tell you what's going to happen when, and then we'll send it back to you, and then you can kind of just confirm if that's what you wanted, or that's not really what you wanted. So you go back to the drawing board, and we'll tell you that. So that is that. As I mentioned, there's the drop down for these are, this is all the settings. It just goes, I can't fit it all on one screen. It's too small. So I just cut it in half. But, you do your accounts, and then you put all these in there. And then once you hit apply, and then it turns to that other screen. So that's it pretty much for the settings. The drawback with Discipline Manager, our main obstacle in the Discipline Manager can't suppress the market orders. And we're trying to do that. We've got a ticket in, as you see down here, we got a ticket in with Ninja's been in there for years, but they just don't have that, I guess, capability or whatever. So market orders, if your bot is triggering market orders, then it's gonna take it right off. Your bot will trigger it, it'll take it right off. So it doesn't suppress those limit orders, and all that's not a problem. So if you think you're gonna beat it, and you put on a limit order or a sell stop or something like that, it'll take it right off within a millisecond. But if you think you're gonna outsmart it, you'll just do a market order and get in, and within a millisecond, it's gonna come right back off again, and that's where you're gonna get your commission. So until that is worked out and Ninja's able to allow that, that's where we're at with that. So if you want to follow up on that, you can email this to Ninja and ask him what the status is on that. So anyway, getting started. Currently this has a different two different subscriptions through PayPal. I never really liked the final price. A price of thousands. It seems like everything's a couple $1,000s now, but hundreds or thousands of dollars, and you get it, and sure, you got a few days to play with it and trial it and all that, but there's ongoing expenses, and then you might not need it. A lot of people don't need it forever. I see people come and go. I see them come back after taking a little sabbatical. But needless to say, is my theory is it's just like pretty much everything in this world, like your car payment and your Netflix and everything else. It's you use it until you're comfortable, and you really don't need it anymore. So it is a PayPal subscription. It's $49.95 a month, or you can save a lot of money doing the annual thing. There is a 20-day download free trial, so all you have to do is just pull it down. I would recommend doing that prior to starting an activation, because the activation on PayPal will happen right away. So I would use the free trial and play around with it on Market Replay and kind of get an idea, and jump in on our social hour and talk to us about it, and see what see what your rules are, think about it, play with it, and when you're ready to move forward, then go ahead and activate your PayPal, and it'll take it. And then if you don't want it anymore, if you feel comfortable now, you've got a few things mastered, maybe a few months have gone by, then you go into your PayPal account and you control it. You just cancel it. No offense here. So there are monthly and annual options available, and it makes it very easily to go in there and turn it on and turn it off just by a few clicks. So you would go into Tools. This is the main homepage here, is at Tremper.com. So you go under Tools, and then you would go to Discipline Manager. And then in here, just tells you a little bit what pretty much everything I just told you. But in here is a little box there on a phone. I'm not sure how it looks up, but on a real computer, you just click on that box and it'll give you the options. And for today, we're doing the special thing of 30% off. So if you work quickly, it is for a limited time. We're going to end through the weekend, so it's the end of the week, and then Sunday. As part of the webinar, this manager could be downloaded using this, that button on the Tremper.com discount codes page. There's a special button there. I'll show you how to get to that, but it's a special subscription button that you could do that specifically and not using the one I just showed you. But it's a super secret button. But that will expire. It actually is going to go to Sunday. But the PayPal with this button, it'll start right away. So here's the thing. By default, you get a 20-day trial period, but this is gonna last till Sunday night. So you're not gonna get your full. If you wait until the 20 days, this will be over. So you kind of got to make a decision. Do you want to play with it right away and and get the discounted 30% off rate, or you rather go for the full 20 days and make a decision, but then this will be over by that time. So that's a decision you're gonna have to make. But to find that one, you go to the referrals page. This is an old one actually. So you go to referrals, and then you go to discount codes. And these are all these prop firms that we, the page goes down. There's a bunch of those prop firms. But under discount codes, we have a special button down here, and that's the button that you want to use for the 30% off, and that'll disappear. Matter of fact, it was turned on today, so if you were there yesterday, you might want to refresh your screen. But this is the discount codes of all these prop firms that we police and change constantly. And you could actually, if you want to subscribe to them, you could just use this link here and you can subscribe to it, and it's free. And just subscribe to your email. You put your email address in there, and then every time there's a change, we just send it out, and you could make your decisions on what you want to do with the different firms. It just seems like the more that pop up, the better it is for us, because they get to they're competing. So anyway, this is the button that you want to use for the discount rate, and it takes you then obviously to PayPal. You sign in. I think most of the world, I guess, has PayPal. I don't know. If you don't have PayPal, it's really easy to set up. But needless to say, then it would give you this rate. If you use the other, the main one on the discount, or on the under the Discipline Manager page, if you went there, that's just the regular button. So this is the super button. And then the only final thing I'll need from there then will be the contact page. So I do need your third-party license ID, not the machine ID, but the third-party license ID. And that is under your control center, and you would go to third-party licensing, and then you would put in Tremper. And in this contact page, it'll show you what to do. So you put in Tremper with a capital T and then lowercase REMPER, and then you put in a unique identifier. Now, I always suggest use the computer that you can put anything you want in there other than the machine ID again, double machine IDs. But you could put Office, PC, laptop, Dell, Commodore 64, whatever you want to put in there. That I like to use the identifier of the computer. Like I just just took delivery of a new computer, and I'm calling it what it is, the B940 or whatever it is. So anyway, that's pretty much about it. I moved relatively quickly only because I know we were running a little late and I wanted to stay on time. So if anybody has any questions, I'm more than welcome to talk about them and come back. If anybody has, I gotta think about that. If anybody has any questions, you can certainly go into the contact page or under the community page. I'm sorry. If you go to this page here, community, it'll show you how to. There's ways to get a hold of me, and through Skype, we have a Skype group. It's called the Traders Group, and it's free. You're more than welcome to go in there, and it's just a bunch of people, like-minded traders that just chit chat. We don't really do a lot of trades as far as calling out trades or anything like that, but it's a good handy thing about what do you think about this? What do you think about that? Hey, does anybody know of a good indicator that does this? That kind of thing. It's just more trader talk, and because it's a lonely game when you're by yourself in your little home office. So that's what that is about. And then also we have in there the trading room that we started. That came from our we had a psychology class. It was a 6-week class with a psychologist doctor, and we did all that. And at the end of it, said, hey, we want to have, we want to keep this up. And so we created what's called, well, it's called social hour. I wanted to call it happy hour, but it's called social hour. And we do that, and it's kind of turned into a daily thing. People come and go, and sometimes there's more people than others, and sometimes there's nobody there. I try to be there a lot. It's aftermarket hours. I try to be there myself personally. Even if nobody's there, I like to be there, just have it on. So if anybody has any technical support questions or just questions in general with any of these indicators, then I'd be available for them. And then the other one was the trading room. Sorry about that. I got something in my throat that won't go away. So anyway, we started the trading room, and anybody's more than welcome to go in there right now. Actually, my internet was down today, so it's off right now. But anybody, you go in there and again share screens with people. It's just another Zoom link, and there's not that much talking, especially if the market's busy or something. But again, it's another form of technical support, or if you have any questions, you can certainly do there. And I usually broadcast my screens, some of the bots that I'm testing and playing with, and you don't want to follow all of them because, oh, maybe you do, I don't know. But I don't call anything out. It's just a quiet room, and we just share screens and kind of see what everybody else is doing. So that's free too. It's all free. So you're more than welcome to check that. That's all under the community page. So other than that, anybody has, Skype, we're in Skype, the trade room. As I say, there's the email, there's the phone number, which I don't answer. It's going to go to a voicemail, but I'll get back to you. And that's really about it. So Rob, without further ado, if you have any other questions, I don't see any questions. I know I've whipped through this real quick, and I've done this before, so maybe a lot of people have seen it, but you got my time.
Well, it does seem to be a quiet group today. If anybody'd like to ask a question, I'd like to ask you to type it quick and put it in the chat box. If not, Steve, I'm gonna thank you for being a little shorter than your scheduled time and putting us back on schedule.
Told you I can get you there.
But either way, Steve, thank you for being here. I'm glad you got your internet issue settled that we tried to develop a workaround for before. We love having you on the show. Ladies and gentlemen, if your emotions are getting in the way of your trading, Mr. Steven Tremper of Tremper.com has the solution. It's called the Discipline Manager. You can learn more by clicking the link in the chat box or going to www.tremper.com yourself. His tools have been a game changer for so many traders struggling with overtrading and the many other emotional issues that we commonly face. Thanks again, Steve, for being here. Thanks for making an even better than usual offer, because we know this is our Christmas show, to our audience today, and taking time out of your schedule to join us. On behalf of Traders Corner, I'd like to wish you a happy holiday season, and that I hope to see you again in the future.
Thanks, Rob. Thanks for having me. Yeah, happy holidays.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our staff at Traders Corner sifts through hundreds of pro traders and brings you only the most credible and qualified to participate on our shows. And our next presenter, who is a decorated Navy fighter pilot and graduate of the Navy Fighter Weapons School, Top Gun, was also selected to be one of the largest options trading firms in the world and be their managing director of strategies. He's the founder and CEO of the Options News Network, and in 2010, he founded Top Gun Options to train retail investors of all skill levels how to trade options. He's trained over 10,000 people to date. Here to present Solo Amazon, the only stock you need to own, is Mr. Matt Whiz Buckley, one of my favorites. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Whiz.
Hey, Rob. Thank you, my brother. Thanks for having me, man. It's always good to join the group here.
Thank you for being here, and the usual, thank you for your service, man.
You bet. You bet. It was certainly an honor, and yeah, it was an honor. So let's go ahead and get airborne, folks. As Rob said, we're talking about Solo Amazon. This is the stock that I call the Death Star. So before we get airborne, make sure you silence all your electronic nicotine and no distractions, because you've never heard what I'm about to tell you. And that might sound like, oh, okay, great. That's not true. I guarantee you this is true. I guarantee you that what I'm about to tell you, you've been lied to. So sit up straight and let's get airborne. The Death Star. I'm not going to age myself, but I grew up with Star Wars, and now I have Star Wars nerds as children. Everybody should know what the Death Star is, right? That giant space station that literally was taking over the universe. That is the stock that we're going to talk about today. This stock is literally taking over the universe. It destroys everything it touches. It gets attacked every once in a while, and guess what happens? It rebuilds even stronger. This is the only stock you need to own for the rest of your life, period. Now, as Rob alluded to, I'm a former Navy fighter pilot, so a little bit of an aviation theme to everything that I talk about. So let's start with a quiz. Which fighter aircraft would you rather fly? Well, Whiz, I'm not a fighter pilot. Doesn't matter. You ready? Here's your first choice. Take a look at that cockpit. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the cockpit of an F-4 Phantom. Big hulking airplane, two engines, over 300 switches and dials in that cockpit. The pilot would spend a lot of what we call heads down time looking at all this stuff instead of eyeballs out of the cockpit looking for enemy MiGs or surface-to-air missiles, SAMs, or AAA anti-aircraft artillery. Folks, this jet was so labor-intensive, they threw another dude in the back seat to just run the radar. So would you rather fly that into combat or that? 2 flat panel displays. Folks, that's the cockpit of the F-35, the Joint Strike Fighter, the Lightning II. 2 flat panel displays, folks. I call this the Wonder Woman jet. It's essentially invisible to radar, and the pilot, kind of wearing a Darth Vader mask or helmet, sees through the airplane. When he or she looks down at the floor, they don't see the floor or the cockpit, they see through the jet. This jet is so smart, it actually limits the amount of information it shows the pilot at different portions of a flight because the jet's smart enough to say, yeah, she doesn't need to know this right now. I'm going to keep this to myself. Little creepy. These jets, these F-35s are actually learning what the pilot is doing for future use to get rid of the pilot. Ladies and gentlemen, trading is a form of combat. Somebody's going to win and somebody's going to get their ass handed to them. How would you rather trade? Like a normal retail trader or kind of like a fighter pilot? That's what we're going to talk about today. My promise by the end of this brief, give you a little bit of an up-to-date intelligence brief with everything that's going on, show you the only stock you need to own and a good substitute to trade. Real quick, why should you be listening to me? Well, let's take a look at how the quote smart money is doing year to date. I literally, during my lunch hour, getting ready for this brief, took this screenshot from the Barclay Hedge Fund Index. Year to date, ladies and gentlemen, how's the smart money doing? 2.35%. So if you're sitting there going, oh man, I wish I was in a hedge fund, you kind of don't because they suck. How am I doing? Okay, let's take a look, first of all, at the S&P 500 for the past, 6 months. Look at this thing, man. Rip your face off rally, implosion, bounce, implosion, bounce, implosion, super bounce. That's a lot of volatility, especially look at the last 3 months. Look at how much volatility is going on. During my lunch hour, when I took a screenshot of the Barclays Hedge Fund Index, I also took a screenshot of my personal brokerage account. 123%. Gonna let that sink in. The Dow is a joke. The S&P is a joke. The NASDAQ, 36%. How about 100? And that, you know what? Let me just go do this since men lie, brokerage accounts don't. Let's pause the brief and let's actually go to my brokerage account right here. Here it is. Here's my E-Trade account logged in right now. And there it is. Took a screenshot right here. Brokerage account 8465 is up 123%. And if you look in the past 3 months when the S&P 500 was going insane up and down, I made the smart money look exactly what they are. Stupid. There is no such thing as a smart money, ladies and gentlemen. Trust me, I've been to Wall Street and they ain't that smart. So that's why you should listen to me. If you're up more than 123% year to date in your personal trading, shoot me your resume and maybe I'll hire you. If you're not, sit up and listen. As Rob said, I'm Whiz, Top Gun graduate, F-18 guy, adversary pilot, Operation Southern Watch, Noble Eagle, Enduring Freedom. What's this have to do with trading? Everything. I had a very brief airline career. The morning of September 11th, I was getting ready for my first trip as a pilot for American Airlines out of Dallas-Fort Worth. I was also flying F-18s in the reserves. Saw what happened on the TV, knew we were under attack, and raced out to Naval Air Station Fort Worth and ended up helping the F-16 squadron next door sit combat and fly combat air alert. So, ladies and gentlemen, furloughed, which is a polite airline term for laid off. I got laid off and had to focus on what up until that point was a hobby. My trading was just kind of a hobby in the background. I'm like, I applied everything I was doing as a fighter pilot, having a strategy, implementing tactics, contingency planning, right? Knowing, sitting in a brief and saying, hey, what could go wrong during this mission that I should worry about now, right? And managing risk. If you're not doing all of these things in your trading, you're doing it wrong. So I applied all that to my trading, and it was insane. I popped up on the radar of one of the largest volatility arbitrage firms headquartered right there. That was our trading firm. Everybody should know that building. That's the Chicago Board of Trade. There's my trading firm I was in. I helped build a hedge fund when I was there. I helped build a retail brokerage that many of you know as Options House, and started my own financial media company called the Options News Network, ONN.TV. We were essentially the CNBC for options. I would shoot on the floor of the CBOE and the CBOT and give you all retail traders a behind the scenes look at what was going on in the options market. I like to jokingly tell people I felt like Eddie Murphy in Trading Places, you know, kind of a lowly retail trader off the street going to hang out with the smart money. Ladies and gentlemen, after my time on Wall Street, I can tell you the smart money is actually pretty damn stupid. From Jeffrey Gundlach. And do you remember during the COVID crash? Everybody remember that? Oh man, we need to close the stock market and take a break. And oh my God, stocks look good here. Remember Donald Trump? I'd be a buyer of stocks here. I love stocks here. The Dow opened the next day down 3,000 points. Ain't no such thing as a smart money, folks. I actually wrote a book about it called COVID Crash. I predicted the market crash to the day with the help of a deep throat buddy of mine who was an aide in the White House, who actually told me what was going on. I did outsider trading. I told everybody who would listen what was coming and what was going to happen, and we made millionaires at Top Gun Options. What happened to some U.S. senators and congressmen? They got the briefs that I got and came out to the microphones and said, what? Don't panic. Don't worry about anything. Everything's fine. And then they picked up their cell phones and called their wives, their husbands, and their broker and all their friends and said, get out. They did insider trading. I did outsider trading. So folks, there ain't no such thing as a smart money. We are the smart money. Real quick about me. I also have a podcast called the Max Afterburner Podcast on Apple Podcasts, iHeart, Stitcher, Spotify. It's ranked in the top 2.5% of podcasts on the globe. How many podcasts in the world? 3.2 million. So No Fallen Heroes podcast, Max Afterburner, go check it out. What do we mainly talk about? The No Fallen Heroes Foundation. Real quick, before we get into trading, I run a nonprofit. It's called the No Fallen Heroes Foundation. I provide healing grants to veterans, first responders, and their families, because their families serve too, to do psychedelic assisted therapy. Unfortunately, for the past 2.5 years, we've been forced to go to Mexico, Costa Rica to do this therapy. I am pleased to announce 3 weeks ago, we did our first healing retreat in the United States of America. So thank you, Oregon, and thank you, Colorado. We went out to Colorado with some first responders and some vets, and we saved and changed some lives. Anywhere from 22 to 44 veterans take their own lives every day. That's insane. That's obscene. That's a mass shooting every day, but they're veterans. Not a word from our administration, and the VA sucks. So I have the No Fallen Heroes Foundation, and I'm going to try and save and change as many lives as I can. That's me and my beautiful bride. Little old picture, but I love this picture because that's us leaving Chicago and the smart money to come to South Florida to do this on our own. So I've been trading and training people for the past, 13 years how to do this, and we've been crushing it. Here we go. Let's go ahead and get airborne. I have, and this, excuse me, this might be shocking and it might not be shocking to many of you, okay? Let's just be blunt. Wall Street's lying to you, right? Now, if you're sitting here going, duh, of course they're lying to me, Whiz. They You know, these people would push their own mother in front of a bus for $1. Yeah, trust me, I know, I was there. But how many of you have heard this since day one of your investing? You cannot put all your eggs in one basket. Do not do that. You cannot put your eggs in one basket. You have got to diversify. Diversification is important. The 5 tips to diversify. They froth at the mouth to tell you to diversify. They're lying. Who's lying to me, Whiz? That guy. Ladies and gentlemen, whenever you use the word broker, I don't care if it's stock, real estate, yacht, delete the word broker and insert the word what? Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've seen the movie Wall Street, The Wolf of Wall Street, Boiler Room, all these Wall Street movies, ladies and gentlemen, it's called churn. All right, boys, good morning. Pick up the phones. Let's call the little old ladies in tennis shoes and get them out of the stock we got them in yesterday and put them into this one today. Yeah, we just got them in. Yeah, get them out of that one. It's called churn. It's called commissions. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. These brokers want you in as many names as physically possible. They're lying to you. Now, before anybody types it in the chat box, haha, smart guy, I trade at Robinhood, and Robinhood, I don't pay a commission. I'm not a commission-free broker. Okay, smart guy, if you're not paying anything, you're not the customer. You're the product. If you are at Robinhood, ladies and gentlemen, or any other quotes discount broker, you know who the customer is? Ken Griffin at Citadel, or Stevie Cohen, Axe from Billions. You are not the customer, you're the product, folks. It's called payment for order flow. So don't give me any of that stuff about, oh, I don't pay commissions. You're not the customer. So ladies and gentlemen, the diversification is a lie. And you ready for this? And I'm going to be pretty blunt. If you haven't noticed already, as a fighter pilot, I don't have time to mess around. Very direct and to the point. Diversification is for stupid people. Now, if that hits you the wrong way, let's get a nice old man to clean it up for us. Diversification is a protection against ignorance. It makes very little sense for those who know what they're doing. That's a really nice, flowery way to say diversification for people, stupid people. The only stock you need to own for the rest of your life is Amazon, period. Now, I'm a political science major from South Philadelphia, South Jersey. I like pictures. Does anybody see a common theme in that picture right there? Look at the net revenue in billions. It is a hockey stick straight up into the sky and is not stopping. It will stop eventually. Why? Because it's going to literally take over everything. Look at the annual revenue by segment. Folks, I remember when AWS didn't even exist 10 years ago. AWS, ladies and gentlemen, is Microsoft right now. Look at it's obscene. AWS, I need to update this chart because it is making Microsoft look like a kindergarten. Now, cloud infrastructure. When you say the word cloud, who would you think would come to mind first? Oh, Google, Whiz, Microsoft, Apple, definitely cloud. Wrong. Q1 of 2023 market share. Amazon owns the cloud, and it is getting bigger. Take a look at this slide. Not to get too political, but I will. Democrats hate this slide. Why? This is an anti-AOC slide. Let me explain it to you. First of all, if you showed me this slide and blacked out the name here and said, Whiz, would you invest in this company? I'd say no, I'd short it and I'd be broke. Why? Look at the sales. Holy crap, man, that sales number is obscene. Look at the free cash flow. Okay, well, that's a lot of sales, and then their cash flow's down here. Profit. Sell it. This company's a joke. Look at, they barely make any money based on their sales and free cash flow. Short this stock, and I'd be broke, and I wouldn't be as rich as I am right now. Ladies and gentlemen, what does Jeff Bezos say? He says I take every day. He doesn't even know what the word dividend means. He's like, what the hell's a dividend? Why would I, quote, give money back to a shareholder? I'm going to take every dollar that I make and put it what? Back into the company. Jeff Bezos believes if I make some money this quarter, I'm taking that money and buying more airplanes, putting a competitor out of business, buying big pharma. Ladies and gentlemen, they make hardly any money. This is why I say Democrats hate this one. They're like, we need a big, filthy rich company tax. We don't make any money. Sorry. Move on. And they hate it. So, ladies and gentlemen, I love this. The guy takes the money and puts it back into the Death Star. It is awesome. In this solo Amazon service, check this out. These are recent screenshots from my solo Amazon members. JG, with a small account, trading Whiz's Amazon trades, netted $8,900 in a week. Kristen, out in San Diego. You guys are amazing. I trade a smaller account and have done 22 trades this year for $31,000. Christine, month-to-date profits on Amazon, 107. With more to go. Thanks, Whiz, for all your expertise and guidance doing day trades and short calls to protect my Amazon profits, learning from the best. And then Ann makes me look like I'm new. Amazon, in 3 days, I made 90 grand on short calls against my 30 contracts utilizing Whiz's guidance. Now, before I just sit here and blow sunshine and lollipops and unicorns and rainbows all over the place, what are the risks of just trading, whether it's Amazon or one stock? Well, ladies and gentlemen, stocks can go to zero. Anybody ever hear of a little mom and pop company called Lehman Brothers? A 150-year-old company gone in 24 hours, 48 hours? How about Bear Stearns? Our buddy Jim Cramer is very familiar with Bear Stearns. Do you remember he was like Khrushchev at the UN, a bald dude with a shoe banging it on the table. You're an idiot if you don't buy Bear Stearns. Bear Stearns is safe here at $70. It was at zero a couple days later. Nice call, Jim. How about pets.com? How about Enron? Ladies and gentlemen, I could spend the rest of my time, I won't, going through the graveyard of stocks that have gone to zero. Stocks can go to zero. But what's the common theme with all of these examples? They didn't own a thing. Enron didn't even own the building it was in. They were a middleman of electricity. I still don't get that. Pets.com owned a stinky sock and a URL. And Lehman Brothers and Bear Stearns owned paper. It looks like Lehman Brothers didn't even own the sign on the building. So, ladies and gentlemen, they didn't own stuff. Can Amazon go to zero? No, it can't. It's just physically impossible. I did business consulting years ago down south of Miami International at an Amazon fulfillment center. It was an aircraft carrier, robots, humans. It was insanity, and it was about the size of an aircraft carrier. So they own things. Let me be honest. I flew for FedEx for 10 months. Hated it. I did not like showing up to Memphis at midnight and flying until 8 in the morning to sleep in Scottsdale. No thanks. I can't sleep during the day. I bring this up because about 10 years ago, a buddy of mine who was in management at FedEx, hey, dude, you trade? Yeah, what's up? Jeff Bezos. I'm like, he owns Amazon. Why? He just leased 5 airplanes from GE, aircraft leasing. And I go, famous quote, I go, he's going to do it. My buddy's like, he's going to do what? I'm like, he's going to put you out of business. Dude, that's the dumbest thing I've ever. Guess who was right? Amazon is now shipping cargo for outside customers in its latest move to compete with FedEx and UPS. Look at the date, 2021. Amazon poised to pass UPS and FedEx to become the largest in 2022. Look at the date. I took this screenshot yesterday from the Wall Street Journal. The biggest delivery business in the US is no longer UPS or FedEx. Guess who called my buddy in Memphis the other day and he didn't take my phone call? Amazon is eclipsing both carriers and the gap is growing. Ladies and gentlemen, this thing ain't going to zero. Years ago, I said, get bearish on Rite Aid, CVS, and Walgreens. Why? Because Amazon is getting into the healthcare space. I predicted years ago that you'll get a text You'll either go to your front door and a drone's going to scan your face and drop a bag in your hand of your prescriptions, or you're going to walk out to a blue van, put your pin on the side of the van, and out that door comes your prescription. Amazon, clinics, 50 states, CVS is laying off 5,000 employees. What happened to Rite Aid last month? It went bankrupt. Nailed it. There will be no such thing as pharmacies in the future. Look at Walgreens and CVS in San Francisco and New York, Chicago, locking everything up behind plastic. What's this guy doing? Now, if you just kind of fell out of your chair right now, sit up. Why is this guy, love him or hate him, on the screen? Do you remember what happened his first year in office? He grabbed his phone one morning and started tweeting away. Amazon's a monopoly. Somebody should do something about Amazon. Total monopoly. What happened? The stock went down a little bit. I'm like, uh-oh. Whoa. The president of the United States saying Amazon's a monopoly and somebody should do something about it. Then what happened for the next 3 years? Nothing. The last year of his presidency, grabbed his cell phone again. Somebody needs to break up Amazon. It's a monopoly. The stock went up that day on that tweet. So there is, however, political risk. There is a bunch of people gunning for Jeff Bezos. He's a limousine liberal that could never bow deep enough to the mob. He just put out a video, last month? Love Washington State, but I'm going back to Miami. He just bought a huge place down in Miami. Why? Because the state of Washington passed some billionaire tax that would impact him and one other guy. And he's like, all right, I'm leaving. Just to live in the state of Washington, he would have had to have paid like $1.5 billion a year in taxes. So he's leaving. But anyway, there is risk. FTC is doing what? They filed a suit against Amazon that they're a monopoly. I'm old enough to remember, ladies and gentlemen, Standard Oil. I'm old enough to remember Microsoft, IBM. I'm old enough to remember AT&T. What happens when Uncle Sam says, you know what, you might be a monopoly? It takes on average 5, 10, on the far side, 15 years for them to get around to making kind of a decision. Oh, by the way, the last time I checked, Jeff Bezos is one of the richest guys in the world. He might have 1 or 2 attorneys on staff. So this thing, while it is a risk, it's too late. Amazon right now is Mercury. What do I mean by that? If you tried to smash Amazon, instead of one big monopoly, you're going to make 12 little monopolies. Amazon Air, folks, is bigger than FedEx and UPS. Amazon Prime, the entertainment division, makes Netflix look like a kindergarten class. When you try to smash, if you try to smash up Amazon, right now, the parts are more than the whole. I mean, they'd be better off to leave it as one. But if they break it up, I'm buying all the things they break it up into. But I don't think that's going to happen. James Woods, you might not like him or not, but remember a couple months ago at Lululemon, people were walking in, like they fired these Lululemon employees in Atlanta because people walked in and just stole stuff. And the ladies like followed them out like, hey, they're stealing this stuff. And they recorded them getting in their cars and the company fired them. Just so everybody understands the game here, Lululemon and these other national brand stores, Walgreens, CVS, don't care about theft because A, this crap is in fact virtually worthless, and B, they would rather sell it online. No fuss, no muss, no employees. When you see the stores locking everything up behind glass and forcing customers to select from a kiosk, it's a way to avoid excessive minimum wages to human workers and lawsuits, blah, blah, blah. Here's what I want to get at. Invest in Amazon, folks. Pretty soon, it'll be your only marketplace left. Period. We have been printing money on Amazon, folks. And let me tell you, I'm bipolar and so am I. What do I mean by that? I tell my members of Top Gun Options, I'll tell you how I feel as Whiz. How do I feel as Whiz? I think Jeff Bezos is a limousine liberal and a disgrace. At the height of COVID, his employees are running around with no personal protection equipment, no nothing. He pays crap wages and he's awful. Then, my other bipolar puts on a $10,000 Armani suit like Gordon Gekko and says, good. He should fire anybody who wants to unionize. You want to protect yourself from COVID, go buy your own stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, Amazon prints money to steal a Gordon Gekko quote from the movie Wall Street. You want a friend, get a dog. You want a conscience, don't invest in Amazon. You want to print money, you invest in Amazon. Now, what are the benefits? Those are all the risks. Didn't sound too risky, does it? What are the benefits, man? Well, if you're just trading one name, you're gonna you potentially profit no matter what direction that you go. If Amazon moves up, down, or sideways, I make money. Now, if you are a stock trader, you can also make money 3 ways. It's called the buy, hope, and pray. You buy a stock, you hope it goes up. If it doesn't, you pray. Not me. As an options trader, I don't care which direction the stock's moving. I can make money up, down, or sideways. I'll show you a sideways trade in a couple minutes on Amazon. That's going to make $2 grand this week. You stay focused on the news and events that impact Amazon instead of a ton of different stocks or ETFs. You become an expert in Amazon, reducing time spent on other positions. You see that right there? I have a buddy who's a doctor here in Boca Raton, right? God's waiting room. I live in Boca Raton, Florida. He's a surgeon, right? He, orthopedic surgeon, dude, I hear you're a good trader. I need your help. Met him at Starbucks, booted up his computer, swung it around to show me his brokerage platform. I'm glad he's a doctor because I fell out of my chair and almost cracked my skull open passing out. This guy who works 14-hour days, surgeries, office hours, he, ladies and gentlemen, had 33 positions in his brokerage account. I want that to sink in. And I'm going to, if you feel attacked, good. If you have more than 3 to 5 positions in your account and you're not doing this 24/7, you're not going to succeed. It's so funny because he sat there. I'm like, what is this? I'm like, I do this for a living and I can't do that. He's like, well, I think that's a pot stock. I'm like, did you just say, I think that's a pot stock? Yeah, all right, I'm moving on. This one's a surgical stock. My buddy got into it. It's down 50%. I'm going to wait for it to come back up to where I bought it and then got out. I'm like, Doc, you're a doc, right? Yeah. You're smart, right? I think I am. What's the math behind it having to go up to where you bought it in order? I'm like, stop talking. Get out of all of this shit and get into Amazon. 33 positions. Folks, at that firm in Chicago, my volatility arbitrage firm, we had a research desk. It was a long desk, 25 people on the research desk. These research analysts were paid a lot of money to eat, breathe, and sleep 2-3 names. Do you know how many times they got stuff wrong? Do you know how many times I'd walk over to the research desk and be like, dude, you're supposed to know this stock like the back of your hand and you didn't know X happened? Yeah, no. So tell me, retail trader, how you can sit here with 5, 10, 15 positions in your brokerage account. If you're doing it, awesome, good on you. Most people can't do it. Simplify your trading cockpit with Amazon, and that's it. Now, if you're sitting here going, you know what? I love everything you're saying, Whiz, but the diversification vampires, my broker bit me in the neck and I must diversify, does not compute to just buy one stock. All right, man, let me lay this on you. How about this ETF? It's called XLY. A buddy of mine once told me shrimp are nothing but a vehicle for eating cocktail sauce. The XLY ETF, the consumer discretionary ETF, 25% of the XLY is Amazon. Now, if you want some diversification, baby, check it out. Tesla, Home Depot, McDonald's, Nike, Starbucks, Lowe's, Target, Booking, TJX. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want a big chunk of Amazon, but I must diversify, listen to my broker, get yourself some XLY, man, and you get all of these. Me, I don't. I stick in Amazon because it outperforms the XLY. So how do we target Amazon and XLY if you're so inclined for max profit? The first thing we do when you become a solo Amazon member is I show you to establish a base position. For all the Marines in the audience, it's called a beachhead. In the world of options, I can hop in my Joint Strike Fighter and fly the speed of light into the future. I can go 2.5 years into the future. They're called leaps. And we establish a base position, long-term bullish out. We'll go take a look at the options chain in a second here, but 2 years out in the future, I'm long-term bullish on Amazon. And I can teach you a couple tactics, synthetic stock or a long call diagonal. Now look into the parentheses, folks. I never went flying in my F-18 fighter jet without an ejection seat. I never walked up to the jet and said, hey, Chief, pull the seat out. I want extra gas. I don't need an ejection seat. I'm not going to die today. That would have been the day I died. I do not do anything without an ejection seat. So I'm going to show you how to do synthetic stock or a long call diagonal with protective puts. Always, always, always got to have your ejection seat. After we have that long-term bullish trade on the books, we're going to trade the front months. What's the front month? You're sitting in the front month, November, December, January. So we can have there's two positions right there, folks. We have a long-term bullish trade on Amazon and I'm trading the Christmas rally or whatever you want to call it. Amazon's going up, some bullish spreads, or we buy some calls. Uh-oh, Amazon's going down. Who cares? I'll make money as Amazon goes down with some bearish spreads or buying some puts. Or Amazon moving sideways, there is a tactic called an iron condor. Men lie, brokerage accounts don't. Let's go look at my personal brokerage account right now. So this is my E-Trade account. I have a range-bound trade on Amazon right now. Look at this. It's called an iron condor. Let's analyze this trade. I call it a football trade. Why? These are the uprights. Oops, sorry. These are the uprights right here. There is a tactic called a bull put spread, and here's the bear call spread. I am risking $3,100 this week to potentially make $1,900. Okay, 68% probability by tomorrow that I make $1,900. I placed this trade on Tuesday, only risking $3,100 to potentially make 19. Now, I can't tell you what to do. I'm not a registered investment advisor, not a broker dealer. When you log into my live trade briefs, we do our solo Amazon brief every Monday at 10 a.m. You're getting the eavesdrop on what I'm doing, right? If I'm doing 50 contracts and that's risking $3,600, now Whiz, I only want to risk half that, then do half that. Well, Whiz, I'm rich, good on you. And I want to risk 12 grand. Okay, well then do 150 contracts. I don't know. I'm not going to tell you what to do. You're getting the eavesdrop on what I'm doing. I mean, here's how month to date in December, up 12 grand, man. 12 grand in my brokerage account. 12 times 12 equals $144,000 a year annualized in profits. So there's a perfect example of an Amazon iron condor that is a range bound trade. Let's go look at the chart of Amazon for the past. There you go. Look at this. There is my range. Amazon has been hanging out in this range as long as we stay underneath that 149 and above. I believe it's the 144 put. Look at this. It can, this is also why it's a football trade, right? This is your football field. This thing can run all over the place as long as it doesn't step out of bounds. And if it's going to step out of bounds, I'll eject or exit that losing trade and maybe put on a new one, maybe move the sidelines out of the way. So I can teach you how to do all of these things. How many of you would potentially like to make 2 grand this week? That's a nice little $1,900 based on $3,100 in risk. That's some pretty good living right there, ladies and gentlemen. And this is not hard, okay? If you're new, we have what's called full throttle training, where I can teach you how to trade options. Like I said, this is not hard, just a little bit of elbow grease to get up to speed, and you watch our training videos. Let me show you in our training account here. Look at this long-term bullish trade on Amazon right here. This, ladies and gentlemen, is all the way out into the future right here. This trade, let me kind of highlight it here, is up $11,000, 174%. When does it go out to? June of 2025. If Amazon keeps kind of going up and to the right, this trade, ladies and gentlemen, might be a 6-figure profit. Usually when I do synthetic stocks on Amazon, let's go look at the options chain. How far into the future can we be bullish on Amazon? So there's Amazon. Look at this. January of, you can go all the way out into the future to January of 2026 and get bullish on Amazon. When you join today, I'll show you how to do this trade. It's called synthetic stock. Look at this. I have my trade out. This was as far out in time as I could when I put that trade on. And between putting that trade on and today, it's up $11,200. Nice, slow and steady wins the race as Amazon just keeps going up in the background. Now, as I said, There will be pullbacks. I mean, Amazon ain't just going to keep going straight up. It kind of does. But when it does pull back, I do bearish spreads. Or look at this. We were doing bullish spreads here. And now that we've leveled out, we'll do range bound trades. That's what's funny is when people just buy stock, when this happens and it's going sideways, they ain't making money. I am. I just showed you an iron condor is a range bound trade. Once something settles into a range, I'm making money. Or if Amazon rolls over, I'm making money too on a bearish spread. Now the underlying synthetic stock might go down a little bit, but who cares? I'm profiting with a bearish trade that's going to reduce the cost basis of the long-term synthetic stock. Folks, I love this. I enjoy doing this. I enjoy people learning about this stuff. This is awesome. Ray, great question. Let's go look. I have on this trade right here what I call a disaster put. You see this right here? I have synthetic stock at the 95 strike all the way out to June of 2025. What I do, Ray, is I put what I call a disaster put, 20% underneath the stock. I call it a protective put or a disaster put. So yeah, so I actually have some protection on here. I've never, knock on wood, Ray, had to eject out of a synthetic stock position, ever. I remember I was in an Apple synthetic stock and when was it? It's when it broke 100, like years ago. And I was like, huh. And then the disaster put was a little green. And all that did was give me a warning like, hey, dude, Apple's getting a little hammered here. I'm like, it's Apple. I'm going to buy more. So I've never, knock on wood, had to eject. You do not do synthetic stock on something that you ain't uber bullish on out into the future, right? And then how's this portfolio looking? This is the primary portfolio. Look at this. The primary model portfolio, folks, is up $334,000 year to date. A hell of a lot of S&P 500 trading, and then there's some Amazon in there, $36,000. So very good question. But if you pick a name that's solid, it ain't going anywhere. Dutch, good question. When Amazon split the options split accordingly. So there's no, it was awesome. Matter of fact, with Amazon being down here and being cheaper, I traded even more. Okay, real quick. So I want to keep robbing everybody on time here. This is one of our newest live trading services here at Top Gun Options. Usually our other briefs are $167 a month. Solo Amazon, I can give it to you for $97 a month, or if you do an annual membership today, it's only $897. So what's that, a 25% discount? Let me give you both those links before I forget. So $97 a month, okay? This is kind of your test. If you want to test it out for 30 days, it's $97 a month, and it stays at $97 a month. There ain't no, hey, surprise, it goes up the next month. It's $97 a month until you decide to upgrade and save money in an annual. So I strongly recommend you do the annual. If you just want to check me out and make sure I'm not a complete idiot for a couple months, do the $97 a month. But if you're ready to go right now, this guy looks pretty savvy, knows what he's doing. There's his brokerage account up 120. I made some good money today too. So we're looking tomorrow. I guarantee you I'm going to be up to about 128% return year to date is right there. 123% year to date. I don't know why these other indices dropped off. Things like that, and that. How's it? Let me throw the Russell up here too. How's the Russell 2000 doing? Let me compare myself to every major index. Look at the Russell, 3%, 6%. All right. So either do the annual or do we or do the monthly. Ray, if we do the subscription, can we convert to annual? Yeah, you bet, Ray. Some people do the 97 a month for a couple months, just like I said, to make sure I'm not a complete idiot. And then they email us and say, hey man, I want to upgrade to the annual. Absolutely. Yep. So already showed you the Amazon results. Hey, Whiz, every Monday at 10 a.m. I can't be in the solo Amazon brief. I work. Well, guess what? 80% of our TGO members work for a living. You don't have to be in the brief. During the brief or right after, I'll send out an email alert and a text alert. You get two. I send out the trades, any trades that I do in the brief. There's a screenshot of a text alert, and then I just take a screenshot of the trade, the order ticket, and the risk ticket, and it goes in an email. And then about 30 minutes after the brief, I post the replay. Chris said, I'm so geeked. I've been a subscriber for almost 3 years now, and this is the first time I've been able to attend live. I only know you from the replay. So you don't have to be in there live, folks. You can, a lot of people just, yeah, hey, Whiz, I just watch the replays, man, since I can't attend live. But it's like you're there live because you get the email and the text alert as soon as I place it, folks. Today, I'm also going to throw in, since I'm in a Christmas mood, Kwanzaa mood, winter solstice, or Hanukkah, your manuals, primary, intermediate, advanced. Now, for all the political science majors in the crowd, hold on, Whiz, it's $97 a month. But today I'm going to get manuals that if I tried to buy on your website, you charge me $197. Yeah, that's what my marketing team call it. They're like, it's called an irresistible offer. I'm like, that, I think that's stupid. They're like, no, you get, it's $100 of value. So there you go, folks. You're getting manuals today if you do the monthly for $97 that I normally charge $197 for. So that's a great deal. So here's what you're going to get today: access to the live trade brief every Monday at 10 a.m., the text and email alerts, the 3 skill-based manuals, and you get access to our online forum. It's called the Ready Room. Like the Ready Room of a fighter squadron was where you hung out, and I learned more about flying and fighting the Hornet in the Ready Room from anywhere else. I'm not going to go through all these case studies, but we are printing money in the service. If you want to test fly, like I said, the link is in the chat box, topgunoptions.com/solo-amazon-monthly. But wait, there's more. I feel like the Flex Seal tape, guys. If you don't know what you're doing with options, it's an upsell. Just like on Amazon, when you check out, they're like, hey, do you want to also buy? Do this for you. Other places charge a couple grand for options training. It's $195 to get session 1 through session 8. I take a building block approach to my trading. This is a call, this is a put, this is a spread, this is a, we take a building block approach. Do the full throttle training for $195, folks. It's a no-brainer. Start watching the replays of the previous training to get up to speed quickly. This guy was a Blue Angel, Mark Provo, call sign Utah. Good morning, less than 20 trading days. I'm up 15 grand on a 40 grand account. I'm like, dude, if you can do that, anybody can do that. So, okay. And again, I'm not going to waste all your time with all the testimonials. If you need more case studies, I can put you in touch with current members, folks, but it's a no-brainer at $97, folks. And I guarantee you, once you check out what we do here at Top Gun Options, this is the gateway drug to our other services. If you didn't learn anything today, I failed miserably, but I guarantee you, you at least learned this. Simplify your trading cockpit. Even if trust me, not for me, for you. Take a break today and look at your positions in your portfolio and go, am I the guy flying in that F4 Phantom? Do I have too much in here? Simplify your trading cockpit, and I guarantee you it will improve your quality of life. I guarantee you. A couple questions in the last minute because I saw some questions. Pam, is this for beginners to the market? Absolutely, Pam. Take the full throttle training. If you don't even know what a call is or a put is, that's what the full throttle training is for. And just like the motto of Top Gun, if you think you're good, we'll make you better. If you think, I know what I'm doing with options, I'm telling you, man, take the full throttle training, because I have people who think they're Jedi master options traders who do the full throttle training going, dude, I didn't know that about that. The way you presented it was differently than I ever learned before. So Pam, it's absolutely for beginners. I take a building block approach. Okay, so like I said, I want to get these guys, I want to keep them on time because Rob's a good dude. So folks, like I said, if you didn't learn anything today, at least take a break right now. Look at your trading cockpit and see if you got too much going on. Amazon is the Death Star. It ain't going anywhere, and it is printing money. Okay, folks, have a great rest of your day. Happy hunting. Make sure you hedge. Fights on. Rob, thanks for having me, my brother. If I don't talk to you before Christmas, maybe I'll see you down here in Fort Lauderdale, my brother. Fights on.
Hey, I'm on my way down there on the 10th. So if we keep in contact via email or something, if you want to have a coffee or show me your jet, I'm very open to it.
Yeah, but absolutely. Yeah, keep me in the loop, bro.
I will. Thank you for being here. I always love watching your presentation. Always on point, insightful, relevant, Amazon is definitely an exciting instrument to trade. A lot of money to be made with that one ticker alone. And being a military vet, I really appreciate and respect the discipline and rules based on that strategy. And, your side nonprofit and all that you do for, returning heroes, PTSD, the stuff like that. But now more than ever, we need discipline in our trading. Thank you for joining us today, Whiz. Thanks again for your service. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Whiz Buckley of Top Gun Options, and he's put both of his links in the chat box to save me the trouble of having to. Happy season, brother.
Thanks, bro. I'll talk to you later.
Be well. Did I mention at the top of the show that this is a holiday special and we have a great lineup of seasoned professionals? Our next presenter is just that, who possesses more than 25 years experience in equity and options trading with expertise in technical analysis using options to hedge and speculate and portfolio asset management. He uses technical analysis, market internals, sentiment gauges, and volatility to trade stocks and options using Master Trader's techno-fundamental approach. He formed Master Trader with Greg Capra, an icon in technical analysis, to educate self-directed traders in trading and investing. Here to present trading buy and sell setups on all time frames is Mr. Dan Gibby of Master Trader. Welcome back to Trader's Corner, Dan.
Awesome. Thanks so much for that nice introduction. Good afternoon, traders. Sound good, I assume?
I've got your splash screen up and I can hear you loud and clear.
Awesome, awesome. All right, we have a fantastic webinar in the next 45 minutes. As always, just subject to time limitations, my promise to you is I will deliver as much actionable hands-on education as possible that you can implement as soon as we finish here. A lot of so-called educators spend the majority of their time marketing, not us, maybe to a fault, but we just like to give value-packed education, then have you come check us out and learn more in real time. And, I'll talk about the green room in a little bit. So we are technical-based traders. There's many ways, I would say, to skin the cat for profitability, assuming you have an objective, systematic approach to trading, which we do. Whether you're going to learn to trade, whether you want to be an engineer, doctor, basketball player, you need an objective approach. That's a starting point. That's the school, if you will, the course. And then from that point forward, psychologists talk about the 4 levels of learning. And we get so many people coming to us saying, you know what, I'm an idiot. I recognize I've blown up my account. I don't know what I'm doing. I need education. That's what psychologists call conscious incompetence. Now, unconscious incompetence it's in the vernacular, it means you're an idiot and you don't know it. You're on a sugar high in a bull market and you will get run over one day. And so this is the starting point, our technical approach. And then once you have this, the goal is to get to the unconscious competence. What does that mean? It means I don't have to think about it. The knowledge flows flawless in a real live environment, but that takes seasoning. So price is king. We start with a compelling pattern. I say no setup, no action. That is just the starting point. We then overlay these other concepts, the total of which makes up our Master Trader Technical Strategies approach. So in simple terms, okay, I got a compelling pattern. Where is that pattern in connection with the overall trend, support and resistance? What do multiple time frames suggest about the probability of this trade working? Volume is secondary, moving averages are secondary. We teach how to use those to speed up the analysis. Volume more just highlights important turning or exhaustion points. And what are the broader markets doing? Am I putting on a trade that's swimming upstream or with the tide in the broader markets and or the particular sector? You know, Greg, my partner, says, look, you know, we should put these two up front, because like running any business, and that's what trading and investing is. You need to approach it like that. You need a trading plan. You need proper position and money management, or you will very unlikely not succeed. Trader psychology. I can teach you all of this. You can get an A+ on our written exam. You know what to do. But I kind of call this the nut behind the keyboard. If you don't have the discipline and patience to follow your objective plan, then you're not going to succeed also. Now, being on the sidelines is inadequate response. No action is action, as we say. So we only act when we have a high probability setup. When we start our technical courses, you know, I kind of sometimes use little 8-year-old Johnny as an example. Hey, little Johnny, we teach what a candlestick is. It visually represents the open, close, high, and low of whatever time frame you're looking at. It reflects the battle of the bulls and the bears on that time frame. And then we, as I said here, then we take these pictures and look. The first one here is trend analysis. So, okay, little Johnny, where is this picture in one of these 7 pictures? So we teach little Johnny, look, these are the only building blocks, the only possible moves that a stock can make. Now, when I say stock, it obviously applies to anything that moves. An ETF, a future, a cryptocurrency, whatever you can chart, I can trade. I can trade a bag of rocks, if you will, trading beanie babies. I guarantee you, if you give me a daily chart or weekly chart of beanie baby sales, I'll tell you right when it ignited and right when it topped out based on the greed climactic sell setup. Uptrend, higher pivot highs, higher pivot lows. What's a pivot low, little Johnny? Well, I have 3 higher lows to the left, 3 to the right. You can easily put that in your computer on TradeStation or whatever platform, and it'll put a little dot there for you, as you'll see in my upcoming charts. That's an uptrend. We have different tools to profit on patterns and uptrends. Downtrend goes the opposite. Lower pivot highs, lower pivot lows. Gotcha. What's a sideways trend? Relatively equals highs or lows. We want a minimum of 3, and this can be a trend change on a bigger time frame, or it can be just a consolidation in an existing trend. These, very important, these are what we call the transitional phases. This is where your uptrend is cracked the uptrend by definition, which we define as failing to make a higher low. And then okay, is this picture going to now turn into this picture? Same on the bottom. This is how we trade bottoming patterns. And this is a consolidation, either in a bottoming pattern or an uptrend. These are breakouts and breakdowns. So those is where we're looking for the picture. And we have many more, but this is just a beautiful slide that is timeless, that we show all the time. And these are 9 pictures of what we call bullish money patterns. Every one of these. Today, I'm going to make you a master of this in the next 35 minutes. This. on any time frame, any instrument. And then you take this picture, which is a retracement and reversal on support in an uptrend, little Johnny. You enter over the reversal bar or bars, stop under the low, manage in between. Now in an uptrend, I'm expecting a new high. And then we teach you how to manage that with bar by bar analysis, with trailing pivots, etc. All these other 8 pictures here are bullish patterns. And then you apply these other concepts, just like every trade. So today I'm going to make you a master of this, and then obviously the opposite of that, which would be a sell setup. And I'll talk about options also, because I love trading options, both long and short. And on this pattern, it's a bullish pattern, okay? It's a bullish pattern on an uptrend. So what are my tools to make money on a bullish pattern and an uptrend? Well, I can buy stock. Got it. That's easy. I have a litany of bullish option trades ranging from long call options to short puts to bull call, debit spreads to calendar spreads. There's many different bullish option trades. So I'm primarily going to show you directional trades, and also calling a short-term bottom here. I'm going to show you a number of trades where we're going to be selling either naked puts or put spread, where we take in income expecting this low to hold by expiration, and we keep the money. It's that simple. We call that an income trade. So here it is for little Johnny. Keep it simple, the KISS method. Got it. I want an uptrend. I want higher pivot highs, higher pivot lows. Got it. Although not shown on this chart, I want a rising 20 period moving average above the rising 50 period moving average. That's just a visual confirmation of my short-term trend is rising and above a rising intermediate term trend. Got it. I want a controlled retracement from a V-top. What the heck's a V-top? Well, it means it went up and it retraced just from like 2 bars here. What we do not want is a retracement from what I call a rounding top or a square top, where it goes sideways for 5-6 bars, then retraces. Why, you might ask? The answer is common sense. The more bars you have up here, the more resistance it's going to be on the way back up. Strong uptrends, reversals on, this is minor support or prior highs, major support, the MS here are prior pivot lows. We want the reversal to happen on minor support as a general rule. Although if it comes all the way down here, it's still tradable. It's just we don't expect a new high because of the deep retracement. And then we want controlled pullback, meaning the opens and closes here are relatively close. They're not tails, overlapping bars, because that's not a controlled retracement. You enter over the reversal bar, stop under the low, manage in between. Got it, little Johnny? Got it. Let's look at some examples. This is just a different visual display of what I just showed you, but it's another example, another illustration of the KISS method. So little Johnny, you know, some educators, some people, they like to use these fancy names, Haramais, and we don't use oscillators, fibs, Ichikumi clouds. All that nonsense is what we call a subjective indicator, which only clouds your decision-making process on clean charts. So watch how simple this is. Little Johnny, I got an uptrend, higher pivot highs, higher pivot lows. I already defined that for you. The picture is going to be different, but I'm looking for a retracement, pictures of reversal on minor support, which I already defined in the other slide is this prior pivot high. Got it. This is easy. I've never traded a stock in my life. And after 15 minutes, I get this. Buy over the high of the reversal bar, stop under the low. Look, we're expecting it to make a new high because it's in an uptrend. Now, another one of our concepts is called the price void, V-O-I-D. So whatever trade you're taking, long or short, you want insignificant resistance to the left if you're buying, and of course the opposite. You want insignificant resistance when you're shorting for it to earn significant support when it's moving down. So it's able to move to the intended target. Opposite here, obviously, we're in a downtrend, lower pivot highs, lower pivot lows. Look, this is pictures of selling. Why, Dan, is that a picture of selling? Well, let's use common sense again. Let's just assume this is a daily chart, but as I said in the title, whether it's a 5-minute chart, 15, hourly, daily, weekly, monthly, the analysis is 100% identical. So this bar, while it's being developed in the time frame you are trading, was at the high. But the bar's not over yet, right? It's still being formed. At the end of the bar, sellers pushed it 90% down. Okay, I follow. All right, the next bar, it took out the low. It couldn't go very deep, and it's an indecision bar. It closed at the open. Got it. Next bar, aha, got you. It took out the prior tail. Not so fast. The bar's not over. Now it closed with a monster topping tail, a bigger range than these other two bars, and under the opening price. These 3 bars combined are pictures of selling. And where did that selling occur? It occurred at minor resistance in a downtrend. Is this sinking in already? We short under this little bottoming tail, this little doji bar, stop over the high of this topping tail, and I have, because of this fluid move up, I expect it to do this. I expect it to take out this prior support and keep moving lower. This is purposely drawn as just showing you a different flavor of reversal. There's 100 different flavors. But in our course, we teach you how to read price action. Now, I give an analogy to poker, to a professional poker player, not a novice poker player who's just using luck. Because a professional poker player, professional trader, I don't care what hand you give me that I'm dealt. I and Greg teach you how to interpret the message of this hand, this pattern, and how to make money from it. Or I don't trade. Just like the professional poker player saying, I got no odds on this, I'm trading, I fold. Okay. Again, just one different picture of showing what I'm doing here and showing you the micro and macro. So when we say macro, we're trading this micro pullback and reversal, which I just showed you, on support in a larger time frame uptrend is high probability setup, you know, with the price void and VTOP and those other things I talked about. All right, so we've already gone over this. It's just a different visual. Let's jump into patterns now for the rest of the time together to illustrate examples. This up here that I took a screenshot is a closed trade. Every one of our trades we track in open and closed spreadsheets for in the members area. And if they're given during the day, we send them out in a Telegram alert. And then all the way to conclusion, we give them the date, the symbol, the stock or option trade, the technical setup. So that's what I'm underlying here. This is a buy setup and bullish reversal. What we just covered in the last 20 minutes. So here's, I mean, this one came from a bottoming pattern, so it's not, you know, in a long-term uptrend. But here's a power breakout bar, gapped up, so there's no entry. There's nothing to do up here. Here's my controlled fluid pullback. I'm waiting, I'm waiting, I'm waiting, I'm waiting. 2 bars. Would I buy over that? Nah, I need more confidence of reversal. What about now? Absolutely. I now have a 3-bar reversal. Remember the slide I just talked about? Pictures of a reversal above the 20 and 50. Look, this was just a trade a couple of weeks ago. A week ago, this month. So we buy over this, stop under this pivot low, manage in between. So this one, you know, our spreadsheet just calculates a position size for a default. Traders obviously can increase or decrease, they can paper trade, they can do whatever they want. But for a $300, our spreadsheet will spit out the proper share size based on entry and stop. Manage in between. So here we had a gap up, we sold some pre-market, and then we sold into a rally, take the money, 8% in 2 days. So we're in this 2 days, these 2 bars. Now I'm going to show you a sell setup, but then I'm going to focus on buy setups and we'll come back with as much time as we have for sell setups. So little Johnny, do I have a downtrend? Lower pivot highs, lower pivot lows, declining 20, declining 50. Yes, sir. Johnny, do I have a retracement and reversal at resistance with pictures of selling? Yes, sir, we do. Why? Well, because this bar right here tried to move higher and had a range expansion bar that closed way below the open. Got it. Sell setup and reversal daily and weekly. So I'm not showing you the weekly chart, but do you remember on one of my first slides talking about other our concepts that we use multiple time frame analysis to increase the potency of this trade working? Actually, I should have mentioned that here too. Look, so on this one, I had this is our acronym for a bullish 1, 2, 3 continuation on the weekly. So I'm not trading the weekly, I'm trading the daily. But what I'm doing here is saying that the weekly chart 100% supports this daily setup. So this one did too. I also have a sell setup on the weekly chart also. Folks, I mean, we're odds traders. Our approach shows you how to find high probability setups. Anybody who tells you, oh, I'm 98%, 99% successful, I would run. I would just run because they're full of it. If you find an educator saying that, then they should go to Wall Street and get a hedge fund to back up their trade, and they would keep it locked up in a vault. We have a batting average of 85%. Of course, we take stop losses. We could have shorted this, and the next day it gapped over this red bar. And then we'd have to, you know, we have a general rule, move stop 30-minute high, and then, you know, we have a losing position. Nothing you can do about that, particularly if you're holding overnight. You know, and another just kind of, you know, friendly warning, it just irritates me, the amount of snake oil salesmen out in the market, just it's saying, doing whatever they want to try to line their pockets. But look, you Google us, mastertrader.com. My partner Greg Capper, me, Dan Gibby. I've been at it 25 years full-time, you know, 40 years part-time. Greg, 30 years full-time. He's pioneer in the market. And if you see somebody, you know, I heard, you know, earlier in this presentation today, actually, you know, some guy saying, look, you know, this one customer made 45%, you know, what was it, 25,000 on a 40,000 account in a month. So look how good I am as a teacher. You know, my immediate response to that is that trader, assuming it's true, and I'll just assume it is true because I have no reason to think otherwise, the only way on planet Earth that you made $25,000 on a $40,000 account in a month is if you took ridiculously stupid risk with zero money management. So you will never hear us making a testimonial like that. Now in my option course, I do have one module called intelligently going for the home run, but it's still technical based. It's not buying a cheap lottery ticket out of the money. It's done extremely selectively, and it's rare. You know, I don't use the term home run. I use the term high probability, systematic, objective approach to making money trading stocks and options. All right, we'll go through as many examples as we can here. So this one, buy setup on minor support after breakout at the 20 MA. We've spent 30 minutes together here, folks. Is this not clear as day already? We had a multi-month consolidation. I had a closing breakout on this bar. It gapped. So I'm not chasing this thing, but it's on my watch list to see what it does. It retraces, momentum slowed on minor support. Notice this tail took out the prior bar's lows, range expansion closing above these two bars high. This is a no-brainer setup. And remember, I keep talking about the price void on all these examples. Notice this is a V top, right? This is a V controlled retracement. And I'm expecting it to go through this and look to the left. It has room to run. It has room to move higher up. So here, 7%, 4-day swing trade, trail stopped out under this big green bar, we sold 1/3 here, 1/3 here, and then we're just trailing the back third. let the stock take us out. This thing could have gone to $85. I don't know. We just have ways to manage the trail. What do I got here? Beautiful. Look, here's a fantastic example of moving averages showing me I can remove these candles. I'm not saying you can trade off moving averages. What I'm saying is we teach you how to interpret what these moving averages are doing under the hood. Now we put on candlesticks and it just makes it that much more compelling. So I have a rising long-term trend. My 200 is down here. My 20 and 50 are in downtrends, slopping around. Okay. They've both flattened out in a long-term trend. I broke out here. Broke out again. Now I have a 3-bar retracement on support on the 20-period moving average. We buy over the high of this tail, stop under the low, manage in between. In this case, we bought call options instead of stock. We do that, and it's my preference when they are liquid, because the benefits of trading long calls and puts, you get the benefit of leverage and limited risk. And a third benefit that they don't advertise in the textbook, but I do, is if you are stopped out, the majority of the time, my loss is less than yours if you are trading stock, because I still have time premium left in my $37.50 call. So let that sink in. So, you know, this is a closed trade. You can read the history here. 47% return in 2-day trade. 2-day trade, we were in here. 2 days later, we're out here. 47%. Now, my partner Greg has this saying. It's the same but different. And it kind of reminds me of going back to the poker player, that we know how to read price action. Every situation is not going to be identical. So this is a deep retracement all the way to the 50, but these overlapping bars, this breakout is my minor support. Now in this one, remember I told you I was going to show you how we sell some naked puts and put spreads. I'm waiting for a reversal. We call it the turn, T-U-R-N. Now we have MasterTrader. If you go to YouTube, I should have had a slide to show you. Go to YouTube and just scan MasterTrader. Every Wednesday at noon, we give a 1-hour free educational program, and similar to what I'm doing here right now. But my partner Greg and I, we tag team them. And we have, we've been doing them for over 5 years. But this would be in one called the turn. This is retracing, and I'm waiting. I'm just sitting back patiently. I got my alarm set. I'm waiting for the turn. At the end of the day, since this is a daily chart, I have a range expansion, bottoming tail, engulfing with a fluid retracement and a price void. Now, could I have bought calls or stock over the high of this bar, stop under the low? 100%, you could have. But when I find, so this one actually I'm reading here, we actually did this, and that's why we didn't buy the stock. We did this as an earnings trade, saying, look, I don't think this thing's, even into earnings. We sold the 137 puts. So look, here's 140. So it's $3 lower than this. And one contract represents 100 shares of the underlying. So let's say you sold 10 of these just for round math. $550 would go into your brokerage account. It's yours to keep as long as workday closes above $137 short strike at 9/16 expiration. So we love trades like that. You know, here same but different, right? I have a 3-bar turn at the 20 and 200. And when it triggered, it had to go over this topping tail. So we bought the stock, buy setup and reversal at the 2200. I mean, I'm hoping you all are getting excited here. It's like, oh my God, never have I watched a webinar and learned so much in 36 minutes already. But do you see this? Now look, this is junk. You know, maybe down here I would sell a put spread. This range expansion, I'd sell a put spread, but that's not today's topic. This is a deeper tracement, but I got a 3-bar reversal. I bought the stock, sold into increments. You know, 4-day swing. Another trade. Here's my buy setup. Here's an example of showing multiple time frame in alignment. So look, 20 above 50 above 200, multi-month trading range. It broke out. We do not buy stocks that run from the bottom of the range to the top of the range. You wait for a buy setup, retracement, and reversal. The weekly chart, see these 5 bars here, is this weekly closing breakout. So that's strength. This retracement on the daily is this bottoming tail that we're getting into on a smaller time frame. Hopefully there's a lot of light bulbs going off right now. Same but different, same but different. I got a nice uptrend here. Wide range bar, controlled. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually gapped down and recovered. So that's additional proof that there's buyers lurking below. Simple trail, we bought the stock here. There's a technical setup, which you have ingrained in your brain already. Buy setup at the 20 MA. After wide range breakout on the daily. Again, 1, 2, 3 on the weekly. I'm not showing it, but the weekly supports it. And there you go. 8-day swing trade. I guess very simple management under a prior bar's low. Here, breakout from a bottoming pattern. Look at these MAs. This stock was dead meat. It was dead. Now it came back to life. For whatever reason, who cares? Consolidation over time, broke out. What did I just say on the prior slide? We don't buy, well, this one was called an initial breakout. So that one was buyable, but we're not talking about that today because it was tight consolidation. Now this bottoming tail was what we called a tail, T-E-L-L. And here's my buy setup with 2 bottoming tails on minor support. Manage in between. Same but different. Broke out. Now I have this is a 1, 2, 3, 4 bar turn. 4 bar turn. I'm buying over the high of this target. You know, this is more of a square top, which I told you, or rounded top. I told you I don't like. But this 4 or 5 bar turn is bigger than this turn. And I have a price void and I'm a swing trader, which means, hey, 1 to 5 day hold, 1 to 10. I'm here to make money, take a couple bucks out of this, off to the next trade. That's a high probability setup right there. Buy over the high of this bar, stop under this red bar, manage in between. Also a fantastic candidate to sell a put spread. I've mentioned that I'm power packing education as much as I can give you on this allotted time. I'm showing you obviously screenshots. We have a live trading room My partner Greg and I start at 9 a.m. He does amazing techno-fundamental analysis of markets, sectors, currencies, etc. Starting at 9 a.m., which we do broadcast on YouTube, by the way, from 9 a.m. to 9:30 Eastern up to the market open. So if you can check us out on YouTube, feel free. And then I come in and talk about gap trades, tier 1 trades, open trades, anything of interest. And then throughout the whole day, we, it's like walking the talk is what I say. So I'm talking now, I'm teaching, hope you're learning a lot. But this has experienced the power of our technical approach in real time. We're scanning together, we're trading together. We come up with these. We use TC2000 to scan on all time frames, regardless of what the market's doing. We have a plethora of trading ideas every single day and answering questions. So we have just a no-brainer, 7-day trial. We have it for 7 calendar days, just so you can spend 5 trading days with us. Come watch my partner Greg and me do what I'm talking about in real time. So this is just to show you that on a small intraday time frame, how it works the same. And it's another great example of multiple time frame analysis. So spiders here, 15-minute. Rejected at major resistance, deep retracement under a prior pivot, broke down. So I say to myself, get me on board for a day trade short. So I'm watching, I'm waiting. I don't know what's going to set up, if at all. I don't know. But here's my retracement. This is my sell setup at the 20, at minor resistance, with a potent turn. Now I drop down to a smaller time frame if you want, not obligated. And I have an M top, which is a microscope of these 2 bars reversal on the 15-minute. So I short under here, stop over the high, manage in between. Here's my price void. Do you see how there's insignificant support? I'm expecting it to go through this pivot low, and there's nothing to stop it. Now, I'm not saying that my target was here. It just fell apart, and we had a great trade. But I would just be in trail mode, and I would let the stock dictate when I had to get out. But total beautiful sell setup for a day trade short with a multiple time frame alignment. All right, I got to finish up here. We can go through these quick, but look, breakout. You can see here, little Johnny, pull back on support, pull back on support. Same but different. Here's another 15-minute spiders. Downside shakeout, greater than 100% retracement. Now you're giving me a buy setup with a price void? Is this Christmas or what? That's my entry right there for a day trade. Stop under this little reversal. All right, so folks, sell setups here. Look at all these stars. There's just multiple ones there. These are sell setups. We give, a bearish option trade. I could show you hundreds of examples, but these are all real trades. We give subscribers both a stock and, 2 different types of option trades. So what I'm going to leave you with is our end of year special, the best prices of the year, and it's for our stock and option courses, the full ones, the individual ones, the trading room I mentioned to you. Take a $7 trial. Then if you subscribe, check it out for a week. And then the annual is like, it's ridiculously priced. Like, I don't know. I think I heard Greg say $1.50 a day or something like that. And then some focus courses. Go to mastertrader.com/2024 specials. And then Greg did a great little video for a subscriber the other day that I just put here in this link, video specials. And he just walks through these products and explains them, because You know, we want to get you on the right path. So that's it. Hope you enjoyed that. Any questions, email me, dan@mastertrader.com, and I wish you the very best of luck and happy holiday season.
Dan, I have to tell you, being a veteran trader and sitting here watching you go over the setups and, you know, a little bit of humor that you put into things, you had me laughing out loud and just saying, oh my God, look at that. It makes so much sense. But you and Greg have really provided the trading community with incredibly valuable services and education for the last 25 years. Your technical bar-by-bar analysis and what you guys do at Master Trader is second to none. Love the presentation on trading buy and sell setups on all time frames. Great stuff. Thank you so much for being here on Traders Corner. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Dan Gibby of Master Trader. You can learn about more or take advantage of one of the offers by clicking the links in the chat box. And you can find Dan and Greg at mastertrader.com. Thanks again, Dan. Have a happy holiday season. I can't wait to see you on the show again.
Likewise. Thanks again.
Be well. Ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to pause and wish all of you in attendance today a happy and blessed holiday season. We have just over 1,000 registered traders who are from all over the world joining us today, and we really appreciate you being here. And I think you'll be happy you stuck around. Next up is an extremely gifted trader and software developer who became interested in trading as a college student. Let me make him the presenter. He started using NinjaTrader out of curiosity to test his ideas, and now has over 14 years of experience with programming on the NinjaTrader platform. He's actively day trading futures, focused primarily on the NQ, and he is most passionate about futures trading, but remains committed to building the best day trading tools. He enjoys connecting with his clients and bringing their ideas to life. Here to present NinjaTrader to the next level, tools for success, is Mr. Joel Wyse of Affordable Indicators. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Joel.
All right. Great to be here, you guys. Get to wrap up the month of November with everybody. So excited for this. Thank you, Rob. All right.
Oh, my mute button stuttered on me, but you're always welcome, my friend.
All right. Well, let's get into it. So thank you, Dan. I think Dan has stepped away, but seems like just a legend in the day trading space. And I love the idea of just getting back to the basics, looking at price bars, price action. So cool just to see that. It really encouraged me a lot in my own trading journey. And as you guys know, it's always up and down, but just grateful to be in this with you guys. So let's get into it. I've mixed some things up today. Some of you guys might be familiar with me. I'm going to actually pull up the chat. And I want to watch here. You guys, who in the room has never been introduced to me before? If you could just hit me in the chat, I would love to see that. Just say, hey, never seen you before, Joel. I'm brand new to who you are and stuff like that. So we'd love to just get some interaction. I'm going to be watching the chat for your questions as well. So just let me know if you guys have anything. So let's get into it. My name is Joel. I'm a developer on the NinjaTrader platform and also a futures trader. I'm presenting to you today. Here we go from my office. This is my desk. So I'm literally sitting right here looking at the screens and presenting to you guys. This is my office condo that I purchased and remodeled a couple years ago. So bear with me. I'm a little under the weather and I've seen that in other presenters today. So I think something must be going around. Want to take a look here real quick, just show you guys. I've been trading with Apex and not so much in the futures trading space today. We're going to kind of be talking about futures today. And these are some of my payouts that I've received through Apex Trader Funding. So if you guys aren't familiar with that, feel free to reach out to me. I'd be happy to explain it. But I am day trading for a living. That's my goal. I'm in this with you guys to actually profit on a weekly, monthly basis in the markets. But I'm also building tools on the platform to help me with that and help you guys with that as well. So this is, yeah, 12K in payouts. Just want to show you guys. And I'll show you also my current account values later in the presentation as well in a trade copier platform that I built. Guys, I've heard several people talk about a trading plan today, including Dan in the last presentation. I just want to show you my trading plan. And sometimes we say, like, what is a trading plan? Well, I've been trying to figure that out for myself, right? My entries aren't black and white. It's not like I have a fully automated way of entering the market, but I do have some rules and some parameters that I'm trying to follow, right? Because if I'm gonna be successful, I think that this is so important. I hear from so many people, and I actually have a lot of respect for Dan. I've never heard of Dan before, but loved a lot of things that he said. And he talks about a trading plan. So, excuse me, trading hours 9:40 to 11:40, 2 hours. Maximum trades 5. I'm not going to trade more than 5 times. If I've taken 5 trades, that's it for the day. Right? So what that's going to do is minimize my over trading. I'm going to be thinking strategically about every decision, waiting for the right setup, like what Dan talked about, where you get the perfect setup to pull back into support or resistance, right? Markets allowed. Not a big deal for me. I'm not really watching my markets. Just to clarify, there's 3 markets I'm allowed to trade. Contracts allowed, 1. So contrary to a lot of what guys say, like we need to scale in and scale out, I'm just all in or all out. Like I'm in one contract, target and stop. And I'll show you some of that today as well. Language, silence. And I would say no swearing. But yeah, we're trying to keep the language in silence and the mindset positive. No matter what happens, I'm going to keep my emotions in check. So those are some things I wrote out. Thought it could be helpful for you to define your trading hours, maybe minimize your trading. So I wanted to share that. To keep moving, I'm going to ask you guys a few questions about trading just to get started. Do you think your results would improve if you had strict risk management rules for each trade? Yes or no? Hit me in the chat. Have you guys ever had a day where you're like, how did this get so out of hand? Because you didn't manage your risk, right? That's right. Next, do you struggle with trade exit decisions, such as determining the best target and stop loss prices? Yeah, I think we all do, right? Gets close to a target, doesn't quite hit the target, and you're just sitting there in disbelief. You're like, it happened again, right? Second guessing ourselves. Have you ever second guessed yourself when making decisions about trade entries or trade exits? Right, so we've all been there. I can relate. I've been there. I'm there every day. I've made some trades today. I'll show you as well. So I'm going to propose that most traders are at a disadvantage. And why? Because day trading is different when you have the right execution tools. And that's what I want to show you today, some of the tools that I have to offer. Let me take a sip of water real quick. So NinjaTrader is outdated. For those of you that don't know about NinjaTrader, there could be some of you guys on here today. The chart trader has not changed in 12 years. There's a right-click function that covers up the chart window, and it's just very basic options for entry. Right now, I love entering on the chart. Entering the chart is fantastic, but I've seen some improvements that were needed, and I've done some work to actually make some great improvements. All right, let's take a look. This is the standard NinjaTrader chart trader, right? So when you right-click, it's covering up the bars. We got some beautiful bars here, kind of like what Dan was showing us with wicks and pullbacks and the moving averages. All right, but when you right-click to place the order, what's happening? It's covering up the chart. Or you've got the dome, right? People still use the dome. Does anyone still trade off a dome in this room? I hope not, because to me it just seems super confusing. When you're making your decisions based on a chart window, why wouldn't you want to trade in the chart window, right? And so just saying that to say, I want to offer you guys today, my chart trader platform is an upgraded solution. It's called the Enhanced Chart Trader. So I've got some great discounts for you guys today. I'm going to show you some of the features. I'm also going to show you today, though, different from other presentations, going to show you some of my trade setups and some other things that I have to offer. But today, the primary focus still is going to be around the Enhanced Chart Trader. I think it has value for every single person in this room if you're on the NinjaTrader platform. It's a suite of execution tools for both entries and exits, and it's going to allow you to build the perfect chart trader configuration based on your trading plan and your needs. Which reminds me, Rob, you don't have to chime in, but I would love to meet with you, Rob, and just hook you up with this. I know you've been using it, but just answer your questions and want to get you on the software. That's my promise to you, man. Just 'cause we've done so many of these, and I can't believe I haven't met with you yet. So
I'm always open to it, and I'm very happy to use and, you know, whatever, you know, our presenters' products and give them a recommendation based on what I find. So thank you for that.
Yeah, well, thanks for chiming in, man. I didn't know if you would totally be, but I'm sure you're on the whole time, which is great. But yeah, what it allows you to do is just based on your trading plan, build the chart trader for exactly what you need. That's the idea. And I continue adding features based on what customers need. So let's take a look at the basic chart trader tools. This is what's going to replace the standard NinjaTrader chart trader. You've got the click entry buttons, limit entry buttons, exit order display features, break even buttons, attached indicator, trade execution display, bar counter display, and then there's also the profit and loss display. Kind of the top 8 features in my basic starter package of the chart trader that I built, the enhanced chart trader. This is the basic chart trader tools. So I'm gonna go through those features real quickly here. So we'll first look at the click entry buttons, right? So this is a NASDAQ chart, by the way. Let's get acclimated here. A 1-minute chart, which I will talk about later. Let's just go through some of these features real quick, right? So to place an order, you're just gonna click buy click or sell click. And I'm no longer thinking, am I buy stop, am I buy limit? It doesn't matter, right? I'm just buying. Buy, click the chart, right? Or sell, click the chart. Same thing you can select your ATM and your quantity up here. On Ninja, you're right clicking, okay? So you're right clicking, now you gotta move your mouse down, select buy. If you want to do limit or MIT, it's just not nearly as intuitive, in my opinion, as what I built over here. The limit entry buttons, Ninja has built in buy, sell, buy bid, sell bid, versus over here, I've got customizable buttons, okay? Won't go into the details of how they can be customized, but with an offset, you can see -1, +1, it can be customized. These are gonna place limit orders immediately. Exit order display features. Let's take a look. So I'm gonna switch to Sim off of my Apex account. And I'm just gonna go ahead and hit buy market, okay? We have a 20-point stop and target. But let's take a look, and this is on the micro, so I'll switch to mini. All right, over here, exit order display, I've got the amount of profit. You can also toggle this to see the amount of ticks as well, but look, as I change this, I can now see the amount of profit that I'm gonna be taking in the trade. Now, actually, I'm always thinking about these products, and I'd love to just make it so if you toggle this white box, it would change between points and currency automatically. So maybe I'll do that in the next update. They've got a lawnmower outside here. But that's a comparison of seeing the exit orders and how they're displayed, right? So I'll close that trade. Let's take a look at break even, right? So when I'm in a trade, I actually got a break even button, which I should have done that in this trade, but we'll just go long again. We're pulling back into the moving average. You can actually hide your P&L by right clicking. Do you see that? You right click, you can hide your P&L. I had a customer request that he didn't want to see his P&L, it was distracting, and so I said, sure, we can put that in there. So with the right click, you can hide your P&L. But the break even button here is going to actually allow you to move your stop to break even. I'm going to put it break even -20 because just to make sure it does move. And now with the click of that button, I'm now 5 points or 20 ticks below break even, one click of a single button. Again, Ninja side, no break even button, right? Attached indicator. Let's say that I want to sell this up here is the 5-minute 50 EMA. Let's say I want to sell that with the enhanced chart trader that I built. You're gonna click on, not right click. You're gonna click on sell click, move your mouse up and then hover. You can see how it says 5-minute 50 EMA. What you're gonna do is you're gonna click, and now the order is immediately attached to the 5-minute 50 EMA and trailing until it gets filled. How cool is that, right? On the contrary, on Ninja, you'd have to right click, place the sell, right click on the flag, go through this long menu system, properties, scroll through all the indicators and plots, find the right plot, okay? Almost impossible to do or cumbersome to do compared to 2 clicks. Click the button, click the plot. All right. Trade executions display. This is where I'll show you where we've taken a few trades, but I'll just go to data series here and we'll just set this to text and markers. With Ninja, we've got a lot of unnecessary text being displayed. Over here, I'm just showing the profit and loss. I'll actually flip over to my Apex account and just show you guys my trade from this morning. It's a $400 trade, 20-point trade. I shorted up here in the red on the open, 932, I believe, or 931. And it's funny, I want to start using the mute button when I have to cough. I just think it's so, I apologize, you guys. But yeah, this execution display, super clean, right? It just shows the entry with the red, short entry with the red arrow, the target with the white arrow, and the amount of dollars in the trade. You guys cool with that? You tracking here? A couple more things. Built-in countdown display. So generally a countdown display is something you need on every chart. So you can see this is counting down number of seconds till the bar closes. That's built in. Obviously you can turn it off. Don't have to leave it there. But just another convenience factor when you're setting up, you know, to trade on a chart. The counter is built in for any chart type. And lastly, the profit and loss display, which I've built. Click on it to show without commissions. This is I made 1 trade today, no big deal. Without commissions, with commissions, okay, or hidden. So you can toggle that. You can also toggle, you guys, between all instruments or only NASDAQ. So why is this showing $1? Because I actually took 1 micro trade in and out this morning as well. So it's only showing this particular NASDAQ trade, but then if you have all trades, I lost $1 on a micro trade, micro NASDAQ trade as well. So you're able to separate your P&L for only the instrument in the chart, which again with Ninja, you're just kind of locked in. There's no options to even hide. Like I said, you could hide your P&L when you're in a trade. All right. So continuing on, I want to show you guys, I want to talk through some risk management ideas because this has been so important for me personally in the last couple weeks and improved my trading drastically in the last month or so. And so I want to show that to you guys. And so just before I do that, I'm going to pull up my Apex accounts. So you see here, I've got 3 accounts at the very top that are ready for payouts, right? I'm going to take payouts of $2,000 each in these 3 accounts. It should be a $6,000 payout total. Why am I taking those payouts? Because I want to secure profits, right? I believe it's part of risk management. I can always move down to these next 3 and continue trading those, but I can secure the profits here. And as my trading plan and my discipline continues to be refined, I'm going to keep adding more funded accounts and getting payouts, right? But to lock in this 6K really helps offset expenses of paying for these other funded accounts. I've showed you guys the other payouts I've gotten in September and October. So this is tonight, probably stay up at midnight because I'm so excited and submit this thing right away, December 1st. But the only reason I show that is because I want you guys to know I'm actually in the game, right? I made 1 trade this morning, got me over the hump in this 51 account. 52 and 3 were already over the hump to secure a payout with Apex. All right, so let's talk risk management now. I'm going to put this up. I want to go through 3 quick concepts on risk management. Why do I believe that risk management is the most important thing in futures trading, probably in trading in general, right? Even Dan mentioned this. If you're taking an account from here to here, you're probably taking way too much risk. And futures is, Dan would probably say, very risky. But with anything else, if you're managing your risk in futures, it doesn't have to be risky, right? So risk management is the most important thing. So you have 3 points: trade setups, fear, and decision making. Regarding trade setups, they're less important, right? How many times do you have the perfect setup and it doesn't work, right? And you're like, man, I had like 2 things right here and the price just blew right through it, right? Stop me out, right? Because that's because the market's random, right? We don't know what the market's going to do. We can try to determine what it's going to do, but we have no idea what it's going to do, right? So what we can control is a risk every single time. We can't control the market, right? Fear. With good risk management, we're able to execute trade setups without fear, right? We know going into a trade, hello, exactly what we could win or lose in the trade. So what freedom to enter the trade, right? Where there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. Yeah, I don't like to lose either. That's why I said my trading plan, my language is silence, and my mindset is positive, right? I hate losing. Like when I have some losing trades, and I end the day with a daily loss, it's hard for me to even do anything in the afternoon. It's not fun, right? I'm still working on that, but I'm just saying, managing your risk should be helpful when it comes to fear. You're able to enter trades without fear because you know in advance, hey, the most I can lose here, most that can happen here is I can take an expense of $200. That's it, right? Risk management. And the third point is decision making. You're eliminating stress when you're taking a decision out of the factor, right? So let's look at each of these a little bit. Trade setups, there's thousands of possibilities with indicators and logic. The market is random and always changing, right? Probabilities are hard to define perfectly. Like you hear people say like high probability setups. Really, what does it even mean? Like if you could actually back test it, when you just like take this exact same black and white setup every time, and then past performance does not predict future. So even if you have a quote unquote probability with a fully defined black and white, programmable strategy, past performance does not predict the future. So again, risk management, most important. Trade setups, less important, right? Fear with risk management. Fear, again, with a predefined risk and reward on every trade, there's 2 possible outcomes, a win or a loss. And now there's nothing to be afraid of, you just execute, like I said, right? And lastly, again, decision making. I think this is just such an amazing quote. And I want to read it. It's Natasha Duke. I looked her up. She's a master of arts. It says registered psychotherapist, I believe is the title. You can Google this, but decision fatigue is a phenomenon as opposed to a diagnosable medical condition where the more decisions a person makes over the course of a day, the more physically, mentally, and emotionally depleted they become, right? So do you ever feel like at the end of the day, you're physically, mentally, and emotionally depleted when you finish a trading day? I know I can. And so if we have our risk management predefined, guess what? Once we get into the trade, just cue the popcorn, right? We're just gonna watch what happens. There's no more decisions to be made about this, okay? I'm gonna show you a way actually to set up your risk in a way that it is predefined. All right, you guys with me here? Again, put questions in the chat. I'm gonna get back to the charts in a moment if you have anything. I'm gonna show you now my essential chart trader tools. It's got some ATM strategy planning, and this is all around risk management, you guys, position sizing as well, and then some ATR based targets and stops. I'm gonna jump ahead here in the presentation. Yeah, cool. So I'm going to show you a little bit of this here as well. And actually, I just want to focus on even more so just some of the concepts around risk management. So this is the essential chart trader tools right here. You're going to have some position sizing as well. So like, let's say you guys want to apply risk management in your trading and you're using micros, okay? Now what you can do is set up your trade. So let's say we're trading like Dan proposed, right? We get this big reversal bar and we're about to let's just go ahead and hop in along let's just go ahead and say we want to buy this pullback right here to this high, right? Like Dan said, it's busting out, wiggles back, we're going to buy it. We can actually pre-set up our stop below the low. So let's say below this bar's low, we want to stop out. Look what's happening as I'm planning this trade. As I change my stop size, it's going to change the entry size to always keep our risk. You guys see this right up here at $200 per trade, right? So this was a trade we probably just wanted to buy market on. And now we're hitting the 5 minute 50, which is another thing that I watch. I've got the 1 minute, 20, and 50 EMA. This is a 1 minute chart, and then the 5 minute, 20, and 50 EMA. I think this is some solid resistance here, I would think. But again, here's the concept I was saying with risk management, right? When we're going to take a trade, this is how I've been trading, actually. I'm going to go through this concept with you guys. All right. Right down here, you have the ATR. The ATR is called the average true range. It's giving you the size of the bars from high to low. So the average size of a bar is about 6 right now. Excuse me one moment, I'm going to take a drink. All right, so how I configure my risk is I'm going to say, let's just go ahead and take a short. All right, I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm just going to sell market. All right, so what's going to happen here is my risk, and I didn't have this on correctly. Give me a second to turn this on. Oh man, I don't even have this in here. We got to go to this chart. Actually, let's go to my Joel chart. I had that chart ready, I believe. So if I turn this on over here, initial exits at an ATR of 14, what that's going to do is automatically set up my targets and stops to be 2x the ATR. So let's say I sell market here. Again, I'm on my Apex account. You really got to pay attention. All right. I don't really mind selling an Apex account anyways, but we'll sell market. And what this is going to do is it's automatically set up my target and my stop, okay, to be 2x the ATR. So you can see how I have an 11.75 target and stop. How's that calculated? It's calculated because it's 2 times the ATR value. So the ATR value down here is 5.5. Okay. And right now it would be about 11, right? If it was 2x that. So that's how you determine the ATR. So when I make a decision to enter the trade, and again, I wouldn't enter this trade. I mean, this is to me counter trend. I'm trying to be with the trend, even though we know like with the trend can still bite us, right? But I would more so be looking for a pullback in here, gave us a fake out down and came straight up. That's okay, that's not the point. The point is feel the freedom that once you made a decision to enter the trade, there's no more decisions left in this trade, right? I've decided in advance, I'm 1-to-1 risk reward, and I'm determining the exact size of my targets and stops based on the ATR, 2 times the ATR. So you can take this concept and apply it to any minute chart. You could do a 2-minute chart, a 5-minute chart. You can use the minute charts to get your target and stop values and then apply those on other chart types that you're trading to kind of determine what your risk and what your reward should be. So again, this concept here, I believe, really simplifies trading, and it's simplifying everything for me as well. Just being able to only focus again on like, when do I want to enter the market, right? And I'm thinking about adding rules to this, like allowing myself to tighten the stop, right? I'm only allowed to tighten the stop. So say this trade starts moving down towards the target, I could tighten the stop to be just above the high. So I'm reducing my risk at that point as an example. So I think trading plans are meant to like keep you within a boundary, right? And not necessarily like hard and fast rules on entry, for instance. So just want to throw that out there.
Target filled. So
I'm going to show you guys a few more features of this, and then we're going to wrap it up. I'm thinking, let's see here. When did I start? 2:15. Let me see. Yeah, 2:15. All right, so I've got another 15 minutes. So I'll go through a few more features here with you guys, and then I'm going to give you my offer today, and you can take a look on the website and see the chart trader. If you guys use Apex, I'll just do a little plug right now on this. I would love for you to grab my trade copier and risk manager. This is like, I'm personally using this to trade my own accounts. Now, these aren't configured as master and follower accounts, but if I did, this is what it would look like. In fact, this will be my plan tomorrow. I'll trade 54 as the master with probably 55, 56, 57, and 50. I'm gonna trade these 5 accounts starting tomorrow, and I'll leave these 3 accounts where they're at and just go in and out with 1 micro, which I can do right here. Let's say that I wanna do minis on these, and I'll do 1 micro on these. So I can still copy these, have 1 micro in each trade on these, 1 mini in these. I try and get these up, but these I just want to preserve the capital to get the payout. All right, but just a little plug on my trade copier. If you guys use a trade copier, I've solved a lot of issues with this trade copier. Rob knows, they've been emailing out about it, which is fantastic. So I'll just do a little plug on that real fast. 1 window for keeping track of all accounts, keep all accounts in sync with one another. You've got a trade copier portion and a risk management portion with that. All right, and so we did a comparison between NinjaTrader and my enhanced chart trader. All right, I've shown you a few of the basic features, giving you some basic, and this trade is a losing trade. So you can see I'm about as genuine as it gets here. But again, it's a bullish, like we're in a bullish move, right? So that's a gamble anyways, trying to get, you know, a short when it's moving up like that, even though it is the 5-minute EMA. I'll just comment on that briefly. We'll keep moving. So like right here, you've got bracket entry. So let's say you want to enter a bracket above and below the market. You can do that, right, with 1 click. You can also do that when the bar closes. So let's say you want to enter that, you want to enter a bracket when the bar closes right before a news event. This is for news events specifically, right? It can get your buy and your sell entry in right before the news event comes out. So we'll watch this countdown. Let's say this was an 8:30 news event, for instance. We could get right here 2-1, right there. The orders are in before the bar closes. All right. So that would be like a news tool if you guys trade the news. Here you can enter on the bar close. Okay, if you want to enter, like say when you get a green bar, for instance, you would just turn this on, and now it's just waiting for the bar to close, green, and it's going to get you in the trade. Let's see what else. Range and Renko, obviously these are, yeah, this is an amazing, this is a really cool chart because we see the same pullback we just looked at, right? Into the 1 minute, same 1 minute EMAs over here on the range when we get a green bar. With my tool, you can actually configure this to enter on the next green range bar. So let's say that even on this short we had taken, hey, we know we think it's overbought. What we want to do is sell on the next red range bar. You just initiate this button, and what it's going to do is it's going to trail, see how it's trailing this order up? It's going to trail this order so that when the next red bar closes, you're in the short trade, right? Hopefully that makes sense. This is like, again, a tool to get you in when the range bar closes, but it's trailing the physical order. So it's a great tool because you're going to avoid slippage that way compared to waiting until the bar closes. All right. Let's see. We got same thing on Renko. If you guys use Renko, this is the same pullback we just looked at. Incredible. You just configure it like when you see it pulling back. Again, talking about decision making, right? Like that's often the hard part for me about this trade. Let's look at this trade, right? If you had configured this to just take the next green Renko bar, you'd be long right here. Obviously, it's always easy in hindsight, right? I'm a lot like, damn, I don't want to make any false promises. Always easier to see in hindsight. Versus if we go back to this chart, you know, had I entered at the 20, you would have taken 10 points of heat, right? But there's always the question, if I turn these executions off, of when it's pulling back, where do I want to enter? The 20, 50, you know, that's always the hard part of these trades. And so entering trades like this can be a relief, right? Because now you're just waiting for the first green bar. So it's kind of like confirming that the trend has reversed. All right, guys, there's no way I can show you everything in this chart trader, but I hope you've gotten like a quick overview. And what I'm going to do is close by going through some more slides and just giving you guys my offer today. Rob, if you could put the link in the chat, it's going to be affordableindicators.com/traders corner. And I will go through some slides right now and just give you guys I don't think that's clickable, but that's okay. I'm just being hard on you, man. All right, so I'm back here.
Hey, if you'll tell me if it's an HTTPS or not, or has the www or not, I'll happily put it in there, but a cut and paste will work on that.
You know what, man? I'll take the blame on that one. Let's see. So funny. I don't even know if I know the answer. I think it's just HTTPS, no www is good.
I'll tell you what, I'll play around in a web browser and figure it out. Go ahead with your presentation.
But, thanks for sticking with me, you guys. I mean, I present again at 4:30 today, and I'm like, why did I have to be sick and be losing my voice on a day when I have 2 presentations? But you know, sometimes that's the way it works. Anyways, so I would love for everyone here to, first of all, is there anyone here that doesn't use NinjaTrader? I'm just curious about that. You're saying, I don't even know anything about NinjaTrader. Like, I'm brand new to NinjaTrader. Is anyone in the room that would say that that's true? Just curious about that. And then anyone else, like any questions, please type them in. I would love to hear from you and answer those in real time, or you can reach out to me. But the basic chart trader tools is going to be $195 today. Everything's 40% off. So I'm actually extending a Black Friday discount that I had for you guys that I expired on Tuesday, but it's going to be $115 for that basic chart trader with the 8 features that I went through at the beginning of this presentation, just to get started with the chart trader that's way more convenient, way more easy to use to get in and out of your trades. All right. The essential chart trader tools includes the basic $995 today. It's going to be 40% off as well at $595. That's where you get the ATM strategy planning. Barely went through that, but that's where you could see like your planned target and stop loss orders as you're placing trades before you get into the trade. Quickly change ATM strategies. So with one click, you're kind of changing your exit plan. One click order placement and position sizing and more. I have other products for the enhanced chart trader, including the advanced exit orders management. Now, I will say this, if you guys liked the concept of the ATR, which again, I covered so quickly, that is what you need. You need what I call advanced exit orders management. So what that's going to allow you to do is, first of all, you'll have the ATM strategy planning where you can see your target and your stop loss before you ever get into the trade, and drag them around and pre-plan them. So almost like Dan trades, right? Where each trade is going to have a different target and a stop, right? Each trade is going to be unique. You're not going to be using a 20-point stop every single time in the NASDAQ. So you want to be able to drag that around before you get into the trade. So advanced exit orders management is $295. You've got some other products listed here that I quickly showed where you can enter on Renko and range bars, close bar, and the bracket for kind of news related events, all at 40% off at $295. And then the accounts dashboard, which is my trade copier. I gave you guys a quick pitch on that. If you're in the room and you know what a trade copier is, you know the importance of it, so I won't cover that, but I want to give you guys that at a super low price as well. And what else? Oh, this is cool. So actually today, there could be one or two people here that love the chart trader. Maybe you actually own a piece of the chart trader already or something, or maybe you don't own anything and you're thinking, I just want to go all in. I love what I see in this chart trader. I'm going to go to the website, take a look, and I'm super interested in just getting all the features at once. Well, that's what I call my professional chart trader tools. All right, so you're getting every feature built into the chart trader, one purchase, okay? And with that, I'm gonna throw in my support and resistance suite. So I'll back out of the slides real quick just to show that, but that's where I have the levels here that did come into play today in the NASDAQ, right? Because when I sold up here, I showed you guys this. I sold, if I can get the trade back on, I sold yesterday's close, right? So part of the reason I had the confidence to take this trade, we back up when the market opened, is I saw that we were moving down, right? The news event came out at 8:30. We were short. I don't trade pre-market, but when the market opened, we got the bounce off of yesterday's low, by the way, okay? And then I sold yesterday's close. And honestly, I wish I would have held it for more. It was freaking hard in the moment. You see this bar here where it came down, went all the way back up, and I'm like, no, is it gonna do it to me? Is it really gonna do it to me? You know, I'm waiting. And then it came down and filled my target. But I say that to say that's the support and resistance suite. Is it plots the low, the close, the open, the high, the pivot point up here. You've got the S1, and then the S2 later came into play right here and provided support and resistance on the S2. So I built that to show, and it looks back too. So you can see the close of 4 days ago, the close of 2 days ago, when they overlap, the high of 3 days ago with the pivot point of 1 yesterday. Now we never made it up there today, but that's the key levels, all right? And so just wanted to show that real quick. But what I want to do today is throw that in for anyone who purchases the professional chart trader tools. And I'm going to give a crazy price. I think it's crazy. But if you want to know that price, I hope that you'll just reach out to me and we can have a discussion about this, because I would love to have 1 or 2 people all in on this. And it's just my honor to be trusted with so many customers, to be the software developer, build tools for their trading plans. So I'm just going to pull up one more thing I wanted to say is I'm working on getting reviews, and just go take a look at those. Top of the website, you can see most recently, the biggest thing lately has been my trade copier. I mean, it's been so fun to see the interest in that. And yeah, so top of the website right here is my Trustpilot reviews. And this is the page that Rob put in the chat for you guys. It explains all the offers that I just went through in the slides for you. You can click on the links to see each product. Here's your coupon code, corner40 is the coupon. And yeah, I think that wraps it up. I'm looking at the chat to see if there's any questions. Not seeing anything. But again, I've got this professional chart trader tools listed at $23.95. I'm going to drop that even more for a few of you. And I'm going to include the support and resistance suite as well. So reach out if you're interested, especially in this. Otherwise, I mean, reach out with any questions, but just use the coupon code and get started with the chart trader, right? For $2.95, you can pick any of these, or the advanced exit where you're using the ATR as to determine your target and stops. And man, I really hope that today, discussing my trading plan a little bit, showing some of my performance statistics, and also just personally like how I'm trading, I hope that you guys found some value in this. And man, I wish everyone the best. Like, we're wrapping up November. We've got 1 month left. I'd like to tell my friends too, like, let's start thinking about our goals and our New Year's resolutions now, right? Rather than waiting until January. So super fun. Thank you so much, Rob. Thanks.
Joel, just a heads up, if you hit the down arrow on the questions box, a couple of our attendees that I'll give a shout out to, like Arthur, Sylvia, and Earl, did ask some questions that if you want to stick around and answer, you know, I'm happy to leave you in attendance.
I'm so sorry. Why did I not? I didn't even have that up the whole time. That's so sad.
That's all right. And that's why we work together.
I thought, man,
Not to be unprofessional, but we have each other's numbers, and I would like to speak to you offline about something. But in the interest of time, I'm going to read your outro and introduce our next presenter as we stand live. But thank you for being here, Joel. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Wyse of Affordable Indicators, thanks so much for making such an incredible and even undisclosed offer to our audience today. I know you give out a pretty reasonable discount regularly. I can't wait to see what it is that someone who takes advantage of making a purchase today is. You know, it is amazing how powerful your trade management tools and indicators are. We know I've played with them, and thank you for making the generous offer that you did to me today.
I thought I was doing such a good job wrapping up, and now I'm like, are you absolutely kidding me? But I see you guys, Sylvia, Arthur, Marino, James, thanks for chiming in. Man, I appreciate you guys, but I hope you'll email me because I actually do want to answer these questions. So I'm going to take a screenshot, but please just email me, joel@affordableindicators.com, or reach out on the website.
Joel, I'll leave you in attendance, but when you leave, make sure you click leave, not end webinar for all.
Yeah, we're not going to do that again. I'll be in. I'll probably listen to Jim as well for a little bit.
But it's always a pleasure to have you. You know, we've seen your reviews, and everyone who's tried your tools absolutely loves them. Have a great holiday season, Joel, and please come back and see us again.
Thank you, man.
You're welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, just the added plug, we are working out a sponsorship deal with a broker called Mumu. I'm going to put another link in the chat for them. You get 5 free stocks for depositing $100, 15 if you do 1,000, and you get an extra one for using our link. But that brings us to our last 2 presenters of the day. And next up is a seasoned trading professional with over 14 years of experience in trading the markets. Over the years, he's tenaciously studied charts, strategy, and trade plan development. And since his own enrollment into NeuroStreet's coaching and training, he has found his way to consistent, profitable trading for several years now after facing a grueling 10 years of break-even-ish anguish. He's a highly sought-after guest speaker for virtual events worldwide, tasked with educating and sharing his insights on how other traders can pull themselves out of the mire and into consistent profitability with discipline, proper money management, and a greater focus on the big picture. Here to present Mastering Global Markets, Strategies for Consistent Wins and Account Scaling is Jim Simmons of NeuroStreet Trading Academy. Welcome back to Traders Corner, Jim. I can't wait to see you again.
Yeah, thanks so much for having us. Always good to be here, and appreciate you guys inviting us back. And thanks to all the traders for joining in today and being a part of this and making this an awesome event. So thanks so much for sticking around. I know it's been a jam-packed day full of lots of good stuff. So my intention is to just bring even more of that. So here we go. And I will say I've heard a lot of good things about the trade copier from Affordable Indicators as well. I've heard a lot of good things from our own students, so good stuff. So they're on a roll over there. So before we dive in, of course, we do have to post our disclaimer. We cannot guarantee results, and our products and services are for educational purposes. There's risk involved with trading, so please only use risk capital and only enter trades that you believe fit your criteria. All right, now that we've got that out of the way, let's go ahead and dive in. And I'm really not going to go through agendas and all this. I just want to dive right into what we're here to talk about today, and that is helping traders get to the next level. I think we can all agree that traders come to these type of events to learn different techniques, to uncover new tools that can help them in their process, learn new strategies, and frankly, it all boils down to one thing and one thing only, and that is that we are here to make money. Now, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's always been the case, right? So how do we make more money? How do we do it in less time and become more efficient? And I guess I should verify that you're seeing the right screen, right? You see my mouse kind of freaking out and spinning in circles, right? I think we're probably good. If not, let me know and I'll switch it up, but I think we're good. So we're all here to make money, right? How do we make money more efficiently? You know, maybe as a trader, maybe you struggle with, I don't know who to trust or where to go. Maybe you are in a position where you are breaking even and you just can't get that consistency you're looking for. How many of you here are working on getting funded with a prop firm? You want to go to a prop firm and trade prop firm capital, right? Some of you might be trading your own accounts, but just treading water. Some of you might be actively losing. Some of you might be new and don't know where to go or what to do, or you don't know what to learn because you just don't know what you need to know. And so many of our traders in the industry stay stuck, and we're here to fix that. We're here to help you put together a strategy that you can rely on and put together, more importantly, consistent trading results that you can rely on to produce an income, because that's what we're doing here. We're not just staring in front of screens for hours on end, hoping and wishing that things would just work out. Now we have to create our destiny and create an opportunity, and we can do that. Okay, so what are the keys to your success as a trader? What is it that you need as a trader? May I be so bold to insert some ideas here? So when it comes to trading strategy, you need something that can produce consistent winning results, right? You need something that you can count on day after day, that you believe in your own ability to produce consistent trading and winning results. You need to be able to trade in any market condition. It shouldn't be an excuse of, well, the ES has been going sideways for the last several days, so I just don't have anything to trade. There should always be something for you to trade. When ES was going sideways, the crude oil was doing this. I don't know if any of you guys saw it, but I sure saw it. It was making a tear. It was like tearing out the floors. It was time to put in some new flooring. So, but you should be able to produce in any market condition, because there's always a market that is moving and should line up with your strategy, and we can help you understand how to do that. No excuses. There's always trades, right? There always needs to be an ability to trade. Now, some days are busier than others, right? Some days you get more trades, and that's fine. But you need to be able to find trades that meet your criteria. In our approach, we're trading. How many of you are trading? Gosh, if I could only write with a mouse. How many of you are trading smart money concepts? Anybody here familiar with smart money concepts, price action, order blocks, any of that sort of thing? I think we got somebody that's not muted. So I want to mute your mic. I hear some coughing.
I'm getting there for you.
Okay, awesome. Thanks so much. So smart money concepts is the idea that this is all price action trading, and we use a multi-time frame analysis in doing so. And the idea behind this is that we have multiple charts all telling us the same thing. And obviously, where there are more charts telling you the same thing, there's more power behind your trades and more probability, which is what we're all looking to add to our trades. So we use a multi-time frame analysis. We can use this on several different types of trading, in the sense that you can swing trade these, you can day trade, you can scalp, whatever you prefer as a trader, you can use this strategy for that. And I'll tell you, it works fantastic on any time frame you put it on. It also works fantastic on any asset class that you put it on. It works. It just works, and it's consistent once you understand it. All of the trades are pre-planned. Wouldn't it be nice to be able to enroll in a trade room or into a signal service that could provide winning trades on the regular, where you didn't have to think about anything about how to get into the trade, where you can get your entries, your targets, your stops, everything laid out for you, and trades fed to you around the clock that would hit all throughout the day? Like, wouldn't that be nice? So if you had trades that you could rely on as a trader that would get you paid, that would help you get funded with a prop firm, that would help you get paid from your prop firm, that would help you gain the consistency and the confidence in your trading, wouldn't that be great? Well, that's exactly what we provide. And so the beauty of this is that our traders rely on these trades for their consistency. Now, some of those traders still wish to trade other methods, and that is perfectly fine, because they know this is going to get me paid, and this other stuff that I decide to choose to learn is going to help me just get even further. And they now have the freedom and ability to go learn whatever it is that they want to learn, because they have something they can hang their hat on, which is very important. Pure price action in smart money concepts and price action trading, which is what we're looking at here today, there are no indicators. Let me repeat that. We use 0 indicators. Now, I know there's a lot of great indicators out there. We have some affordable. There's many great vendors out there that you can go to and get some really great indicators. Nothing wrong with that. But for this method, we do everything 100% manually. So when you see zigzags on the chart and you see the zones and you see all this stuff drawn on the charts, this is all done manually. And more importantly, it's all done for you because we do it in the trade room, and then we post the examples and exactly how to get into the trades, which makes it very simple. And we're trading liquidity concepts, which is why it works. Think of it this way. If there's a small pile of money here and there's a big pile of money here, where do you think traders are going to gravitate towards? The bigger money. Big money gets things done, right? Money talks. So how do we find the money in the market and go trade it? That's what we do. That's what we do. And here's how it works. So we have pre-trade analysis. All of this is an actual example of a trade that we posted. This gets posted in our private chat rooms and threads. We tell which direction we're going. We're bearish. We have 3 time frames that we use. We have a daily chart, we have a 4-hour chart, and we have a 1-hour chart. Okay. So on the daily chart, we're just looking for direction. Which direction is the market going? Well, obviously the market's making new lows, so we can say that the market is down. Then we go to a 4-hour chart and we're mapping out breaks of structure. Now it's important to note that we have an entire course built out for you that's quick, fast, and very detailed on exactly how to plot out structure on your charts, how to plot direction, how to plot out breaks of structure, trend changes, which direction should you be trading. Now let me ask you, how many of you know exactly what direction to trade based on multiple time frames lining up in your current strategy? If not, then I'm going to highly encourage you to put an element in that's going to help you understand what direction you need to go. So we start with direction here on the daily. Which direction is the market going? It's bearish. Then we go to the 4-hour chart. Which direction is the 4-hour chart? We're making new lows. It's also bearish. Now we are aligned in our direction. Next, we need to find out location. There's 3 things that we need to know as a trader. Direction. Number 2, location. So where are we going to trade? We know which direction, but where and when do we get into the market? Well, what we do is we find the liquidity. Where is the liquidity that moved the market? We're not just looking for, well, there was a lot of buying and selling here. Okay, but what happened next? If there's just buying and selling, it doesn't really mean anything beside the fact that it's a balanced market and nobody's really winning. It's just everybody's doing business there. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. You need to know what was the reaction out of that area. So we have a balance in buyers and sellers here. Who won the balance war? Did we run out of supply or did we run out of demand? In this case, market went down. That's what we need to pay attention to. So that's why we're looking to go short in this location, because this is the location that caused the market to move. And so that's where we look to do business. So we start out with the 4-hour chart to identify the location of where we want to trade. Then we go into a 1-hour chart. And what we're looking to do here is refine this even further. Think of it as we're splitting up these candles and we're going to go in and look inside to see where that price movement was, so we can look at exactly where the liquidity is. Okay, so in this case, we've refined our entry to this level based on our order block rules. Okay, so we're trading order blocks, we're trading fair value gaps, we're trading breaker blocks, but mostly we're trading order blocks. Okay, so in this case, market is showing us this is where we want to do business. Now this is our post trade, as we took this trade and it came in and gave us our entry. We took on a little bit of heat, which is why we have stop losses in place. Oh, by the way, we show you exactly where to put the stop, target 1, target 2, if you feel so inclined, target 3, sure, knock yourself out. In this case, we took target 1 and target 2. So we got paid 3-to-1 on this trade. Well, 3-to-1 on part of the position, 1-to-1 on the other part. Okay, so really blended 2-to-1. Okay, so that's the approach. So when you look at this as a trader, you just go, okay, what's the entry? And it's right there. Where's your stop? Where's your targets? There you go. All that hard work is done for you. At that point, it's just a matter of how much risk you want to put on the trade. Okay, so that was futures. What about Forex? We got any Forex traders in the house? Yeah, usually there's a handful of you. Hopefully more than a few, right? So Forex, same exact process. I mentioned this works on all asset classes, right? So we start with what? Direction. And then we go to location. And then what's the third one? We didn't talk about the third one. That is entry. This is going to be where you get in, when you get in, what, what's your risk on the trade, where's your target, so on. That's going to be entry. Location is where are you going to trade? What's your area or level that you're going to trade? So here we go. So market, making lows, breaking structure, order block on the 240, go to the 60, refine it. Now in this case, we used a 5-minute confirmation entry. So we've dialed all the way into a 5-minute chart to determine where to get in on this. This is dollar Swiss. Okay, so this is showing us this is where our order block is, liquidity on the 5-minute, inside of the 60, inside of the 240. You get the idea. Market comes right into our zone and gets us paid. I don't know if we took more targets on that or not, but getting paid is what we're after, right? So if you want to become a prop trader, which I assume many of you do, your number one job as a trader is to get paid. That is your job as a trader. And you say, well, I've always heard the number one rule is to manage the money. Yes, those two go hand in hand, because if you don't manage the money, you won't get paid. And if you don't manage, or if you don't get paid, you can't manage the money because you won't have any. So it doesn't matter how good you are at managing money. If you cannot afford to get paid, then you are staring at a screen for hours on end, wasting your life away, and that's not fair to you. Why should you waste your time staring at another screen for another 3 hours tomorrow without getting paid? What is the point, right? Some of you have drawn a line in the sand and said enough is enough. Some of you have gotten to the point where you're ready to quit. Some of you are pissed because you might have done something else and it didn't work out. Some of you are angry because you lost money. I'm here to tell you that we have a process and it works and we can help you. You don't have to beat your head against the wall anymore. Okay, we can help you with that stuff. But the first thing that you have to be willing to do as a trader is be willing to forgive yourself, be willing to let go of the past, and be willing to finally move forward without that weight up against your back. Okay, so do that and let's get you to the other side. What about results? Okay, we've shown you some trades, we've shown you some things. I thought I had results further up in here, but I guess I didn't. Yeah, shame on me. I should have started with that. My bad. Let's go over results, shall we? Okay, so we've shown you what we're trading. We've given you some insight on how we're trading. Now, there's a couple different, I'm going to go back to the trades actually. We'll come back to this. So there's a couple different time frames that you can look to trade. We've looked at daily, 4 hour, and 1 hour. And you say, well, I'm a day trader. I don't trade on a 1 hour chart. Great. We're day trading too. We just day trade on a 1 hour chart, which sounds unorthodox, and it is, but it works. So you can day trade on a 1 hour chart. Now you're not going to get 3 trades a day per instrument. Okay. You might get 1 trade, and that trade might last, might last 10 minutes, might last an hour or two, or might last 10 hours, like one I took the other day. You never know. But some of these trades are going to last a while, and you got to close them by the end of the day and so on. And that's totally fine. You can do that. But what if you want to trade smaller time frames? Let's say you want to trade on a 2 hour chart with a 30-minute and a 5-minute, which by the way works great on all asset classes as well, futures, forex, and we trade these as well. We trade these live in the trade room, and we're going to show you how that works here shortly. But we trade these live in the trade room. All of these other trades are spoon fed to our traders around the clock. We just simply post them in our discords. They can go in and grab those trades and put them on. They may sit pending for days. They may sit there pending. I've had M2K sitting pending for probably over a week, and it hasn't come in yet, and that's totally fine. It's still valid. So, but we can trade the smaller time frames live in the room so that we can get more activity and take more trades, and they're still very good. What if you want to go down even further? Maybe you're a scalper. You don't want to even trade a 5-minute. Let's say you want to do a 1 minute and a 5-minute and a 30-minute, and that's your time frame. Great, you can do that. What if you want to do a 3-minute with a 15-minute and a 60? Well, you can do that too. What if you want to swing trade? Okay, you get the idea. Weekly and daily and 240. So we have all the different time frames. All you need to know is the process, and you take that same exact process and you put it on any of these time frames based on the fractals lining up, and it'll work. Really, really cool, really solid. Okay, let's go over results. So why should you trust anything? You need to be able to see it first, because if you're going to be open to learning something, you need to first see that it's possible, someone else has done it, and someone else is currently doing it, right? If you're going to follow anything, you need an instructor or a teacher or a program that, one, it's possible. You know, it's been done, they've done it, been there, done that, got the t-shirt, right? So possible. You get the idea, possible. I'm like trying to draw with a mouse, terrible. Two, it needs to be teachable. And just because somebody else is doing it doesn't mean that other people can do it. It has to be a process that can be taught. How many of you have ever heard somebody say in their trading, well, it's just for me, you know, I went with my gut, or it's second nature, or I've been doing it so long I don't even think about it. We've all heard that before, but how does that help you as a trader? Like, without spending 10 years behind the charts trying to figure it out, how are you supposed to develop the gut sense of, well, I'm just going to buy? Nonsense. If you're trading based on a gut feeling, get ready to give your account away. I mean, I'm not here to, you know, to shoot things lightly. You're here because you want to make money. So in all fairness, we need to shoot straight, because we're here to help you make money. Okay, so there is no gut. Is there a process where X plus Y equals Z, and when 1 plus 2 plus 3 line up, whatever the case, you get into a trade? That's what you need as a trader. Can it be taught? Can it be rules-based? Is it possible? The third one is, can you actually replicate it? Because just because someone can teach it doesn't mean that you can actually do it. So what does that mean? Well, that means if you're running a trade room, which we do, you need to run a trade room where your traders, our traders, can actually copy the trades that we're taking. Why else would you sit through a trade room? Well, I'm there to learn. No, you go to class to learn. You go to a trade room to trade. That's what we do in a trade room. We're not teaching in a trade room. We don't have time for that. We're trading. That's why we have class. So if you can't copy the trades that we're taking, what's the point? No one wants to sit around and watch us trade all day, I assure you. They'd rather just 5 seconds later, they'll be off because they'll see a shiny object on the chart and they'll be like, ooh, I'm going to trade this. And then they're going to go lose money, or maybe make some. You never know. But the idea is we need a process that our traders can trade these trades with us, because we want our traders to be able to earn while they learn. Earn while you learn. Interesting concept, right? So you can come into the trade room, you can take these trades. We actually take the trades live in front of everybody. But not only that, we track every trade that we take, so that there's no guesswork as to, well, is it working or not? Okay, here's our stats. Here's all of them. I'll leave it up. I've left it up here for a while so you can do numbers and look at it. And okay, 73% win rate. And you say, well, that don't mean anything unless you know risk reward. And you are absolutely right. So what is our risk reward? It's 1-to-1 plus every single trade. We do not take trades. Well, there are some cases where we might take profit early once our stop moves to break even. Okay, I can't say never always in trading, right? But our trades are set up for 1-to-1. So that means every dollar we risk, we need to make at least $1. So 1-to-1. And we're hitting roughly 73% of the trades. Now November, the first few days in November were a little bit tough, and there was a holiday, so we didn't get as many days to trade and so on. So that number dipped a little, and that's fine, because if you're at 1-to-1 and you're at 62%, you still made money. And I can assure you that we did, because I have all those numbers. So that's what we're doing. So 1-to-1 or better. Some of our trades hit 3-to-1. Some of our trades, you can leave a runner on and do that. It's up to you. You can decide what risk reward makes sense for you. But if you can trade at 1-to-1, and if you can maintain a 66% or better win rate, then you have a 2.0 profit factor, which is what most all traders aspire to. But not only that, what if you could do that month after month? And not only that, what if all the trades were fed to you? Here's a trade we took today. I want to go through this. So here's the trade. Fair value gap. Anybody studied it? Really powerful stuff. Order blocks, all of it. So there's a fair value gap here. And we know that we want to trade right here. A tiny little location on a 4-hour chart. It's that tiny little block right here. That's where we're trading. And you think, well, how on earth, why would you trade there? We're trading, in this case, we were trading a liquidity sweep in a fair value gap on a 4-hour chart using a 5-minute confirmation. And here's how it went. In, holy smokes, that thing took a run. And I thought for sure this thing was going to keep going. But alas, it hit target 1 and then came back and nicked us out at break even on the rest, which is fine. We got paid on the trades, no problem, totally fine. So that was a trade that we took today. Here's another one we took on M2K. This was a shorter time frame, so we have a 2-hour, 30-minute, and a 5-minute. Okay, so this is our setup. Remember, direction confirmed, location refined. In this case, we took a little bit of heat. It happens. Sometimes they overshoot the levels. That's why we have stops. Target was here. I got out here. Why? Well, what happened here? Chop, 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 chop. Holy what? Chop, chop. A lot of chop. So just take the profit. Remember, what's our job as a trader? Get paid. Well, what good is it if you sit all the way through this and it misses your target by 1 pip and then, or 1 tick or 5 ticks or whatever? Doesn't matter. What if it misses your target and starts coming all the way back and peels you out at break even? Well, we don't want to miss out on an opportunity to take profit. Now, this trade did continue going, but it stalled out a little bit first. So just get paid on the trade. Nothing wrong with that. So that was another trade we took today. Forex, let's go to Forex. We took a stop out. We take stop outs too. There's a stop out. It happens. Didn't work. Not every trade will. That's totally okay. But you notice all of the trades, we post all of them regardless if they're win or loss, and all of the trades are planned in advance. So do you think our traders are going to let us get away with not posting the results of a trade that hit? Nope. If we post the before, the pre-trade, and our traders take that trade and then we don't post the results, I assure you they will hold us accountable to say, you forgot one there. You didn't post that one. What happened? Did you not take the trade because you didn't tell us to cancel the trade? Right. So all of those trades get posted before and after. Here's an example of what it looks like. Okay. So we can go in here, showing confirmation entries, nice clean trade on Euro. That's the one we were just looking at. Okay, that's the after. What about the before? Let's go to instructor, pre-trade plans, update to nat gas. We've got M2K still valid. I wonder if I can make this go away. I don't know how to do that. That's fine. M2K, there's the trade on M2K. We're just talking about it. It's been sitting there for days. I don't know. It'll hit when it hits, or it won't. I don't care. But here's all the trades. All of the details on the trade plan are posted. They're all in there. They're fed to our traders, and they have access to them anytime they want. So this is, this is what we're doing, and this is, it's been working great. 73% win rate, nothing wrong with that. 217 trades now, so it's great, good stuff. So yeah, so that's results, and you need to know that if you're going to follow something, that it actually works, right? With this trading strategy, you can use any platform you want. And people are rejoicing, saying, holy smokes, I can use whatever I want. I want to use TradingView. I want to use Addis or Quant Tower. You use whatever you want. Tick Blaze, whatever, it doesn't matter. You can use any platform. It's a beautiful thing. No indicators. So let's talk about the future. We've talked about one system here, right? We've talked about price action trading. And I just want to make sure I'm good on time before I get too ahead of myself. I want to make sure I make the most of your time and the time for everybody here. I think we have 45 minutes, or do we have an hour? I'm going to look just to be sure.
45, brother.
45, perfect. That's exactly
Hey,
what
if you run a few over, it's not a big deal. There's only one presenter after you, and he'll be understanding.
Okay, cool. Yeah. No, we'll keep it to 45. Not a problem. All good. Thank you. So we talked about one site, one type of trading, right? Well, what about, how many of you trade volume profiles? How many of you trade order flow? How many of you use a scalping system on breakouts or trend line breaks? The point is, there are traders that trade all sorts of different strategies. How many of you trade with algos, right? So we did a thing. We have tens of thousands of traders in our community, and we surveyed all of our traders in our community, and we wanted to know, well, what does our community want? A lot of them want smart money concepts because it works and it's effective, and there's the numbers. It's great. But they also want supply and demand. They also want unizones, supply and demand and order blocks. They also want Fibonacci's and swing point confluence and CWAPs and VWAPs and volume profiles and trend line breaks and all these other factors. So the point is that there's no one size fits all when it comes to trading. Now, at the end of the day, we're here for one reason, and that is to make money. So I don't care how boring it is. If I'm making money, I'm happy as can be. So, but the point is, there are certain strategies that just make more sense to traders, and it shouldn't be a one-trick pony, because we're not just focused on one system, and our traders aren't focused on just one system. And last I checked, we are a trading academy. So moving forward, we're not going to offer just one system and just one strategy or just one type of trading in the trade room. Not when we have multiple different strategies that are already proven successful. We have cheat sheets ready to go. We have indicators or systems that you can use to trade these methods. And think of it this way: if you go into a university, there might be one trade, one student's going to go into med school and the other one's going to go into legal and somebody's going to go into business. And the point is, if you're an order flow trader, you may not want to go to a trade room that trades smart money concepts. You might, for the sake of getting your areas of where you're going to trade, but at the end of the day, you still want to use order flow. So imagine if you could have multiple trade rooms that you could go to, where one was trading volume profile, one was trading order flow, one was trading smart money concepts, one was trading algos, and so on. So what if there are multiple trade rooms? What if you are a very, very accomplished trader and you want to lead a trade room? Then I want you to reach out to us, because we're interested in talking to you, because we're expanding to where we can have multiple different trade rooms all going at the same time, and you enroll in one program and you get access to everything. Now we're talking. So with the trades that are pre-fed around the clock, you can trade the SMC trades on the higher time frame, and you can still trade order flow or volume profile in the other rooms, because we're going to do all of it. So isn't that great? So what are the foundations of trading? What do you need to learn in trading? Well, we feel that we've, in all of our years of trading, and we've all been at it, 15 to 20 years each on our staff. And so what do we feel are the most important things that traders need to learn? Because one of the toughest things as a trader is knowing, well, what do I need to learn, right? So things like structure, smart money concepts, multi-time frame analysis, liquidity and volume, order flow, price action, support resistance, trend lines, supply and demand and order blocks, money management, very, very important, because if you can't manage the money, you ain't gonna make any. And more importantly is psychology, discipline, trader development, because if you can't manage what's happening between the ears, then it doesn't matter how good you are at managing money. You need to be able to manage yourself first, because you're the one clicking the button on the mouse, and oh boy, it's so easy to click that button. So these are all the foundations that we teach. We have multiple courses available. If you're new to trading, we got you covered with 101 courses. If you want to move to the next step, you go to the foundations courses to learn about structure and volume and velocity and momentum and divergence and all these things. And then price action mastery, which is an advanced course on all things price action, market structure. Where do you draw the pivots? Where do you draw breaks of structure? Where do you put your order blocks? Where do you refine the order blocks? What's a fair value gap? What's a breaker block? How do you trade them? All of it. It's all built into this course. This course alone would be worth double what we charge. And I'm not kidding. There's a lot in there that we've crunched into a short amount of time, so it doesn't take you forever to learn it. But if you want to become a better trader, you watch that course. I don't care what you trade, you learn that stuff, you will become better. And that's a promise that I make to you. That's a very bold promise. Extra strategy training. If you want to learn how to trade with strategies such as volume profiles, you can go in there and learn it. What if you trade with algos? Great. There's algo trading courses as well. And then how to trade with various different software. So the idea here is that we have multiple core systems that we trade and multiple trade rooms going on, so that there's something for everyone. And you might want to learn multiple methods, right? And there's our stats and proof, and we've already shown you the updates, right? What about our students? We've shown a lot about, you know, how we trade and how things work, but what about our students? What do they say? Well, they say things like game changer. They say things like crystal clear, game changer. They say things like much less stress, easier to follow, make money while sleeping. Okay, these are all wonderful things. What about focuses on price action without indicators, real-time results, more relaxing and fun than regular day trading. We make day trading fun again. We'll make some hats. We'll get them printed. It'll be awesome. Okay. Trade room is epic. Everyone must join. Is real deal. Nothing like it. Thinks this is a game changer. They all got together and decided to say that. I don't know. What about traders making money? Well, this trader is funded with Apex and scaled their account by over $50,000 in profit in that trading account, and is showing the proof that they're trading our trading setups and also the trading setups that they've been trading before. So they've supplemented what they were already doing and made even more money, and made a whole bunch of money, by the way, on a true funded account. And they were able to prove that it was a funded account and that they took withdrawals. So yeah, and the Academy's been around almost 10 years. Yeah, right under that. Yeah, good question, Ray. So 101 courses, usually they're free, right? Usually you can find 101 courses free. What about trading foundations? Yeah, you might pay $300 to $900. You can follow along on the value of these. We wanted to use more real numbers, right? We don't want to be like, oh, you spent $5,000. Well, you got ripped off. Okay. Now we're going to look at real numbers, right? So trading foundations, platform charting, price action, advanced price action. Then we go into our volume profile course, low volume nodes, high volume nodes, arbitrage. How do you trade volume levels? Order flow, huge opportunities in order flow, footprint, time and tails, delta, tape, print, auction, signals, so on. Print aggression, all sorts of different signals that you can trade. Then patterns and trend lines. Maybe you like trading price action, but you just want something that can help you plot it out for you because you don't want to plot it. Well, we have tools for that, and we have education around that. So chart patterns, candlestick patterns, trend lines, trend line breaks, divergence, momentum, velocity, overbought, oversold, divergence, all that. There's courses on that. Trader development, because what's going on in the head is very important. Also, you need a plan. If you're going to run a business as a trader, you need a plan. If you don't have a plan, make a plan. Start with something and then expand on it. You know, it doesn't have to be a whole huge thing initially. So, but get something put together. We have a course on that. Algo trading course, that's included. Prop firms, how on earth do you pass a prop firm eval? How do you get funded? How do you stay funded? All of that's in there. How much risk do you put on a trade? We can't tell you, but we can show you how to figure it out. Trade room, 3 hours. We're in there from 8:30 to 11:30 Monday through Thursday. And we call out the trades live. We show you exactly what we're trading. We took 3 trades today. Some days are busier than others, but that's pretty typical, I'd say, 2 to 3 a day. Okay, so we're in the trade room live, calling out trades, live strategy sessions. This is going to kick off again. We put this on hold for a little while to add some more curriculum and get some things done, but we're bringing this back. This will launch back again either next week or the week after. So we have afternoon classes. We go through deep dive on strategy. And when I talk about strategy, we go through a cheat sheet. We have materials ready to go for you. So we teach you exactly, here's where you get in. Here's your pre-trade analysis. Here's how you look at the market. Here's how you mark up your charts if needed. Here's what you need to know. Here's where you get in. Here's where you get out. Everything. We go through everything top to bottom on how to trade that strategy. So that is part of our strategy class. Really deep dive, and you can ask questions. Price action mastery. This is what we started talking about with advanced structure, breaks of structure. This chart that you see here was 100% drawn manually. This is all done manually. And so, you know, could you use a tool? Yeah, but it's basically, well, it's not basically, it's designed to teach you advanced level stuff so that you don't have to rely on indicators, because when you do it yourself and you learn it the right way, it's way more accurate, okay? Liquidity mastery. This is one that we just finished up on, and we're really excited about it. Order blocks, supply and demand, fair value gaps. How do you plot them? How do you make them ultra accurate? Okay. So there's a ton of different options here. So obviously it's going to take you forever to go through that, right? Well, yeah, but why would you go through all of it? You don't go to a university to learn everything. You don't go to an academy to learn everything. You learn based on what you want to do. And there's some crossover, right? Like every trader needs to know about market structure, but the SMC traders need advanced structure, right? So you don't have to learn everything. You're going to learn what makes sense to you, and that is going to be based on which trade room you prefer. Okay, now right now it's just the one trade room. We're bringing on additional moderators so that we're going to run additional trade rooms as well. Okay, so that's coming very soon. Total education package value, $10,500. These are real numbers. These are not inflated. This is real deal. This is, if you were to go out and buy this stuff separately. So we've already packaged in $10,000 worth of value, but then you also get the trade room plus performance tracking. You get the live weekly strategy sessions that are about 90 minutes each. You get a private chat room with pre-fed trades. You get instructor trade review. This is something that is very huge and something that I find to be very important. How do you know if you're doing something wrong? Well, just send the charts in and we'll review them, and we'll send you back some criteria and updates. So that's included. Plus we'll give you a $500 coupon that you can use toward anything. We're going to give you a free guest pass to come in and check it out live in person next week. Come into the trade room, see it in action. And you just want to go to this link here. Let me get it for you, and then I'll post it in the chat. And you can go there and you can join us, and it'll be cool, and we'll have fun, and it'll be great. Okay.
Jim, I think I posted the link for you.
Oh, sweet. You're
and it's funny because I sent you an email while you were presenting asking if I could claim the free pass that Joe offered last time.
Of course you can. Absolutely. Come on in and join us. We'd love to have you. Yeah, no doubt. So cool. So that's really what we're up to, guys. There's some really exciting things coming up around the corner in the near future as well. So at the very least, get in touch with our team, fill out the info. You get a free value pack that'll get you into our list of, we'll keep you up to date. I'm telling you, there are some really big things coming very, very, very soon. And so stick around and we'll make sure to let you know. So we got a couple questions here. Which system has been the most successful? I think the smart money concepts has been the most successful because it's slower paced, it's not as exciting, and it's very, very, very accurate and consistent. You might think, well, it's not as exciting. I don't know if I want that. Trust me. How do we make money in trading? You take something and just make it as simple as possible, and then just do it over and over and over again. And technically, it sounds boring, but it should be, because if you're doing the same thing over and over and over, then it gets boring after a while. But hey, if you're making money, that's what we're after. If you could do it in an hour, a couple hours a day, that's what we're after, right? So yes, the trade room is included into the program. Everything's included. It's all inclusive. Yeah. And it's Black Friday, so there's insane deals right now, so we can get you hooked up. So NeuroStreet has to do with cognitive function and brain training and mindset. We are aligned with a brain training company out of Montreal, and they're really fascinating. They work with some pretty high. Let's pull them up. NeuroTracker. Yeah, here they are. So we're aligned with these guys. Are kind of the officer of this company sits on our board and vice versa. But these guys are great too. I know this isn't what the presentation's about, but yeah, they work with a lot of military and a lot of professional athletes and teams and such. So very, very cool. So that was kind of where that name came from. Don't see any cost. Yeah, it's free to join on the guest pass. If you want to know cost, just send me an email and I'll be happy to send it to you. I'll let you know exactly what it costs, so you know in advance, and no problem. There's my email at the bottom, jim@nstradingacademy.com. So be sure to let us know if you have questions. Guys, if you're struggling with trading, come in and check it out. You owe it to yourself. It's a working solution, which is, gosh, that's like 95% of the battle is finding something that actually works, right? So then it's the other 5% is, well, does it work for you? And so come in and check it out and you'll know for sure. So, but I think what we have here is really stellar and very, very appealing to traders. So that's it for me. I think we are good to go. If you have any other questions, email me. I'm happy to get back to you. Otherwise, I will make way for the next presenter so that you guys can learn even more and have your minds officially turned to mush by the end of the day. So thanks so much for having me. Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you so much for being here, Jim. The setups and strategies look great. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're interested in avoiding all the common pitfalls that traders fall into and learn how to stop failing prop firm evals once and for all and finally achieve consistent results, then Jim Simmons and his team at NeuroStreet Trading Academy absolutely have a solution for you. I've put his link in the chat box. It was Mr. Jim Simmons of NeuroStreet Trading Academy. And if anybody does take him off in the offer, you are probably going to find me in the room with you guys next week. Thank you so much for the incredible opportunity, Jim, and for making such a generous offer to our audience today. Great presentation. We hope to see you back on Traders Corner. Have a happy holiday season, sir.
Hey, you do the same. Thanks so much for having us. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I mentioned at the top of the show, we had a great lineup, and I hope everyone is listening closely because our last presenter is a graduate of Syracuse University and has been trading the financial markets for the last 15 years. He wears several hats over at Right Line Trading. He's a trading coach, assists with the optimization of trading strategies, indicators, provides logistical and technical support, and is always ready and willing to assist the Right Line Trading community. Here to present AI Auto Trader, how to automate your retirement plan, is Mr. Rory Powers of Right Line Trading. Welcome to Traders Corner, Rory.
Hey, thank you, Rob. Thank you for that great introduction. I really appreciate it.
No problem whatsoever.
And I want to thank everybody for joining us today. I always get excited and pumped up to be on Traders Corner, and especially for a holiday special event. And I don't know about you guys, but I love Thanksgiving. That has to be the greatest holiday ever invented. I mean, we sit around and eat all day, great food, watch some good football games. We had family come visit from out of town, and it's just always a great time, Thanksgiving. We look forward to that holiday every year, and I hope everybody had all of our American members here today, I hope you had a blessed Thanksgiving holiday. I'm glad you stuck around because I've got a trading system that I want to show you, and I'm going to make it short and sweet. It's called the AI Auto Trader, and man, is this an exciting system. It's a fully automated system that runs in NinjaTrader 8, and I'm going to highlight how it works, the results we've been getting, and then I'm going to make a very special holiday offer. So stick around. I know you're not going to want to miss this. I just want to very briefly get the CFTC out of the way. First, I just want to confirm that you could see my screen, you could hear my voice. Let me just
I'll give you a confirmation of it if it helps.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Okay, thank you, Ray. I appreciate it. And I see a lot of familiar faces out there. Thanks for joining me today. So the CFTC, let's get back to business. Listen, it's important to know that this is for demonstration and educational purposes only. I am not a licensed financial advisor. If you're not familiar with the risks that are associated with trading, please consult a licensed financial advisor. There are considerable risks involved with trading. With that being said, I'm part of a team here at Right Line Trading, and our mandate is to develop trading tools and strategies that do one thing and one thing only, to help predict the future direction of price. Now, with that mandate is also defining risk. But that information of being able to somewhat predict the future direction of price is extremely valuable information. And I think one of the things that distinguish Right Line Trading from a lot of our competitors is we're really not Monday morning quarterbacks who tell you how great they did yesterday, or how much money they made last week. We have 3 trading rooms, live trading rooms, that we're on the right edge of the chart each and every morning. And we're leveraging those signals that our software provides in a number of different ways. And very briefly, I want to just acknowledge my team. We have Mr. David Kushner as our professional prop trader. He trades this system successfully on 6 funded prop accounts. We have Mr. Craig Emery, who is our futures trader, he is a client of ours who had purchased dozens of trading systems that just didn't work. He found his groove once he got with Right Line Trading. He's got his own room now, and he's extremely successful. And we also have Mr. Mark Sachs. Mark Sachs is actually the founder of Right Line Trading, extremely intelligent guy. He has a master's degree. He went to an Ivy League university and is part of the Phi Beta Kappa Honor Society. And he continues to have several options alert services that he continues to run. And then we have Mr. David Wyse. David Wyse is an extremely gifted options trader. He leverages the signals that our software provides buying options positions. And he has consistently maintained a 90% win rate in his options live trading room. Behind the scenes, we've got a very talented staff. We have Brock Miller. He's a college student. He's getting his degree in computer science. We have Sergio Rodriguez and Charles Sider. Both have their master's degrees in computer science. Myself, I went to Syracuse, graduated from Syracuse University. That was a number of years ago, back when Ronnie Cycli and Sherman Douglas, they had Billy Owens, they had a great basketball team. And our leader, the owner of Right Line Trading, has his MBA from Cal State and is a military veteran, Mr. Mark Miller. So that's our team. And our mandate is not only to provide you with cutting edge tools that help predict the future direction of price, but we really love to build a community of traders. We firmly believe that there's power in numbers. Some of our best ideas, I can't tell you how many traders I've spoken to over the last decade that have given us ideas that we've incorporated into our trading systems. So we would also like to build a family of traders that help support one another through this trading journey. And one really nice thing about Mark Miller, being a military veteran, is those core military values have really worked their way into every department of Right Line Trading. Honesty, integrity, transparency. It's really, listen, you guys get the marketing emails. It's hard to distinguish the real thing from a marketer. So I think that's what distinguishes us from a lot of our competitors. With that being said, I always like to show a personal picture. This was my family here over the recent Thanksgiving holiday. My beautiful wife, Christelle, my 2 daughters. I have a 4-year-old and a 10-month-old, and my brother and his fiance came to visit, and they were very kind enough to bring their dog with them, Bella. And my little one, you can see her, she couldn't take her eyes off of that dog. But let me tell you, the dog ate good, because I was sure to feed that dog any scraps that I had left on my table. So the dog went away happy as well. But listen, back to the trading. The trading journey, wow, what can you say? It's full of ups and downs. It's not as easy as they told us it was going to be. You know, it's when you go on a vacation and you open the door to that hotel, and it's a little disappointing sometimes. It's not exactly like the brochure had it. Well, that's kind of how the trading journey goes. You know, speaking to a lot of our members and myself, I can share in some of those frustrations, some of the problems that we all share as being traders. And I heard a lot of people before me mentioned quite a few of them. You know, one of my biggest problems myself is, you know, listen, I like to squeeze my winning trades. If I see my trade going in my direction, I'll bring that stop up. I don't want to give none of it back. And I'll squeeze it a little too tight. Or if a trade starts going against me, well, heck, I'll jump ship and I'll get out of the thing. And it's so frustrating to see those trades continue in the direction that I had a position going, and just leaving money on the table. It's just so frustrating. Another common problem is we just don't have the proper tool set, or we lack a proven trading methodology. But I think that it all leads to the same frustrating place, and that's blowing out our trading accounts. And I'll tell you, I don't know a worse feeling than that. There's been times that I told you I was going to quit and I was never going to trade again. And, you know, in a month or two later, I was back. And, you know, something about it, you know, that lure of making, you know, good money, fast money, it always brings us back. And listen, it has been, I know my slide says my commitment, but I can't say it's just been my commitment. I'm part of a team that works extremely long hours, and it's been our commitment to bring this to an end. We want to create a winner's circle. We want you to be successful and make money. And all of those high hopes that you had when you first started trading, we want to bring those to fruition. And that is our goal. And that's exactly what this trading system I'm about to show you is going to do. Because when you're staring at the right edge of the chart and that opening bell rings, we have no idea which way the market is going to go. We cannot rely upon our opinions or our biases or what the talking heads say is going to happen. Normally, the opposite happens. So we have to rely on technical analysis. We have to rely on what our tool set is telling us. So we've narrowed it down to two things that we need to create trading success, consistent success. We need to have a proper tool set that not only identifies risk, but will also let us know, give us an indication of the future direction of price. And because we're only humans and we make errors in all types, I can tell you from personal experience that I make bonehead moves continuously that over the years are very expensive. They add up, those mistakes, those human errors. So ideally, we would like software that can automatically get us in and get us out at the most opportune moments. And that's going to maximize our profits, minimize our losses. So, and that's really what I'm going to share with you today. The AI Auto Trader is a trading system. It's a set of strategies. It's a diversified portfolio of strategies that trades on a number of different instruments. And once they're enabled, they will execute and manage the trades on your behalf. A lot of people always ask me, what platform does this run on? It runs on NinjaTrader 8. NinjaTrader 8. NinjaTrader 8 is now a free platform, so you don't have to pay for the platform. If you're a prop trader, most of the prop firms, as you know, support the NinjaTrader 8 platform. It's an extremely powerful futures trading platform. So the benefits that our system provides you is those mental errors that I described earlier. There's no more overthinking or hesitating, or in my case, cutting my winners short, or getting out of a trade too early. All of that stuff goes by the wayside. Listen, I listened to a presentation before, and something really resonated with me that I wanted to share with you. the gentleman had said that, you know, humans have, I think it was a dozen different personality traits, a dozen different personalities. And maybe out of that dozen, there might be one or two of those traits, one or two people that have the traits, or I'm sorry, the vast majority of those dozen traits really do not lend well to being a good trader. So 90, that's going to exclude about 90% of us to being kind of genetically predisposed to being a successful trader. So I know I fall in that category. You know, fear gets in my way, and like I said, I cut my winners short. So my personality, nature, Mother Nature, kind of works against me when I try to trade. And I think there's a lot of you that share that same issue that I have. So what the AI auto trader does is it eliminates emotional trading errors. It will only get into trades when every single one of the rules, and it has rock solid rules, rules set in stone that cannot be broken. There's no leniency. It's very black and white. All of the conditions of the entry must be met, or the system will not execute the trade. So what does that do? It builds consistency in our trading. We're set to an iron set rules that are ironclad. The system will trade evaluation and prop accounts like there is no tomorrow. It's a great system to supplement your income. I talk to traders that have full-time jobs, drive trucks, or nurses, doctors that see patients, whatever it might be, but they love trading and they want something to supplement their income. Well, the AI auto trader does just that. While you're working, you enable these strategies, and we've optimized the times that they trade, the instruments they trade on, the time frames, and this will automate a supplemental income to your current income. Or if you're retired and you're on a fixed income, this is going to add to your fixed income. I also have a lot of members that use this to trade their retirement account. The return on investment on this, I mean, has made Merrill Lynch look, you know, ridiculous. Some of these guided investing funds that we invest our retirement funds in, the ROI just what I've seen can't compete with what I'm about to show you. So there's no more mismanaging trades. There's no more human errors. This is a system that is a real solution to those things. So really our mandate, before I get to the strategies, and I'm going to move quick. I know it's been a long day, but we don't really sell you a black box system. We want you to understand exactly what's getting you in and what's getting you out of these trades. And it's important to know that our tool set, our set of indicators that this strategy leverages, really the thesis behind it is we want to track institutional money. We want to trade in the same direction that these large hedge funds or banks are pouring millions of dollars into the markets. They're the ones that are creating the trend, not us as retail traders. So how do we do that? The way we do that is in a number of different ways, not only with moving averages that we establish market structure. We have our moving averages here. My dotted lines are the 15. My solid line is the 50. But these little triangles that you see underneath the bars, what that is, that's our market internals indicator. And that's looking for a disparity between uptick and downtick. And that disparity is created by the large institutions. So when they're driving the price of the NASDAQ up, you're going to have that triangle come on your chart saying, hey, that's one of the conditions that are part of my strategy that have been met. And once the other conditions are met, another being the background color of my chart. What that is a multi-time frame assessment of trend. A lot of people, when they trade, if they don't have that indicator on their chart, which we call our bias indicator, what they would do is they might look at a 5-minute chart to take their trades on, but then they would have another 2 or 3 charts open to the side just to see the overall trend. They might have a 60-minute chart or a 4-hour chart or a daily chart, just to make sure that they weren't going to take a counter trend trade. Well, this bias indicator is kind of based on fib numbers, and it's looking at higher time frames to the one on your trading chart. We found that statistically, when we trade in the direction on a multi-time frame assessment, when the higher time frames are in alignment, then the numbers prove that we have a higher win rate. So that's also one of our conditions of getting into the trade. But I don't want to overcomplicate things. We have a lot of training material, and we have masterclass modules that really go into depth on how to trade this system and what each one of the indicators are showing you. So I want to get into the actual strategies themselves. I mentioned we had a diversified portfolio, and the first strategy that I want to go over, we refer to it as our cash register. And it's that's not a coincidence that we call it the cash register. This strategy, in plain terms, has been money in the bank, and not just over the last week or two. This is a strategy that over the last several months has been consistently profitable. In collaboration with professional options trader David Wyse, we developed this strategy to run on a 5-minute data series, and it really looks at some unique filters. It looks at our momentum via the Laguerre oscillator. It looks at the market internals that I just described, the VWAP, and the results have really been extraordinary. I might have just skipped one. In our Discord chat group very recently, one of our traders who was trading it made $900 on the cash register. And this month, November 1st to November 30th, the strategy made $3,003. Now, it's important to know, and you could see that equity curve, it's absolutely beautiful. It's important to know that this is trading just 2 E-mini contracts. So I took an account with $10,000 in the account and just trade this one strategy. And I'm just going to keep trading it month after month. And the first month with that $10,000 account, it's built it up to $13,000. So that's about a 33% return on investment in just 1 month. That's 1 month. Now, when this starts compounding and I can start scaling up, the return on investment is just mind-boggling. So November 1st to November 30th, trading this one fully automated strategy, no hands, $3,000 trading 2 E-mini contracts, okay? And that's really not the only profitable strategy we have. We also have another strategy that we refer to as the haymaker. This is our knockout punch. And this one jumps into the game a little late. We let the opening bell ring and we stand aside. And about 10 o'clock, this one will jump into the ring. And man, does this thing go to town. It has a risk to reward ratio of about 2 to 1. It has very little risk, and it has a potential to really to really run up the score very quickly. On my computer, my data was a little skewed, but from November 15th to November 30th, this strategy is up $2,185. Sometimes with Ninja, the data gets a little corrupted and you have to reset. So I had to reset, but I'm sure for the month of November, it's probably higher than that. But what I can show you today for sure is November 15th to the 30th. Now the NASDAQ, we run that strategy on a 30 range chart. And that was the chart that I showed in the very beginning. And I think it's important to know that part of the system that I'm showing with the indicators on the chart, we call this our discretionary trading system. This is the haymaker. And the haymaker gives you absolutely outstanding signals for entry. When it has what we call a smart indicator, we call it our signal A indicator. Those are the crosses that you see on your chart. And let me tell you, you could follow those crosses to profit. We have a lot of traders that love to trade. If you're somebody that doesn't just want to have an automated strategy and you like to pull the trigger, the special offer that we're going to make today for our holiday special is going to include this haymaker trading system where all of the chart templates will be included with your purchase. So these beautiful signals for entries, you're going to have that for our full portfolio of strategies. So that's our haymaker. Let me keep going because it gets even better. We also have our Russell, our RTY. And, I think it's important to know that, having a diversified portfolio of strategies. I heard Whiz Buckley earlier today, and Whiz is really a unique guy, and I have a lot of respect for him. But for this trading system, being diversified does make sense. We don't want to put all of our eggs in the proverbial basket. We know that large investment firms, hedge funds, what they do is they move their equity from asset class to asset class to reduce risk. Listen, this is a very news-driven market, and we want to be divested in a variety of different instruments. So with that being said, this is our RTY or Russell strategy that we refer to as the cash cow. The cash cow runs on a 15 range chart on the Russell, has about a 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. And from November 1st to November 30th, this strategy made $2,541. Now it started out coming out like gangbusters. It was up over $5,200. And then what happened, Thanksgiving came around, that holiday week, and it took a nosedive. But now you can see it's kind of gaining its traction and it's headed back up again. So still, $2,541 for the month of November is really nothing to turn your nose up at. And now, last but not least, if you've seen any of my presentations before, I've always been saying, hey, we're going to be coming out with a crude oil strategy, really to add to our portfolio, and we're still working on bonds. But it is really I'm very excited to be able to show you today what we're calling our black gold strategy. Black gold, kind of like the Beverly Hillbillies, black gold, Texas tea. This crude oil is a winner. I'm going to show you a chart, and you can see the chart on this instrument. And this also trades a 15 range. It did not take a losing trade this week, okay? And I'm just going to backtrack and show you the entries that this strategy took just this week, okay? This was a trade at about 10 o'clock. You could see that, those big hedge funds started running the price of energy up, the price of crude oil, and this system got in quick, early. It uses two entries. It uses our market internals entry, and it also uses a momentum entry, which is based on our RSI line in our Leigh oscillator. but we can go through this chart and you can see these entry signals that this system provides you with. Now, this would have been a losing trade if you took it on a discretionary basis. However, the time of this is outside of our trading hours that this automated strategy runs. But when this automated strategy, and we do time optimize these templates to only run during specific hours. And we know from hundreds of hours of doing forward testing, the optimal times to trade the instruments. And we use that data. This is a system with the more data that we accumulate, the more data that this system accumulates, the more powerful and the better that it trades. And that's the beautiful part about this system. So you could see the entries all week on this are just absolutely dynamite. And the one that I'll show you the entries that it took today. Here's going down to the short side. Let's go to the today. This was this morning, I believe. It took these trades here. And once I got these nice entries, this one full winner here, I was up 450 and I disabled the strategy. And you know, I'm very keen on capital preservation. If my profit goal is 400 or 500 a day, if I reach it, I disable the strategies. Why give it back? And you know what? Tomorrow I'll rinse and repeat, and I'll do the same exact thing again. And I just want to show you the week that this thing had. Now, don't get me wrong. This is not going to be every week. It just so happened that we had some great trades on crude oil. But this week, from the 27th to the 30th, the only reason this doesn't say 100% is because if it doesn't go to our second profit target, what happens is we have a 2-contract strategy. And once we hit our first profit target, the second profit target goes to break even. And if the price comes back and hits our break even, they don't consider that a winning trade. So other than that, you can see this was perfect. It was perfect. There's no losing trades here. And let me tell you, we've spent a lot of time optimizing the inputs, and we're going to be releasing this strategy. If you decide to come aboard with us, you're going to get instant access. We have it posted now in our Discord chat group. The chart template will be included. The strategy template, as always, is included. So this week I just showed you $3,000. So cumulatively, you could see on a cumulative of our entire portfolio. And now listen, we've got the ES, we've got the S&P 500 covered, we've got the Russell, the RTY, we've got gold. We refer to that as our golden goose. Now we have crude oil. And we also have NASDAQ. So you're getting 5 very powerful strategies on a variety of different instruments that all have the potential to really make a lot of money for you. In fact, the owner of our company is Mark Miller. Mark Miller recently acquired $2 million in funding with one of the very popular prop firms. And he has 20 $100,000 accounts. And now, out of a half a dozen of those accounts, he's pulling, I think it's a bi-weekly paycheck. I think it's every 2 weeks is what their rules are. He could start withdrawing out of that money that he's making in those funded accounts without risking any of his own capital. So I always get questions from our prop traders regarding trading funded accounts. Now, if you decide to come aboard today, and I hope that you do, we have unlimited VIP support. One of the first questions or concerns that I always receive is that you don't know NinjaTrader 8 or you're just not very good technically. Well, listen, put all of those fears and that worry to bed. Mr. Charles Sider, Luque, Sergio Rodriguez, myself, we're all have been working with NinjaTrader for at least 10 years each. We will share your screen. We're going to make an account for each one of your strategies. We're going to make sure it's running right. We're going to make sure that your system is set up perfectly, your entire workspace. So all that's going to be left for you to do, and I'm going to show you, is all you're going to have to do is check the little box to the side each day, and that system is going to trade and execute and manage the trades for you. And I just wanted to briefly show you, and I don't want to get, scare anybody, because you really never have to learn any of this. These are the pre-formatted templates that you're going to get when you sign up. There's 6 of them. I've tested 100 of them, and I still continue to test them because that's our mandate. We want to deliver fresh strategies that are going to make you money. But you're going to have 5 or 6 templates that you'll just simply load up. We're going to load for you, and all of the parameters are going to be set. And that'll leave just one thing for you to do, and that's just enable the strategy by checking that box. So the unlimited VIP tech support, and I do mean unlimited. We have a Discord chat group that I wanted to show you that if you're having a problem, there's nothing more frustrating. And I've had a problem with my Ninja in the past and try to get tech support from them, and they send me back a response that, you need to have a degree in computer science like Sergio, and you got to do it yourself. That's never going to be the case here. We have a channel within our Discord chat group. First, we have our general chat channel, where you're going to be able to communicate with our other traders. And our other traders are going to tell you, believe me, they're going to tell you when something's not making money, when they took a loss. You're going to hear about it. You're also going to hear what's working and what's making money. Sometimes even more important than knowing what's working is knowing what's not working. I'd much rather have somebody else make that mistake, and then I know what not to do. So being part of a community of traders, what I had referred to earlier, having power in numbers is very important. We have our resources channel. I always get new traders that are concerned. They don't know how to do this or how to do that. Well, listen, all of that can go by the wayside. We've got resources on top of resources that tell you how to use this system. Okay? Daily results. This is really one of my favorites. This is where the community as a whole can post their results of how they've been doing. And you could see that this was my apex yesterday. I was up about $2,000, and you could see that our members, all posted their results that they made each and every day. So if you're ever having a problem, we have our tech support. It's problems and solutions. You simply put your name and number there. Charles has a Calendly link. I have a Calendly link, and we'll be on your computer within an hour or two to help you fix it. Prop traders, we've got a whole resource channel for you. We have the technical and our strategy optimization. So we've got a great Discord server that you're going to be a part of. If you decide to come aboard today, you're also going to receive our masterclass modules on how to build your own strategies. We take you through each parameter of the strategy parameters, every single input. We show you the inside tricks that we use when we make the strategies, and we give you all of the knowledge to be able to do it yourself. Now, most people don't want to do it yourself, and don't worry. You don't have to do a thing. It's all going to be handed to you on a silver platter. But we do have some techies that like to get under the hood, and they like to understand it, and they want to build their own. And for those people, man, have we got some good information for you. So this was very recently for Thanksgiving. We were talking about Thanksgiving. This is one of our members, Dan T. one of our favorite members. Thanksgiving week, you could see his profit cumulative between all of the strategies, just under $4,000. I mean, can you imagine yourself trying to trade 5 different instruments in a fast-moving market all at once and making split-second decisions and being able to make throughout the whole week $4,000? It's very difficult. I mean, you really have to be in the zone. I always refer to Michael Jordan being in the zone. You almost would have to be the Michael Jordan of trading to be able to trade 5 instruments simultaneously and be able to put together those type of numbers trading 2 contracts. And the reason I keep saying 2 is because all of the results that I've shown are on 2. But what if once we gain some equity and we start to scale up and we start to trade 3 or 4 or 5, and these numbers start multiplying? It's really exciting, and it really gives us the opportunity to fulfill those dreams that we had when we first started trading. And that's the excitement of the AI Auto Trader. So I want to make a special holiday offer for you. I'm almost running out of time. What we're going to do, we're doing something special for the holidays. What we're doing is site-wide, not only for the AI Auto Trader, but let's stick with the AI Auto Trader. What we're going to do is we're going to include on our holiday special not only our full portfolio of automated strategies, but we're also going to include all of the chart templates. So you're going to be able to have every single one of those templates for your trading charts. So you'll have those entry signals to see. If the strategy takes a trade, you'll see it right on your charts. So you'll have the discretionary and the automated strategy templates. It's our 50% off holiday sale. The monthly, it's really on our annual memberships. For our monthly offer, you're going to use coupon code SAVE200, and it's going to be $4.99 per month. $4.99 per month. Now, Dan Tomaselli, remember, he made 3,000 or 4,000 in a week. Okay, so playing $4.99 a month would be very much well worth it. But the offers get better. Okay, for the quarterly plan for 3 months, if you take the 3 months and you multiply the $4.99 times 3, well, it's about $1,500. Well, that's almost cut in half. With the quarterly plan, it's $8.99 a month. $8.99 a month. And the best value and our most popular value is going to be the annual. The annual is $17.99 for the entire year. If you divide $17.99 by 12, it's going to give you $150. So for $150 a month, you're going to be able to have this entire portfolio of strategies, everything that I've just gone over for the entire year. You're going to be trading with us. If you have a funded account, if you have a prop account, not only are we going to get you funded, we're going to keep you funded. Okay? Use coupon code Happy Holidays, and you're not going to pay $34.99, which what it normally goes for. And it's still at $34.99. It's a good price. It's going to go right now for our holiday special at Trader's Corner. The price is $17.99 for the entire year. And I just want to very briefly just show you and let you know that this holiday season, listen, we love this time of the year. And I was saying in our Thanksgiving special, when my family got together, and I've been to other Thanksgiving gatherings and I've seen the same thing done. And it's really a season to show our gratitude and to talk about, you know, the things we're grateful for, the blessings that God has given us throughout the year. And I have to say that our members, you know, and from a business standpoint, are really what we're most grateful for. Because without you, there wouldn't be an us. So this holiday season, to show our appreciation to our community of traders, we've put together really our most enticing offers that we've ever made. And today's offer, the 50% off on that annual, it's designed to empower you with our most powerful tool at a highly discounted price. And I'm going to just escape out of here because I want to show you our new website. Our new website, the 50% discount is site-wide. We just launched a brand new website that has just an incredible members area. If once you check out, it's going to instantly give you access to our members area. You'll be able to manage your subscription. You'll always be able to go back and see the training tutorials, the downloads of your trading system. The vendor licensing is all in there. It's really a fantastic website. And these here are the trading systems. Down below, the option services. And then we have our live trading rooms, testimonials, our recent YouTube videos, and a chance to get our coupon codes. So I just wanted to show you, last but not least, is if you decide to come aboard on this AI auto trading system, and I know Brock or Rob will put this link in the questions box or the chat panel. But you can see here, in order to check out, you're going to come to this page, and if you click on the annual option, what you'll do is up here. Let me log out. Oh, I am logged out. Okay. So what would happen is I've already applied the coupon code. So the coupon code has been applied. It looks like. Let me see if I can put it in. So once you put the coupon code in up top and you fill in your information, you'll see that it drops down to $17.99. Now that's not just $17.99 this year, okay? What we're doing site-wide for this special is we're locking you in to 50% discount on all future renewals. So next year, the year after, and God knows what inflation's doing to us all, you're going to be fixed in to Black Friday Christmas pricing, okay? So no matter how high this inflation goes or the prices go, all of your renewals will be in at that the lowest price in company's history. And that's important to know, okay? And that's site-wide for our annual memberships. So I'm just going to see, I know my time is up. Let me just see if anybody has any questions. Let me take a quick brief look. I don't see any cost. That might not be me. Thanks for everything. Oh, you're welcome, Larry. Does this trade micros? Yes, this absolutely does trade micro accounts. Yes, you can trade this in a retirement account. Can you use any type of bars? Yes, in the strategy, in the parameters of the chart templates and the strategy templates, you can change the settings and inputs for any time frame that you want to trade on. So with that being said, I want to once again, well, before I do that, I just want to ask you, I don't want to take up any more time. And 45 minutes is a very brief time to talk about this. Our discounted offer is valid through Sunday. And if I didn't get a chance to answer your question, or you didn't post a question, but you still have a question or two, if you put your name and phone number in the chat box, just put your name and number in. Myself, I'm going to give you a call. If not today, then tomorrow. And I'll help answer any questions or concerns that you might have. Okay, and this will also guarantee that pricing that I had mentioned earlier. Okay, so put your name and your number. Jeff asks, do people in the Discord share strategies they have made? Yes, absolutely. One of our channels in Discord is a collaboration channel, and we call it our bullpen. Our bullpen is where people share the strategies that they've made that are working well. Good question, Jeff. So listen, I want to say thank you. I want to wish you and your families a blessed holiday season. I want to thank you, Right Line Trading, and I want to wish everybody much success in their future, in their trading journey. Thanks for listening, everybody. God bless you.
Hey, thanks for being here, Rory. Those strategies look amazing, and I've been hearing that automated strategy's been crushing it lately. Congratulations to you and the team over at Right Line Trading. Ladies and gentlemen, if you struggle with human error, over trading, inconsistent results, and blowing out your proper live accounts, then Mr. Rory Powers over at Right Line Trading has a solution for you to get funded and stay funded and get withdrawals. You can learn more by clicking on one of the links in the chat box. Thanks again, Rory, for making such a generous holiday offer to our audience today. We hope you and your family have a blessed holiday season. And if you don't mind, you should put me in the chat where the people with the strategies share them, because I have one I'd like to share as well.
We'd love to have you there, Rob. Thank you.
But ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our online trading summit. The staff at Traders Corner wants to thank you all for joining us today. It's been an information-packed event, and we hope you all enjoy the holiday season. The replay will be on our YouTube channel, which I'm going to place in the chat link box in a second. I hope everybody has a great evening, weekend, everything. Thanks again for being here. Have a blessed everything.